Hello, SMP Nation. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 3 of SewFest. Guys, we're super pumped again today, and I hope you are, because we've got a great show lined up for you. And as always, I'm going to have my co-host in today. Jane Klaus will be here. She's not here yet. She's trying to finish up her radio show and get here as fast as she can, but she'll be on her way. But guys, we have got a great lineup of people in today with education and demonstrations, and we're super excited about all the products we're going to get to show you too. But hey, I got to thank our sponsors out there. Guys, we couldn't do this without our partnerships with all the great manufacturers, and our platinum sponsors for SewFest, Handy Quilter, the Grace Company, Brother, the gold sponsors, Juki, Baby Lock, Janome, Brewer, and Cubot. Silver sponsors, Aero Cabinets, Bernina, King Quilter. The bronze sponsors are So Steady, Durkee Hoops, and Stay Perfect Tables. And then I got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching today. We got Joanne Lockhart up in Michigan. So good morning, Joanne. I hope y'all are having a great morning in Michigan. We have Delisa, I guess you would say. Delcia? Okay, Delcia Malone over in Alabama. So, hey, Delcia. We have Charlotte Sells in Tennessee, Diane D in Greenville, Illinois, Iris Clevenger, Mustang Island Park. Tell us where that's at, Iris. We don't know where Mustang Island is. Do you, Roger? You know where that's at? Yeah, I don't have any idea where that's at. Tammy Franks in Coleman, Alabama. Hey, I know where Coleman's at. Not many people probably know that. It's just over there kind of by Huntsville, Alabama. You know that area? We have Marilyn Barton in Huntsville. Oh, well, she's in Huntsville. So Tammy Franks is in Coleman. Marilyn Barton is in Huntsville. Guys, y'all are pretty close to each other. Y'all need to hook up over there. Okay? And we have Lisa Millam in Kansas watching. So thank y'all for watching, and thank y'all for being on the show today with us. Got to talk a little bit about our educational sessions today, guys. We've got a treat for you. At 11 a.m. Pacific time, we are going to have Shauna Westergaard, and she's with Handy Quilter. She's going to do an hour-long project using some of the Handy Quilter products. And then at 1 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to have April Yang. Now, April Yang is a famous YouTuber. She has like over 2 million followers, and she's going to be doing her YouTube name is Cool Erpa, and she's going to be doing a project. It's adding pockets to pants that don't have pockets. So that's going to be 2 great 1-hour sessions that we're going to have, and then we'll have all the demonstrations in between that. But guys, got to talk a little bit about the Dream Studio giveaway. Everybody's excited about that. We're giving away over $100,000 on the show this week of products. However, one person is going to walk away with $25,000 Dream Studio, and we're going to give your studio a big upgrade. There it is, right there. You see all the stuff. We have that Juki machine that's part of that, and that's that X3000. We have the Stay Perfect 2-tier electric lift table that comes with it. You see the Handy Quilter Mara sit-down version, that ST with the table is coming. We have the Brother Airflow 3000 Air Threader Serger. We have the Brother brand new, just released fabric printer called the Print Moda. And then we have the Baby Lock Pathfinder. That's that in the embroidery machine. Now, guys, a great setup of all that. And so you want to know how you can win. Well, here's how you can win. All you have to do is like, share, comment, ask questions with our videos all this week, and you're entered to win. And each day, we're going to pick a finalist. At the end of the day, we'll pick a finalist that's going to go into the grand prize drawing on Friday. So we've already got 2 finalists. Monday, our finalist was Lisa. That was her username, Lisa. And then yesterday, our day 2, it was Sun Country Girl. Yeah, Sun Country Girl Design. Yeah, and so that was our 2 finalists so far. So today, at the end of the day, we'll draw another name out that's going to be part of the finalists. And then on Friday, we'll put all 5 names in a hat at the end of the show. I'll pull their names out, 4th runner-up, all the way up into our grand prize winner. And the grand prize winner will get that $25,000 studio you just saw on the screen. Now, if you are just drawn, so Lisa and Sun Country Girl Design are already guaranteed a prize package. So everybody wins something. So that's the awesome thing about it. Nobody goes home empty-handed if you get in the finals. And but throughout the show, randomly every day this week, I'm going to be drawing stuff out randomly, so you have a chance to win. And then our other thing that we have going on, we had a garment contest. So if you had a really nice garment that you made and you wanted to show it off, you could enter it into the garment sewing contest. And we had those on our website you could go look at. So if you want to see those and go vote, the submissions are closed, but now you can go vote on them. And you can go vote all the way till Thursday midnight Pacific time, and then the voting closes. So you can vote twice a day, so y'all still have time to go vote. So you want to know how you can go see them, is just go to our homepage, SewingMachinesPlus.com. If you scroll down toward the middle of the page, there's a banner. It says SewFest on it. Click on that banner. It takes you to the SewFest page. You can actually, at the very top, there's a little tab. It says Gallery. Click that. You'll go down to the gallery, and you can look at all the submissions that were entered, and you can vote on your favorite one. And when you open them up, you can look at, they have like 4 pictures each. Shows you the details and all that. So y'all can go look at that and vote on your favorite one. And what we do, the top 3 vote getters win the prizes. So we have 1st through 3rd. They all get ribbons to put on their garments. The 1st place actually gets the Golden Scissors Trophy, and each one of them wins a prize package. And so they're getting a really nice prize package of that, and we'll announce all that and show you what that is on Friday. So got a lot of stuff going on. So it's really cool. So anyway, I hope y'all are enjoying it so far. Don't feel free to ask questions. We do have people monitoring the live chat. We have Rena, Melinda, and Rhonda that are actually monitoring the chat on Facebook and YouTube. So if you ask questions, they're trying their best to keep up. I know there's a lot of questions coming in, and they're doing what they can to answer your questions and help you out. And then we'll also, the presenters are always going to be looking for your questions too. So a lot of times if you have specific questions about a machine or something technique they're doing, kind of wait toward the end of it, where maybe when they're finished up, they can see it. And that'll give your chances or give you a better chance for them to see your question. So also, if you're trying to place your order and you're having trouble getting through on the phone lines, Kyle is going to be putting over in your chat on Facebook and YouTube, he's going to put this little link. It's going to say Google Sheets link. Now, the Google Sheets, what that is, when you open that up, it's going to give you the opportunity that you can write your name, put your phone number, and just put what machine you're interested in talking about. And what that does, that gets updated real time in the call center over there, and all of our salespeople can see that. And as soon as they get off the phone, your call, is going to be a priority to them. They're going to outbound call you. And so if you got an 800 number calling you after you filled out the Google Sheets, answer it, because it's probably us. And so they're going to be calling you, so that way they can help you answer your questions and take your orders if you can't get through. So we've got all of our customer service agents are logged into the sales queue today as well. So that gives us double the amount of people answering the phones. So hopefully we'll be able to handle all the calls. We're trying our best, and the shipping guys are hating us right now because they're having to work overtime and ship a lot of stuff out. And but guys, we're having a great time. We hope that you are too. And so, hey, I'm ready for another day. Are y'all? It's going to be good. So guys, we're going to get started now. Jane is probably running a little late today, and she had she goes to her radio show every morning, so she'll come in. She was supposed to start the show off this morning, but she'll come in, but she'll probably finish up with our first guest, with her once she gets here. But guys, we have got Sarah Vetzer here today, and she's a Brother educator. She's going to talk all about that Brother SE2000. Now, Sarah, she owns a company called SAV NYC. She's up in New York, and where you can find fun, colorful, and sometimes sassy upcycle items that she does. And she is just a pleasure to work with. And I've had the opportunity to work with Sarah quite a bit, and got to see her at the Brother Convention this year we had out in Austin, Texas, and got to spend some time with her there. And matter of fact, her and I kind of played around with that print motor quite a bit. So she's just a great educator, really knowledgeable about all the Brother products. So y'all make welcome Sarah Vetzer to the show.
Hey, Blaine. Good morning.
Hey, how are you, Sarah?
I'm doing well. Excited to be here. Excited to show you guys the SE2000, and super excited about the print motor later.
Well, yeah, you're going to get the print. You're going to demo the print motor later this afternoon, correct?
Absolutely. Can't wait.
Oh my gosh. It is, and that thing is just a game changer to me because, some of the things that, you and I talked about this with the print motor, especially. It was like, people out there who have quilts that were hand-me-downs from their great-grandmother or their grandmothers, and they were never finished. And now they go to finish them, and they can't find that fabric because it's no longer available.
Right.
They can actually scan the fabric in and reproduce it, and replicate it, and actually make their own fabric to be able to finish that quilt. So it's awesome.
Yep. Just like magic. It's a super cool product, and I'm really excited to be able to show it to all of you later.
That's awesome. Well, Sarah, I know you got a lot to cover with that SE2000, yes. So I'm going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes, or Jane may be coming back to see you, but one of us will, okay?
Sounds great. Hey guys, so yep, I do have a lot to cover with Brothers SE2000. That's this beauty right here. As you can see, it's quite a compact machine, but don't let that fool you because you can get so much done with this machine. And I'm just going to lead off with the most exciting new feature that Brother has added in, and that is the wireless connectivity. So you can do so much more on this machine now that it has wireless connectivity. The previous model was the SE1900, and that model was great too. But like I said, really exciting that they added wireless connectivity, and we're going to get into all the fun things that you could do with that. So let's jump right in. We're going to get up close with the machine here, show you the screen. So this is a combo machine. That means sewing and embroidery all packed into one. Nice and compact, so it's great for you to travel with. It's lightweight, easy to move around. You can store it away on a shelf in your studio if you want to just have it as an extra machine. And it's great for beginners and advanced users alike. So for my advanced users, you will like a lot of the functions that are on here and that are more advanced. And for my beginners, this machine will help you along the way of your embroidery and sewing journey. It'll make it really easy for you to learn how to embroider. And there's just all these built-in functions, which I'll get to in a bit, that just help you figure everything out and takes away all of your worry, all your stress, all those questions that you might have. So this is our home screen here, and we're in embroidery mode. I'll show you how easy it is later to switch over to sewing mode when you need to. For embroidery mode, this is our home screen, and we have our embroidery categories up top, and those have, some of them have subcategories even. There are 193 built-in designs on this machine. So right out of the box, you plug it in. All of these designs are here for you to browse and to use straight away. I absolutely love that. 193, that's so many to play with. There's a lot of fun applique designs. Really good stuff to work with in here. So I'm just going to scroll through, give you a little preview there. In addition to the 193 designs that are already on here, When you connect your machine to Brothers Art Sphere app, it will unlock 50 more designs for you right in the app. I'll show you exactly how to do that in a bit. I guess that was a little spoiler there. With the new wireless function, you get to connect your machine to Brothers Art Sphere app. And if you haven't heard about the app yet, it is so exciting, and I'll give you a quick tour of that in a bit. So as I'm touring my designs here, you can see as you select them, these are your preview thumbnails over here. This is your preview of your embroidery area. The max embroidery area is 5x7 on this machine, so it's nice and generous. It's also compatible with Brothers 4x7 magnetic hoop. Woohoo! We love magnetic hoops, right? We love that. You can also have the optional accessory 4x4 hoop or a 1.5 by 2 inch hoop, a little baby one. All right, so, and as I'm selecting these hoops, you can see some of my designs are getting grayed out. So that's the first example of how the machine is helping guide you in your embroidery journey. It's telling me, Sarah, if you want to use the 4x7 hoop, you cannot stitch out that design. See, even when I press on it, it says it's too big. Okay, machine, I'm going to use the 5x7 hoop, and now I have all my designs available to me again. All right, so I love that feature, super helpful. And as you're selecting your designs, you may also notice as well that it gives you the dimensions of them right up here. So it tells you the height and the width so that you can plan your project accordingly and know if the design is appropriate for the project you'd like to do. So for right now, I made this really cute little pouch yesterday. Isn't that sweet? So I'm going to show you guys how I digitized this design, created it on my own in the machine here, right on my color touch screen. So here's the first part of my design, it's the little notions embroidery. I'm going to press set, and this brings us to our first editing screen. So on this screen, we have a bunch of different functions. We have move, size, rotate. We have our color palette, which will allow us to change the thread colors. We have mirror and a couple of other functions that will be unlocked when we add our text. So first thing I'm going to do is rotate it 90 degrees. You can rotate as little as 1 degree or as much as 90 degrees at a time. Then I'm going to use my move tool, make sure that it's centered in my frame, which it is, and then I'm going to move it all the way up or all the way to the right. And again, notice that as I move that over, it grayed out some of my frames again. So it's telling me again, Sarah, now your design is too big to fit in any of these frames. All right. Okay, so I'm going to add, and with the add button, it brings us back to our home screen, and now we can add any other design that we'd like. I'm going to go ahead and add my font, my text. This is my font category, and there are 13 fonts available in this machine. They added 2 new fonts from the SE 1900, so now you have 13 available. I'm going to choose one of these, and I'm going to type out Notion. So our keyboard has popped up here, and once you start typing, you're able to select the text size, so large, medium, small. I'm going to jump down to medium right away because I think large is definitely going to be too big. Using the arrows on the front of my machine, I can scroll through my alphabet and select all my letters. At any point in this process, you can use the preview key to look at your design as a whole, so you can see it's showing us the Notions embroidery design we already added and our new text on top of it. That's how it's going to look initially when we add this text into our embroidery field. You can also press the check key if you just want to check your spelling. You can add multiple lines of text at once. So if you do that, this is a great way to check that you have, let's say you're putting in a bunch of names, you would check that you have all your names in there and they're all spelled correctly. All right, once I'm happy with that, I can press set. And there it is. It plopped it right in the center. And obviously that's not where we want to keep it. So I'm going to use my rotate tool again to rotate 90 degrees. And then my move tool. Make sure it's centered. This is my favorite way of making sure all of my elements are aligned. So they're all centered now, and I just need to move it below my first design. All right, now I can preview that. And I don't really love that font with this design, but that's no problem because it's so easy to change that, and I'll show you how. So now that we have text in here, you can see our font editing tool has illuminated, which means we're able to use it. And this opens up a whole sub-menu of editing features that are just for text. So I love that. So we have a bunch of new features here that are just for text editing. We can make it multicolor. We can use the array tool to curve the text or put it on a diagonal. And we can change our font. So without having to delete this and go back and retype it, we can go right into here and we can select a brand new font. I love that. It makes it so easy. All right, we can also edit the spacing and make the letters a little bit farther apart or closer together. I have this great sample here that I always like to show as my example of font editing. See if I can hold it up with one hand. So here I have two different fonts. I was able to split up all the letters in hello and move them up and down to create some variation. I used multicolor to change to different colors here. I used array to curve my sunshine, and I used the letter spacing to space those out a little bit more. So just with the 13 fonts and all these font editing tools, you can create really beautiful dynamic designs on this machine. All right, I like how it's looking so far. Now I just want to go into my color palette, and I want to match my color to the first part of my design. So in the preview box here, we can see which portion of our design we're directly editing. We have notions right now. I'm going to use the ± thread key to move to the next portion of our design. And this will just show me what thread color is set. So I know now that this is carmine. I can go back to my text, which is black right now, and I'm going to make it carmine. That way they match. Easy as that. And you can look through the different color options using the arrows on the front of your machine. There's tons of colors in here to choose from. Right now, I think this is set to the Brother color palette, but using these arrows up here, you can change the different color palettes that are available. So there's just tons and tons of colors in there. So fun to play with. All right, so those are the basics of our first editing screen. Now when you press End Edit, this is our second editing screen. And on here, it has now grouped together all the elements in our design. So we can move this now to be completely centered on our screen. And we can also use the color sort function. I love this function, and I'm so glad that this machine has it, because now that we have two elements in our design, normally the machine will stitch the first one, it'll stop, it'll stitch the second one. But because I made both of them carmine, they're the same color, I can activate color sort, and now the machine automatically knows to stitch both of them because they're the same color all at once. It won't stop, it streamlines the whole process. Let's say we had added a third element in here that was black. We could still use the color sort function, and what it will do is it'll push the black element either as the first one it stitches out or the last, so that the carmine elements are together, and again, it eliminates a whole thread change for us. So streamlining, making it faster and easier to complete our stitch out. Now for my pouch, as far as positioning goes, what I did here was I just measured the center along the top, which is right about here, and then I marked an inch down from the center top. To be able to align my design easily in the hoop, I used the trace function. The trace key will move around all points of your design in the hoop to show you exactly where the design is going to land. If I want to just align the top center of my project with the top center mark that I made on my pouch, all I have to do is select that point on the design. You may have heard the arm of the embroidery machine shift so that the needle of the machine is now positioned exactly at the top center of my design. And then I would be able to hold that position and using the move arrows, align it perfectly with the mark that I have on my pouch. And that way I was able to beautifully position my design in the center of my pouch. So just another way that this machine makes it easy for you to know exactly how big the project is, where it's going to land in your hoop, and make sure you get perfect alignment every time. All right, the final page here is our embroidery screen. And we have some more information here. So it's going to break down all the thread colors for us and tell us how many minutes it needs to stitch out each portion of the design. So right now it's previewing the first portion of the design that it will stitch out, and it says it'll take 3 minutes to do that. The machine stitches at 650 stitches per minute. And total time is up here, 5 minutes. Total number of thread colors is 2, and the total stitch count. If you happen to break a thread in the middle of stitching, then you can use the ± thread key here, and you would be able to jump forwards or backwards by as few as 1 stitch or as many as 100 stitches at a time. You can also jump by color block, by element in the design. And this makes it easy to, this ensures that you're never going to miss a stitch in your design, even if you have a thread break or your bobbin runs out or anything like that. Also, this machine cuts jump threads, so that's a great feature as well. Lots of great stuff packed in here. All right, so I think I teased you enough with the wireless function, so let me talk a little bit more about that. So right here you could see my wireless symbol on my machine is blue, which means it's connected to the internet, and it has a little exclamation point. Might be a little bit small for you guys to see, but what that means is that I have an update available for my machine. And I love that the machine tells me when I have an update available, because let's be honest, most of us probably forget to check for machine updates, but it's really important to do so to make sure our machine is always running smoothly and up to date. So when your machine is connected to your wireless network, it will notify you when there's an update, and you can go ahead to the Brother Solutions Center, download and install that update. Wireless connectivity also allows you to send any design that you may have digitized on your computer with PE Design 11 directly to your machine. It'll show up in this wireless pocket right here. If you use Brother's free PC app, Design Database Transfer, it will access the files on your computer that you may have purchased from a third-party website. Any embroidery designs you've digitized on another digitizing software aside from PE11, and you can also transfer those with the click of a button wirelessly to your machine. You can access Brother's iBroidery.com, which has over 5,000 embroidery designs. And even though this machine doesn't have Disney in it, you can download Disney designs from iBroidery. You can transfer them to your machine, and you can absolutely stitch those out on your machine. Okay, now this is a new pocket right here. It's our cloud pocket. You might not recognize it, but we're going to get real familiar right now. So this is the pocket for our ArtSpira app. All right. So this is Brother's ArtSpira app right here. This is a free app. You can download it from the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, anything. Apple, Android, it works across all platforms. And there's so much available to you on this app. I would need another hour to tell you guys everything that's on here. There's so much fun stuff going on. So I'm just going to focus on transferring the embroidery designs for right now. So this is our home screen, and you can see there's different categories here right away for us to browse. Up at the top, we have embroidery designs, cutting designs, we have printing. I'll get to that later when I talk about Print Moda Studio. Make sure to tune in for that. We have projects, design templates. This is Brother's weekly streaming magazine. So these are full of all different kinds of projects you can do with different files that came for free in the app. Lots of fun stuff in there. All right, then you have some new embroidery designs right here. Can scroll through those. I love this little pumpkin truck. Again, these are all free. Cutting designs, it recommends designs for you. And then as you're looking through, which trust me, once you get going, you're going to end up looking through all these designs for hours, okay? Once you're looking through them, if you see something you like, you favorite it, and then you can go to your favorite section in the app, and it saves all of your favorited designs for you. All right, lots of fun ones in here. So let's take our truck. Now, once you open a design, you can see the dimensions of it right here. You can see the embroidery time, the stitch count, and the number of thread colors. Press create. You're going to select your embroidery machine. I have my SE2000 selected. Transfer. It's letting me know that when I transfer this design, it will erase any other designs that I had previously transferred on my machine. Okay. And it's done. All right, so we just wirelessly transferred this super cute pumpkin truck just in time for fall to our machine. Now let's see if those 50 free designs are still up here. Yep, right down here, like I said, when I went and connected my SE2000 to my Artsphere app, I opened the app back up after I connected it, and a little fun message popped up. It said, you earned 50 free designs. So these are the 50 designs I was telling you guys about. And it's just as easy as connecting your machine to the app, and you get all these cute free designs right here for you. And you could transfer it like we just did with the pumpkin truck with a click of a button to your machine. So let's go back to the machine here. And let's click our cloud pocket that's dedicated to Artsphere transfers. And there's our truck. I love it. How exciting is that? Okay, so there's our truck ready to go. Get a nice little preview of it. I'm really excited about this. I hope you guys are too. It just unlocks so many possibilities of things that you can do with your machine. Not to mention, I didn't even show you guys the drawing feature. Back on the app, when you go to New, go to Drawing Tools, you can hand draw your own embroidery designs to transfer to your machine. I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you guys that. All right, so it gives you your instructions. It shows you the different tools that are available. There are some shapes in there. There are templates. You can import your own image and you can trace over it. I made this fun little project using the hand drawing tool where I took an image of a house and I basically traced over it to make kind of like a little sketch. And I put it on a little pennant that you can hang in your home or hang on your door. You can get really creative with that. Of course, you can do your signature. You can make your own quilt labels with your signature in here. So all you have to do is select your hoop size, select the stitch type. You could do single stitch or satin, and then you go ahead and draw. And before I do this, disclaimer, I'm not very good at drawing like this. So don't blame me if this comes out looking weird, all right? But there you go. You draw in your sloppy handwriting like me. Go to next. I'm not going to save it right now. It gives you a stitch preview. It shows you exactly how that's going to stitch out on your machine. And you can also share it to social media. So when you press share, it exports it as a video. Agree to the terms. And you can share it with your friends, with a text message, on Facebook, anywhere you'd like. It's really fun. So if you are good at this, unlike me, and you make a really cool drawing with your hand, and you want to share that with your friends, you can do so at the top of a button. All right, I'm running out of time here. Like I said, there's so much going on. So I have not even shown you guys the sewing side. This is Sew Fest after all, right? So we need to get to the sewing side real quick. Let me switch over my camera. All right. So here's my machine. Now, all the things I showed you were embroidery. So we need to get to the sewing stuff. To switch over to sewing mode, it's so easy, no pun intended. I'm going to turn off my machine, and then I'm going to remove my embroidery unit. Not going to knock over anything. Pulls out just like that. There's a lever under here that you release, and it pulls straight out. And this is my sewing attachment. This also doubles as storage. You have your presser feet stored right in here, nice and neat. These are all of your included presser feet with the machine. You even have storage for your bobbins. I love organization, so this is very pleasing to me. All right, close that up. Attach it just like that and turn your machine back on. And just like that, we're ready to sew. Can't get much easier than that, right? So over in sewing mode, we have 241 built-in stitches. And on the lid right here, I'm going to try and get this out. There we go. On the lid right here, these are all of our included stitches. They're laid out for you, and it's very small, so it might be hard to see. But each stitch has a number, a category number, and a stitch number. So it's really easy for you to reference. This is just inside the lid of your machine, and you can quickly reference what stitch you want and access it on your machine screen. So let's get up close to the machine screen again. And on here, you can go to your stitch categories. Here are all the categories available. You have 10 one-step buttonholes. You have directional sewing. You even have My Custom Stitch, where you can plot your own points in a stitch and create your very own stitch design. You have a couple of sewing fonts as well. I mean, there's so much going on here. How could you ever get bored, right? So you go into your stitch category. You can search through using the arrows on the front of your machine and select a stitch. Once you do so, it tells you exactly what foot you need. It's showing us the end foot here. And it shows you your width, your length, all that good information up there, which can all be edited right here. The machine comes with a knee lifter. It has different speed controls right here. There's 5 different speeds that you can click to with this slider. It has a scissors key. Got to zoom back out again so you can see that. So it cuts the jump threads. It has a trimming key right here. Needle down, reinforce, backstitch, and the threading could not be easier. Let me show you how to thread here. I picked out a nice neon color thread so you can hopefully see it pretty easy while I thread this up. So this has, the threading instructions are printed right on the machine, so you'll never forget how to do it. There will always be there. And it has the advanced needle threading system. So no more poking through the eye of the needle. You thread it up, follow it around, trim it. So I'm going to lower my presser foot. Using the lever right here, press down, and it's threaded. I know it's hard to see, but you can trust me. With the press of a lever, your needle is threaded, no fuss. So it's just like I said. If you're a beginner, this is such a great beginner machine. It's going to help you along every step of the way, all your settings, everything, threading the needle, choosing a design, choosing a hoop. If you're advanced, it has all those advanced features like the needle threading, trimming, jump stitch trimming, color sort, small, compact, so easy to switch over from embroidery to sewing. And you could just do so many things on this machine. Plus the Artspira app connectivity. I mean, it's just so much fun. All of these samples up here can be made on this machine. This is one of the applique designs that's in there, cute little caterpillar. We have our Artspira designs. This is from one of the monthly magazines. I do contribute a few of the projects to the monthly magazine, so if you see this project on there, I did that one. Got little firecrackers. This is one of the free designs in Artspira. And then the firecracker skirt is a free project on the monthly magazine. Strawberries are one of the included designs. I love this little hot pad project. So I added 2 strawberries. I used mirroring. I used color sort. I added a frame pattern around it. And again, color sort allowed me to match. This pink color is in both of the strawberries and the frame. I matched that color, then using color sort, the machine stitched that pink color out for each element all at once, so it eliminated about 3 different thread color changes for me. And of course, all the text editing. Again, this is one of the included designs on the machine, and then I added my own text. I was able to use multicolor, split it up to create a cute little design. So much fun. All right, guys, I hope you are just as excited as I am about this machine. I'm going to throw it back to Blaine or Jane, whoever is there, to tell you guys how you can get yourself one of these.
Well, you got me. Well, hey, that was great, Sarah. Actually, awesome demonstration on that new machine. And you know, we're going to see you again this afternoon with the print motor. We're super excited about that as well. So thank you so much for being on So Fast, and we'll see you again in just a little bit, okay?
See you later.
All right. So everybody, that was the SE2000 from Brother. What a great machine. So guys, we're going to do a giveaway real quick before I start talking about all the product knowledge and the pricing on this. So Sarah talked a lot about the features. So if you want to be in for this drawing, we're going to give away a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. So what we need you to do right now, in the chat, put in what the hoop size was that Sarah said, the maximum hoop size for this machine. Put it in the chat right now, and then we're going to do a drawing for all those people who get it right. So what do you think about that? All right.
What's the hoop size?
What's the hoop size? The biggest hoop size. What is the size? Sarah said it. 2 or 3 times. Were you paying attention?
Nobody yet.
Nobody. Oh,
They're coming up.
I think I see one.
What's the hoop size? There we go. I see some coming in.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's coming in.
Is it coming?
We're going to give them another minute or so.
I'm going to give them 1 more minute to get their answers.
There's a lot of them.
Is there?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, Kennedy, spin the wheel.
All right. Well, you're going to see the answer on the screen.
That's fine. Spin the wheel because we've already done it. There it was, 5 by 7. So if you got your answer right, you'll be in for the drawing. Here it goes. It's only getting the people who had the right answer.
People said 8 by 10 and 6 by 10.
Trisha Phillips. So Trisha, you are our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So Trisha, you just won yourself a $100 gift card from Sewing Machines Plus. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out the information, complete, hit submit, and what we'll do once we get that in, we will email you back a gift card code that you can use at checkout on SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it'll take $100 off your purchase. Simple as that. Good. All right, guys. So here is the machine. So this is the Brother SE2000. Now, this thing has a very generous workspace when you're ready to step up and grow your hobby. This thing, again, has a 5 by 7 embroidery area, a 3.7-inch LCD color display screen, and compatible with the 4 by 7 Brother magnetic hoop. So you can actually use that 4 by 7 magnetic hoop on this machine. So with that large LCD screen, you can see all your patterns and designs. You can zoom, resizing, rotating, repositioning, combining designs. There's so much things you can do. My Custom Stitch, that's the exclusive My Custom Stitch feature allows you to create a stitch, save the stitch, and then use that stitch for even more personalization. Again, guys, it has 13 embroidery fonts in it. It has 193 built-in designs. And guys, you see the price up there on the screen. It is $14.99. But guess what? Strike through that price. Give us a call for more information, and they would love to talk to you. We have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep, and we offer some financing, special financing just for you for SewFest. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, and place your order. And if you can't get through on the phones, Kyle's going to be putting that link for Google Sheets over in there. You can just fill that out, click on it. You put your name, phone number, and the machine you're calling about, and then the salespeople, it updates real time in the call center on their screens, and Kyle they will call you right back from Kyle's link. All right. Is our co-host here?
Yes.
Is she? Yeah. Let's bring Jane Klaus in, guys.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, Blaine. How are you?
We are awesome, and glad you made it from your radio show. You made it back for day 3.
Everybody on the radio knows I'm going to SewFest. It's super funny because like the bosses, the manager, the co-hosts, the listeners are like, oh, you got to go to SewFest. I'm like, everyone says, tell Blaine I said hi, which is super funny.
Well, you have to tell Steve I said hi tomorrow when you get there, and everybody else.
100%. By the way, I was here like screaming out the size of the hoop size. I don't know if you guys could hear me, but when you were doing the contest, I was like, pick me.
Well, you know what? We kind of threw a little curveball with the contest today. Instead of just drawing random names like we do in the wheel, this way you have to have the right answer or it doesn't even put you in the wheel to spin. So we had, what was it, Kyle, 140 people?
Yeah.
That's good.
About 140 people had the right answer, so they got in there. So we're going to throw up the giveaways a little. I'm going to throw some curveballs all day today, Jane.
I love a good curveball on a Wednesday. Yes, sir.
You know what that means, Jane? What? Everybody's got to really watch the demos and really learn and pick up on some of these tips that everybody's telling, because that's what I'm going to probably do the whole day today. So I'm just letting everybody know you got to pay attention to the demonstrations and watch. Can't be off, doing other things.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. If you're at work and you're like listening, watching, then pretend like you're working, but as you're typing notes, just type the notes in from what you're listening to. So
Or
it looks like you're working.
if they're driving from their radio show in a frantic pace and they've got it on their phone,
Don't look
pay
at your
attention to the
phone.
road.
Don't look
As
at your
somebody
phone.
I know did this morning.
Eyes in front, 10 and 2. Just listen, and then you go. Yeah. I know somebody who did that too.
Yeah, I got a text from Jane this morning. It says, I'm going to be listening from my car. I'm hustling home. All right.
I love it. I love it. It's like a sprint. And here I am with all this energy. It's so much fun because it's Wednesday and it's day 3 of SewFest, Blaine.
I know. All right, Jane, we're going to get started on the next one so we won't get too far behind. I'm going to bring you back here in about 30 minutes and we're going to continue on. But guys, we're going to go all the way over to Utah to the Grace Company. And we have Laura Daniels in the studio with Julie Sessler. And they are going to talk all about the QCT. And guys, so welcome Laura and Julie to the show. They're somewhere. There they are.
Hi, here we are.
How are y'all doing this morning?
We're good. It's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful day.
I
Excited
love
to
that
be here.
y'all match, got great colors on. And so guys, what we're going to do is let y'all get started because I know y'all got a ton of things to talk about with this. And then I'll be back in about 30 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this and what all the great specials we have. So we'll see y'all in about 30 minutes.
All right.
Awesome.
See you soon.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're super excited to be with you today. So yes, we are Grace Company, and specifically for this segment, we're actually going to be talking about our automation system, so QCT.
Right.
And we'll kind of dive a little bit into it, but before we show you how easy it is to use and about some of the different tiers, we're going to talk a little bit on who maybe is this for, right? Who's ready to use this software. Now, I do know there can be really quite a few different people. Sometimes it can be someone from the get-go. They're like, hey, you know, I'm ready to get into it, and they want the perfect stitches that are just going to look beautiful from the get-go. Some people are like, hey, I want free motion, and they love what that is. Personally, for me, I'm not good at free motion. So that's a hard one for me to want to do.
Me too.
Because I just can't get it accurate. So this way I love it. So this is probably something for me, right? I want to step into what this is to get those beautiful accurate stitches. Who else do you think might kind of be the one to step into this?
Well, so anyone who's been doing free motion quilting, but they feel like, you know, my stitches aren't even, I really want it to be tight. I want the pattern to be perfect. It's for a wedding, and I want it to just be beautiful when they open it. That's when you want to step into automation and let that computer take over.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful way to put it, and especially with this as well, it's someone that you don't always have to use, right? So even if you say, hey, maybe there is one quilt coming up, like I need to make sure this one really is precise, you can actually disengage what we call the belt, so it helps move the machine so you can move back to that free motion quilting if that's what you're interested in. But with it, let's go ahead and jump actually right into it, and we're going to show you a little bit of the software and talk about the different tiers. So right now on the screen, we actually have it, it's our QCT 5 Pro, or Quilters Creative Touch 5 Pro. And that you can see in the upper left-hand corner is what it'll tell you what version you have, and again, kind of the name of the software. And with this, we're going to show you a little bit of the other tiers. So this is fun. You can see we have our beginnings, our middle tier, our pro tier, and then over here on the right, it's a gold card that you can add on to the pro version of the software. But Julie, why don't you tell me a little bit about the difference between each of these tiers?
Okay, so the QCT Beginnings is, so in my opinion, the QCT Beginnings is where you're going to start. You've never done automation before, you don't want to go professional, and we'll talk about that. If you want to go professional, I'll tell you what you need to get. But you're starting out, you just want to get that college quilt done, that birthday quilt, the Christmas quilts, and you want them to be beautiful. So you're going to start with QCT Beginnings. It is much simpler than Pro, and when I say simple, it doesn't mean that it's easier to use. They're both just as easy to use. Pro just has a little more oomph to it, where Beginnings is just going to be more simple. You can do pantographs, so your rows all the way across. You can also pick and choose from over 200 patterns and place those wherever you want. So I want a teddy bear in a square, and in the next square I want a beach ball. And so You can choose those, you can shrink them, you can make them smaller, you can flip it the other way, you can mark exactly where you want it. Well, that's what I'm thinking. And then you're going to place it all exactly where you want it, and then you're simply just going to hit sew.
Yes, super simple. That's where coming back to like, you know, basics of it, like, okay, well, I don't know computers, right? Like, I can't do computers. Like, that's okay. You don't need to know computers to be able to do this. It is super simple. We like to say it's 3 easy steps. So first, you're going to pick your pattern, you're going to place it, and then you're going to sew it out.
Right.
Super
And that's
simple.
all you need. You don't have to know everything at once. There's built-in tutorials. There's helps in the software. When you're ready to start doing more things, you learn and you grow, right, as you go. And then when you've mastered the beginnings and you're ready to go pro, now that doesn't mean that you're going to sell millions of dollars worth of quilts. That just means you're ready to do more, right? And I'll tell you, on pro's my favorite. I would go straight to pro just because of what it does. Wow. The main thing that I love about pro is I can take a picture. Let's say I have a picture of my grandson and my dad, so grandpa and grandson, and I want to put it on a quilt. I can trace that pattern by putting little points at all the little sections, and it is going to stitch that right onto my quilt for me. That, to me, is amazing. Talk about a custom quilt, right?
Oh yeah.
But with Pro, it just does, like I said, a little bit more. You can record your own patterns. So you say you're really good at feathering and you want a pattern that you can place, and so you don't have to keep doing it by yourself. You can record that and use it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Those are really good. Pattern CAD. So Pattern CAD is in the Pro version, and you can create your own patterns. You can add things, delete things. You can stop what you're doing when you're building your pattern and put something else in the middle of that pattern so that it looks, completely different. You've just created a whole new pattern. And then Quilt CAD. Quilt CAD actually lets you create your entire quilt. You've got everything laid out. Then all you have to be here for is to hit go and change your bobbin and advance your frame.
Yeah, which is amazing, right? That's where, again, it's wonderful to be able to, and some people, I think this is where some people get sometimes controversial with it. They're like, well, it's not quilting. And I think I disagree with that, because there is definitely still, choices that you make where you
your
can,
creativity.
Exactly. You can create your own pattern. Let's say you do have a picture of a loved one you want to import in. You can do that right and have it stitch that out, right? So that takes some work. That's your own creativeness coming out in it, or to fully design your own thing, or even let's say it's a pattern that's in there, right? Let's say we have a cute little teddy bear one, right? The fact that you maybe want to flip it, have it reversed, or you're trying to shrink it or adjust the size, right? All of that is fully still customizing your quilt, and so you are still 100% a quilter with what that is, just a little bit different than someone who does free motion.
Right. Well, and there's a lot of people out there, let's be honest, that are very computer literate. Not one, but I can get by. It's an age thing, right? It's very easy to learn. Every time I get on it, I learn something new. But for someone that's really computer savvy, this is just like, it's like playing a video game, but in the end, you get a quilt.
Oh, yeah. No, it really is. And I know people, I've even had, when we go to shows, kid or whatever, that would come up. And, well, some kids nowadays are just impressive with how tech savvy they are. They really are. But I had someone once who, I want to say he was about 12 or 13. He came up, he said, hey, can I use this? So first he did start out with free motion. He loved it, right? He's like, it's just like that. It's just like a video game. He loved it. It was so easy and intuitive for him to use. And so he's like, well, what's this one? I was like, well, okay, this one's a little bit more, right? I was like, you never know. But I showed him, and he did it. It was really cute. He actually did it in one where he drew out his own name and had it stitched out for him. So that was kind of a fun one.
Right. Again, custom. So now he's all excited. He's got the name on the quilt for all time.
Oh, yeah. So it was super fun. And again, it just goes to show how easy this really is. So with some of those differences, I do want to show you guys what the interface itself looks like. So first, we're going to show you beginnings, right? So again, super simple. This is where we talked about it as well. So as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's where it says Quilters Creative Touch 5 Beginnings, right? So this is how, again, you can tell the different versions you're in. Super simple. Julie talked about, hey, you know, if I don't know this, there's user manuals, so that's over there on the left, and even in the upper hand right, there's a question mark that says help. There's additional user manuals in there, PDFs, you know, images to help walk you through all those individual processes, but that you can see super simple. We have a select and sew and a pantograph. So select and sew is if you're doing a simple block pattern, right? So it can be in the corner of your quilt, can be the big middle section of your quilt, wherever it is, it's just taking one design, placing it, and have it stitched out. Pantograph is where you can go in, you know, let's say you have the one design, but you want it to be an entire edge-to-edge design. You can go in, create that within it, and it just gives you a little bit of a different template to help you, again, place it for the entire length of your quilt. So super simple.
Yep.
I do want to show you the pro really quick, some features, and then at the end, we're actually going to show you guys how easy it is to place a pattern. Because again, super simple. We're going to pick our pattern, we're going to place it, we're going to sew it out. Extremely easy. So going back to this really quick though, I'm going to show you the pro, because this is some of the features that Julie talked about here. And you can see, so now again, same exact interface. Only thing that changes again is that upper left. So it says Quilters Creative Touch 5 Pro, right? So we're in the Pro version. And then obviously you can see over here on the right hand side looks a little different. So I am going to go in here, I'm going to show you some of these other specific features that does come with the Pro, so you can see and hopefully have it maybe connect a little bit more of, again, the customability that you have with this. So first one is the pattern CAD. Now this is a fun one. This is again where that kid came in and he drew out his name. So if I want right now, I am in draw mode, so I could say, hey, I'm going to come in and, ooh, right there's my name. I ran out of space. I drew it a little too big, but there's my name, right? Laurel. So super simple. You can now actually have this quilt out this design. I'm going to go ahead and take it out though. I'm going to show you how you can kind of create your own pattern as well by simply mirroring. So over here on the right hand side, you can see there's pattern, there's mirrors, and then there's over here on the far right, it says EZ. I'm going to go ahead and select that.
Oh, anything that says easy.
Yes,
Yes.
yep, that's
Easy.
exactly, yeah, very easy to do. And so you'll see there's flakes, polygons, polymirrors, spirals, bow ditches, and hilberts. I'm going to show you with the flakes. And all this is actually giving me a spot to mirror like where I'm drawing in one section. So I'm going to show you. So again, I'm going to come back up here. Biggest thing is you want to make sure you go back into draw mode. And I'm going to come and I'm just dragging my finger across it. But you can see I've now created my own pattern, right? And it's super fun, right? It looks way more complicated compared to, you can see the highlighted section. That's actually what I drew. I drew some loops. That was it, right?
Exactly.
Super
Looks
simple.
professional.
Yes, it looks
and
like a fun, unique
matches,
design. So this is where, again, you can fully create whatever you want. And now I could come in here, literally quilt out the whole design, and it would do it for me. So super simple. That's a fun one. We're going to exit out. I'm not going to save that design. Just kind of going through here again on the Pro, just to show you the different things, is the Quilt CAD. Now this one is a really fun one because you can, I think about it with block quilts. So not that it has to just be that, and this is a wonderful way to be able to do borders, but sometimes I have different blocks within my quilt and I don't want it just to be, hey, I don't want just, you know, the exact same thing across. I maybe want to alternate. So you can hit this little thing, you can see I'm going to highlight, you can see every other one is highlighted. You come here on the right hand side, you do select a pattern, and this is a block pattern, right? So this is really, it's really cute. You're like, hey, I love the little teddy bear. You're going to double tap it, and you're going to place the pattern.
The teddy bear is our favorite. Can you tell? We talk
I know,
about it
I
a
love
lot.
the teddy bear. I think it's so cute.
Okay.
So yeah, but now you can see every other one I've done. If I want, I can actually come in here and individually, you click on the screen itself, and you can highlight sections that you want, right? So now if I wanted, I could come in and completely change that. You could say, hey, I'm going to unselect really quick and again, re-highlight that middle section. So now again, I have those middle ones. Let's do a new pattern. You're like, hey, we don't need to do a new folder. You're going to say, let's see. I'm going to throw in a little cat because why not? You know, so now I have alternating teddy bears on the outside. Give it just a minute. It's going to populate those cute cats with the ball in the middle. So it's a fun, again, way for you to be able to come in, upload your own patterns with what it is, input it, manipulate it, you know, however you want. And it's just, and I think I really like this one because it feels fun to be able to lay out your entire quilt in one go.
Right.
A lot of softwares, you don't do that. You lay it out by just the one section that you're quilting out. So this for me visually is wonderful to see what my end result is going to look like.
Right.
So this again, super simple. Down on the bottom right, you can place as a single pattern. So let's say I actually don't want my entire quilt to be this. You can quilt, this section out in just one area of your quilt, or you can do sew-in zones, and that's where it helps break it out for your entire quilt. So wonderful. We're gonna go ahead and go back and show you this last thing. Again, I'm not gonna save the design, and we're gonna talk a little bit about the record feature. So the record feature is a fun one, and this is what Julie talked about, is let's say you are really good at feathers, but sometimes when you're really good, you're like, well, that's great. I don't want to sit here and do that on a king size quilt. Because that's a lot, right? And maybe some people enjoy what that is, or maybe it's, hey, I bet this design I could get really good once. I don't know if I can duplicate it.
That's me. I can get it once, but after that,
Yeah, it's lucky if I got it get it right. So that's you're like, I wish I could just duplicate this, So that's where this record feature comes in, and you can do that. So this is fun where you actually don't have to have the machine itself stitching. You're simply going to move the machine, and that's where the system is going to register that it is moving and, in a sense, draw out your design. So you come in here, you hit start recording, and then this is where you actually move your machine. So, oh, I didn't hit start recording. There we go. And you can again do whatever loops. Obviously, free motion is not my thing, which is why I like the software. But again, then you can stop at any time. Now, if I wanted, I don't love it, but you could go in and you could quilt out this design, right? So this is a fun one. I have had people do this with signatures, right? So it's just a little bit easier to do.
And every time you just put your signature in. Yep.
Exactly. And that way, when they finish the quilt, they can put it down at the bottom, wherever they want it. But it's kind of just a fun feature to be able to have with it, and a way to duplicate that design repeatedly. So super fun.
Think about this pro. Let's say you're going to go pro, guys. You're going to sell your quilts. You can, number one, pro is going to impress all of your customers. Think of what they can do. You're going to give them all of these layout options, all of this stuff. Heck, you could record their signature, and at the end of the quilt, they're going to sign the quilt. Nobody needs to know that somebody did it for you. It's still a custom quilt, right? So pro is definitely something that you want if you're going to go pro.
Yes, and that's where, we talked about there is part of it is just, hey, what are you looking to do with it? So if you decide the beginnings right now is what's going to fit what you're looking to do, at any time you can upgrade to that pro version. Absolutely. So that's where, hey, you're like, that, you know what? That sounds awesome right now. I'm thinking I'm edge to edge, right? That's what I'm interested in. Wonderful. You can do that in the beginnings, right? But with it, I don't really want to go too much into it because this is kind of where you're like, hey, I'm ready to really dive into what it is, but we do have a gold card. So it's like a subscription base that does come with some additional patterns, but also some additional features, and it is only compatible with the pro version of the software. So I'm going to go ahead and show you. So again, I'm going to come to this tier. We're going to do the gold. You'll see the interface looks exactly the same. Only thing is now we have an additional gold feature. So this is a fun one. Advanced Panto, again, just gives you, I would say, really an easier way to do pantographs. It allows you to place like multiple rows at a time. Borders and corners is a fun one. It gives you just easier way to place out those corners. Corner Maker helps you design your own patterns for what that is, and it helps it fit that area specifically. Font Stitcher, I personally like this one because my signature changes every time, right? And I just don't think it's super readable. So Font Stitcher is a fun one because there is like, I don't even know, like tons of different fonts that literally you can put a grandkid's name, a loved one's name in there, and have it be the centerpiece of your quilt. Again, a fun one. Gold patterns, those additional patterns, multi-pattern placement. This is awesome because it's meant for those single block patterns. You can place as many as you want in one go and then have it stitched out. If you don't have that, you place one pattern, it stitches it out, you go pick your new pattern, place it, stitch it out, right? So this one just helps you kind of get it done in more of one go, if you will. Fabric compensation helps you just the software be able to know that, hey, your quilt isn't quite on there fully straight. Pattern eclipse is a fun one because
pattern eclipse.
Yes, I love this one because it allows you to stitch either within a designed area or an outside. So like, for example, it shows a heart there. So let's say you have a heart, or let's say you have a double heart, and you're like, I only want where the two hearts cross over to have this design. You can tell it that, and it can stitch it out only within that area, or again on the outside of it. Virtual long arm just gives you a way to use this, but not actually at your machine, but it's going to show you what it would look like, you know, once you get ready to do it. So,
so with these programs, you can put it on your tablet that you're going to use on your machine. You can also put it on a laptop, so you can put it in two different places. And so then you can sit at your desks on the couch, and you can create, that's where that long arm virtual long arm comes in, because you can see everything. Then you're like, okay, now take this over, and I'm ready to sew it.
Exactly, yeah. So that's where beautiful, really wonderful that it can be with you at all times, and you can create those designs without having to stand up at your machine with it. So beautiful. I do want to go ahead and just quickly show you guys how we can place a simple pattern, because this is where, again, this biggest back to the beginning of it. Yeah, or like, hey, again, this sounds great, but like, what does it mean when I actually get it into my house and into my room, right? And it's me and that, you know, like what does this look like? So super simple. I am going to go ahead and we're going to show you in the beginning. So this is across the board, whether it's beginnings, pro, or you have that gold card with it, it's going to be used the exact same. So we go into select and sew. And this one, you can see we're in block patterns. So this is where you can scroll through. This is a demo, so it doesn't have nearly as many patterns as it does when you actually have the software itself. But you can see a ton of different designs people here have created, uploaded, done their own patterns with it. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do the beach ball. So I'm going to double tap it, open it. So right now, super simple. I'm going to go ahead and close it back out. So we're going to pick our pattern, let it reset our safe area. So let me go ahead, while we do this, I guess let's talk about this, because this is a good point of when you get your software where you'll be. So your safe area is you moving the machine to tell it this is the actual quiltable space you have. So
you want to set your area. You don't want it to try to sew down here.
Yeah, so you're going to move, and this also helps it know based off of the throat space of your machine where you're at. So I've pushed it all the way back and as far to the left as I can. So you tap it on the screen. Ooh, if I actually register it, and then I'm going to move my machine all the way down here, so all the way to the far right, and I'm actually going to come off the quilt just a little bit, and then I'm going to pull it as far forward. Now we're on our 21X Elite, so it does have a nice long throat space for us, and then I'm going to select it on the screen. Perfect. So now that we've done that, it's going to let us go ahead and choose our pattern again. So we're going to do the beach ball. Give it a moment here. We're going to hit reset. Okay, I don't know where it's doing that. I don't want to do that. Okay, beach ball, one more time. Double clicked it, pulled it up. So with it, there's a few different points you can do. I don't know why it's not loading.
It's having a moment. We all have moments.
All right, yeah. All right, we're just quickly do a smaller area. Sorry, this is a newer tablet, I guess. I'm not quite as used to it. Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, that's what it's supposed to look like, guys.
Okay, so now super simple again. Basics, we've picked our pattern, we have set our safe area. Now we're going to place our pattern and then we're going to sew it. So on this you can see there's 2 points selected. So in the upper left there's a gray node, and in the bottom right there's also a gray node. So we're going to use those as our reference points to place. So now when placing or deciding where to place your pattern, you use your needle as the reference point. So with this, again, I need to place the upper left. So I'm going to come choose an area. You can say, hey, right here, again, using that needle as the reference point. Line it up. You just tap the corresponding node. So I'm going to click that upper left. Just hit OK. You can see it highlights it green, and you can see right now it actually shrank it down a little bit because it's going to automatically size it for me. And then I'm going to drag it down, and I'm just going to make a random point, but that's going to be your bottom right point here. Let's see. Bottom right. Wow, I guess I said an odd space area. There we go. Boop. And that's kind of fun. I guess I like to show that too, because you can see based off of where you give it or the dimensions you give it.
It's looking a little squat.
Yeah, it can size it, and that's
you
where
can fix it. Yep.
Yes, if you don't like it, simply move your machine. Again, remove based off of the needle on the size you want, and then literally all you have to do is you hit quilt. When it's going to connect, you'll see super simple. It does take just a minute for it actually to, again, register with the machine that it's ready to quilt, but then you'd hit sew, and the green indicates where it starts, the red is where it ends. Super simple. I'm going to go ahead and just move this out of the way so you guys can see, but it's going to do a few tie-off stitches for us. Super fun, very easy little beach ball it's going to do for us. And now while this is stitching out, I do know there maybe was a few questions that came in. So one of them was on, is there training for it? So we are offering some more in-person classes right now with the software. However, because we are looking at transitioning into a new building, we don't have as many classes as we will when we get there. But then I'm gonna go ahead and move it away here. It's gonna do its few additional tie-off stitches for us. But we do have, in a sense, training for it. Biggest thing as well is to go back to your dealer. They are very well informed, especially right now with S&P. They are some of the most, I would say, informed people with all systems. They really are. They
know more than I do in some cases.
Yes, so they are a wonderful resource for you. I would encourage you to reach out to them with those questions. And then biggest thing is, like Julie mentioned at the beginning, is their user help files within the software.
Right.
They're PDFs, so if you wanted, you can print it out and have it next to you as you literally walk through that process. It does have images as well, so that you can see how to actually do it. And you're like, okay, great, let me make sure I'm on the same page, you know, and work through it that way. So
and we don't leave you hanging either. You need some help, call us in the sales department, call our tech support department. We'll walk you through it.
Yeah.
I did notice there were a couple questions about what machines will this fit and what frames will this fit. So of course, as this is a Grace product, it's going to work with our machines and our frames. There are lots of different frames and lots of different machines that will work with this, but you'll want to talk to ourselves or to SMP so that they can make sure that your machine and frame are compatible.
Yeah, but that's where, again, you really, with the system, can pick and choose based off of the space you have for your frame, budget you have, what kind of, throat space you're wanting on a machine. That's where Sewing Machines Plus is wonderful to help assist you in deciding what's going to work best. But it does work a lot of things, wonderful different options that you can contact them about and get some additional information. But let's go ahead and kick it back over to Blaine so he can tell you guys about some wonderful pricing that we have for you.
Thanks, guys.
Well, thank y'all. Hey, I got to get, before y'all get out of here, I got to ask you a question. So Laura, I got to ask, what is your favorite feature of the software?
Great question. I think personally it probably goes back to, honestly, in the Pro, I really like this quilt CAD. I just think it's a fun one because it gives me a way to, again, lay out my entire quilt. And then when I do quilts, it's a lot easier for me to visualize it in blocks. So for me, this is probably my favorite feature of it. I just think it's so easy. I think it's fun that I can come and select whatever sections I want, and pick a pattern for that. So I would have to say that's probably my favorite one.
Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Julie?
So my favorite is definitely that trace.
Yeah.
I think trace is amazing. I just love the idea that I can take any picture. I could take something out of a color book that my kid loves, or a picture that they drew, and I can trace that pattern and stitch it on. Can you imagine if you took your son or your daughter's drawings and you traced them all onto a quilt and gave that to them? Yeah.
Yeah. I think my favorite feature is probably the record. I love that feature to it, but yeah, the trace, I'll actually, that's a really high second to me, but I love all those features to this. It's just awesome. So if robotics, man, I tell you, it just changes the game when you're quilting. So thank y'all so much. I know that we're going to see Grace later on, and but thank y'all so much for coming on today, and we're going to tell them how they can get it. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. All right, guys, this is the QCT5. Now, Kennedy's going to put that overlay up there, and there you go. Guys, this is a call-in special as well. So you see that price, the SewFest pricing on there, strike through that because we do have a really good price on that if you call in. And so again, so again, make sure y'all give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have, it's going to be shipped free, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. Now that price of $44.99, again, put a strike through on that and give us a call for this. Now this QCT, again, guys, there's so many things on this. And again, whether you take the beginnings or the Pro, either one, we have both of those softwares available. The beginnings is a little cheaper now to get into, and then they have the Pro, but all you have to do is you can just get an upgrade later on and upgrade it right to the Pro. And so sometimes, before you get into it, a lot of people don't want to spend the money on the full-blown version of a software just because they want to make sure it's right for them before they invest money. But I'm telling you, this software is really powerful. And, just like Laurel was showing, she actually wrote her name on the screen, and then that will actually quilt out. So there's so many things you can do with that trace feature, with the record feature. And the reason I love the record feature so much is, say for instance, you have a friend that does some sort of stippling or a feather that you absolutely love, and they do a very good job with that. You can actually let them do that freehand with the record feature going, and it'll actually duplicate that. And then you could do that, save it as a file, and do that edge to edge on your quilt from now on if you ever wanted to use it. So that's what's really cool about that. And then like Julie was talking about that trace feature, if you had something that a grandchild or a child, maybe one of your children did it when they were 5 years old, and you wanted to come back and trace something and do that and basically quilt it, you could do that. So it is so many great features with this software. So guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Our staff are experts on this. They know this really well, and they can help make you help make your decision on which one to get. All right, guys, let's bring my co-host back in here, Jane Klaus. So Jane, we've kind of thrown a new twist on how we're giving stuff away. So we're going to do another giveaway, and this time we're going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats. But I'm going to ask everybody, what was Julie's favorite feature? Put that in one word in the chat right now, and that's going to get you in to win. And then we're going to give everybody, as we're talking, about a minute to put that in. It's one word that she said.
Wow,
the feature
that's good.
that she loved.
That's good, because when you asked that question, Blaine, I was like, oh, look at Blaine asking these cool questions. I'm like, wow. And so I was so truly tuned in when you asked that question. I hope everybody remembers.
Well, here's the thing, Jane. We're demonstrating today. We're going to educate and we're going to inspire, right?
Yes, right.
But the only way you're going to be able to truly get educated is to really pay attention and watch, because I want everybody to learn as much as they can about everything today. So today's one of those days you got to pay attention in class, and you'll be rewarded.
You're like Professor Blaine. You're just like, okay, kids, I know you're present, but are you paying attention? So I need you all to pay attention, because there will be a quiz after every session.
Yep, there's going to be a quiz today. All right, Kennedy, we're going to spin that wheel.
I love it.
Well, the answer's going to show up. So the answer was...
Here we go.
Here's the answer.
This is great.
The answer was trace.
Trace.
Her favorite feature was the trace feature. So if you put trace in your chat, you're going to be eligible in this drawing, and she's spinning the wheel. So here it goes.
Here we go. Blaine, I love this little spin. I love to spin the wheel. I love the spin on this giveaway.
Diana D.
Diana D.
So congratulations, Diana. She is watching today from YouTube. You just won yourself a sewing mat. And so, Diana, to claim your prize, you have 30 days to claim the prize. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you see claim my prize. Fill out all that information. And in the notes section, most importantly, put what color sew mat you want, what size, and we'll get it shipped out to you. All right, Jane. So I'm going to jump out of here and let you take it over. And I know we got a great demonstration coming up next, some great products. So take it away, and I'll see you here in about 30 minutes.
See you in a little bit. Yes, I love the next session, because these are things that we all need, my friends. And I hope you are having a great day so far, because I know I am. And I'm excited to welcome our guests back to the show this week from Brewer. It is Joanne Nielsen and Marissa Marquez. Now, Joanne, you remember, started with Brewer in 2008. And she has been working with quilt shops to make Brewer their distributor of choice. And we know that because Blaine has told us how much he loves working with Brewer. Joanne also works with a super smart team of customer service reps and sales managers, and connecting Brewer with customers every single day. And Marissa is the product manager and Notion buyer. Hello, we all need a Marissa in our life. And she's going to align the industry trends with the needs, everything that we're looking for. So put your hands together, put some big hearts in your chat box for Joanne Nielsen and Marissa Marquez. Hey, ladies.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Doing?
Good.
Day 3. We're excited to be here.
Day 3. It's wonderful to have you back. And so now today you're going to be talking about the travel retreat bundle. Is that right?
That's right.
This is a
Embroidery.
necessity for all of us. And I know I've talked a lot to introduce you guys, but I'm going to let you take it away so you can tell us all the things that are in this bundle.
Great. We have some really good things, exciting things to talk about. Ready?
Right. Yes, we're
Okay.
ready. Okay,
So we're going to stand up
yes.
because we have something wonderful to talk about here. You want to tell them what this is?
Okay, so this is a Tula Pink limited edition Tuto
Just
bag.
want to show you the
It's-
side.
right.
how it's-
So it folds together, so it's really easy for storage. And then they have different sizes depending on the machines that you have. It's very easy to open, so it has on the sides some clips, and we'll go at the same time. We just open
Got
them, and then we just have the Tuto assembled. Okay.
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 Ready to go.
Yeah, so now if you want, we just rotate it, the table is too small. So there is, it's just, see, you have pockets on the sides, you have pockets on the other side with straps, so then you can always hold more luggages
On top.
and
you need to.
boxes, right? And then you have the handle that it goes
This.
in this direction. Okay.
All right. So it's very easy. One person can put this together. Whoops. If you're not on camera, of course. That's very easy. This just folds in, and then you go. I can't see the hole, Marissa.
Okay.
There it is. I
There.
got it. Okay.
Okay.
And now you're ready to roll.
Right, and it's a multiple, it moves in different directions, so you don't have to, you see how easy it moves. I know that we are in the table and the table is not big enough, but it will move. So if you have to go through, tight spaces, it would be really easy, or you're going into the airport because you are traveling, or you are going into a show and you just have to move around the booths. It's really, really easy to move. The other thing that it does is that it opens completely, so you can just put more products here. So if you want to take your spray bottle, you want to take, you can always take everything here. It has another zipper.
You can put your project pieces in there, right?
Right. So you can just basically pile everything in the Tuto. You don't have to carry too many other bags. And then when you are ready to put your machine inside, okay, so we just turn it around again. I think that you have the zipper on your side.
I do.
You can just fit some things over here, and then this opens completely.
There we go.
I can.
Sorry.
So you can put your machine inside.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So if you put the machine here, then you can still,
Tie it down.
tie it down. So in that way, it will be, hold.
So it holds your machine secure, but then it also allows you to put some extra pieces in here. So if you have a box or like a thread box or a toolbox that holds your hardware, you can fit that in.
Your fabric, your quilt,
All of
anything that
your,
you need.
a cutting mat will fit. It'll slide right on the side. So everything you need can go in the bag to make it hands-free. It turns on a dime. I think that we should talk about the wheels.
Right.
So we'll just put that back together. And what's really nice is when you're done with it, it just folds right back up, and you can stick it in a corner or under your bed. Okay, let's turn it on its side. Oh, there you go. We've got a good shot right there. So these wheels are extra strong, heavy duty wheels. So if you're in a parking lot going over gravel, or sometimes there's brick, there may be some roots, it just pulls over very easily with these, and they're very sturdy wheels. This is all kind of reinforced, so you won't have any problems there.
Okay. So, and this design is from the Kabloom Tula Pink collection fabric. She works really close with us in designing the tutos. She choose the colors. She choose the color of the zippers, all the complements, all the little designs. They all are approved by Tula. So it's a unique product. It's something that it's always a pleasure to work with somebody that has such a great eye with colors, and she knows so well and what she wants. So sometimes it's a challenge, but it's always a pleasure.
But
So
it kind of makes you happy looking at the design, and there's so much storage on both sides. Tula is one who is 100% on top of quality. So if she's going to put her name behind something, it's got to be a quality
Right,
piece.
correct.
So she did a wonderful tutorial on this herself. All the extra storage spaces on all four sides helps you get everything in here that you need so that it's easy. One place, you have everything. You wheel it in style when you're going either on a cruise or to a retreat with your girlfriends. What else can we do with this? You go to class.
Right. You
all
can just
kinds
put
of
it in your
things.
car, everything. You don't have to worry about multiple bags. You can just have everything here.
And it comes in two sizes. The XL, I think you said that already.
And the large.
And a large. So this is the large,
Right.
correct?
Mhm.
The XL is a little bit bigger all the way around in the footprint.
Right.
So now we can always bring this back. Let's talk about some wonderful things that you can put in there when you're going on a retreat to make your life a little bit easier and more fun.
Okay. So a lot of times, when you are traveling, you want to take with you as many things as possible because you never know what you are going to be doing. You start with one project, you get bored, then you have another project. So what I love is to take something that you can use and it doesn't take too much room. So you have a cutting mat that is from the Everson that it can be folded. So it doesn't take so much room on your box, but it's still, it's 17 by 11 inches. So it's great for cutting, anything that you want with, the Everson cutter. So you can still use it. The cutter is for left-handed and right-handed. So it's a really good, nice cutter that you can just hang if you need, because it has little holes. So you can just always put it kind of like a toolbox. So,
And the mat is self-healing too,
yes,
correct?
it is.
And this is in inches.
It's in inches. It's in inches.
Okay.
So what I like about this is that it's very comfortable to have by your sewing machine. So you can just be sewing and cutting at the same time. And the good thing is that you can just fold it and put it away. So it's only going to be half the size. So to me, it's a win-win situation when we are traveling and you don't have room for too many things.
You have limited space. This is a perfect thing to put in there with it.
Right. So the other things that we have is we like to take tools that they will be used for more than one thing. So we have these small scissors from Amanda Murphy that what I like about the scissors is that they are very sharp. So they are very easy to cut just with the little points. I don't know if we can just, okay, so it's
there you
easy.
go.
It's easy to cut. So what I use these scissors more than anything, I like them for applique. I like them when we are doing the raw edge applique and you need to have a really clean side, or when you are doing the hand applique and you want to cut really tiny pieces because they are curved. So it's easy to just cut around. They are right-handed and left-handed, so it will be used for both hands. And you can use them too for embroidery.
Sure.
When you are doing the embroidery or you are doing in the hoop, the designs that we do in the hoop, because you have to do the applique in the hoop and you have the fabric that you need to trim really close. So you can use these scissors for that.
Yeah, with this tip and the way it curves up, hopefully you can all see that. That's definitely easy. And I have larger hands than Marissa does, and these are large finger holes, so I know that's important to a lot of people. They're comfortable, they're a nice weight and a quality piece. So I think that this is something that you need in your bag of tricks to go.
Yeah. And then, of course, the mast. How many seam rippers can we have? never enough.
Never.
I know that none of us like to make mistakes, but mistakes happen. So it's good to have a good blade to fix those mistakes. So this is the Amanda Murphy tool. Is 2-in-1. So again, you are saving a space because you don't have to take two things. You don't need to just, a lot of times what we have an issue with the seam rippers because you just lose the little cap, you know, and this, because it's magnetic and we can just hide it. So your fingers, and it's always safe.
Yeah, we love a 2-in-1.
So-
Multi-uses.
So you have the seam ripper in one side with the little pointed red balls, and then it's easy to open, even if you just use it for buttonholes. So it's easy to cut. And then once that you're finished with this, you have the stiletto that you can use it for multiple purposes. You can use it when you are turning around a seam. So in that way, you get the pointy there. I use it too when I'm sewing. So in that way, I can, if I'm sewing something, let me do that sample here. Okay, I'm sewing, I can just hold with my stiletto the point of the seam. So in that way, I don't have to put a pin and I can just direct that until to the machine. So in that way, it will not move.
That's a great tip.
Okay, so there is multiple things, you know, I think that there is a really great tool. I love the color, that this is Amanda's Murphy color signature, so it's very, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
You're reading my mind. I was going to talk about the color too.
Yes, so.
It
yeah.
makes you want to be on a beach
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, I know. See,
The
she loves all
water.
these colors, so that's great. So the other thing that we I liked for retreats is the Arbink boxes, because well, you can just fit
Everything in the box.
everything inside the box. So if I need to take all my tools, I can just take them. I can take my fabrics. I can take my pins and the bobbins, so everything will fit inside the box. And the box, it will fit inside the tuto. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. You're organized. The ladies that are going to be, so I think the ladies, your friends that you're sewing with, are going to be very jealous of you and want to know where you got all these wonderful things.
Right. So there is two tools that I like. I like this one too because it's, you know, it's a very cute toolbox. And I think that sometimes, you know, it's like when I'm going to the hardware store with my husband, I'm always jealous of all the toolboxes that they have.
Yeah.
So it's like I want them, but just to put threads and to put all my notions. So this is kind of like, you know, for us, so you can have enough room if you want to put your bobbins or you want to put your spools. You can put, you know, your little tools here. You could put your scissors and you could put, you know, your seam ripper. You can have pieces that you are already cut. So let's say that you are going to be going to a retreat and you are doing English paper piecing with all the little hexagons. You can have everything ready and just take, you know, everything with you.
And that, I think, will hold even a spool of thread.
Yes, and you can just go. And it's so cute.
It
Come
is
on.
cute. And I love the gold where it says
Yes,
Artbin.
you know, so this is the Artbin.
So they're both by Artbin.
Yes. So they open really easy. They are easy to take away, and you know, they are good, nice, you know, organizers.
I think being organized helps you free up space in your brain to be more creative.
Yes, yes, it does. So one of the things that I like to not only what we talk about having a product that you can do more than one thing with it, but something that it will save space and it will be stackable.
Yes, love this.
So one of the products that we have is the bobbin saver.
Great.
Okay. So this is from Nifty Notion. So you can put all your bobbins here when you are taking your machine. And then you have the magnetic pin cushion that it comes with a little drawer. So I think that that's really cute. And, you know, it has some pins inside. So you can just put here your favorite pins, or you can use the pins that they have.
Keeps
how
them
many
safe so you
times?
don't poke
How many
yourself.
times do you have a little box of pins and you don't realize you are sewing and it goes all to the floor?
Yep.
So have a little drawer here. It helps you to always keep it, safe. But if that happens, you just use your magnetic pin cushion and you clean everything and you put your pins inside, so it will be
Love
always
that.
safe. But of course, if I have to put this inside the bag, then the bags I will have one room and one room. But with this pin cushion and bobbin, you can just storage everything and take it away. So
And
you
that
can just
fits
put
right. Look
everything together.
Right in the box.
So there is two more products that I think that they are very interesting for retreats. One is this the sticky tape that we have. Okay, so this is from
Actually, it doesn't go this way.
right.
There we go.
This is the peel and stick ruler tape. Okay, so let's say that we are going to somebody's house, that it happens, friend's house, and they don't have a big cutting mat, and you need to measure your quilts. You have a design wall, and I like to see how big is my quilt, so I just keep measuring it, so you can always just stick the tape, and then it will stay there. You can just cut it, so in that way, reposition if you need, and you can measure your blocks. You can just make notations. So like if this is a 3 inch, you can just put all your pieces that there are 3 inch, and you can just stick it to your fabric. So let's put it in the
So
dark
it's kind
one.
of similar to that washi tape,
Right.
but with a ruler on it.
Right. So one of the things that we were talking before, when you do handwork and you just want to measure your stitches, you can just cut a little bit of the tape and you can just put it on, let me see if I can do it, on your nail. So in that way, when you are doing hand stitch, you can just measure your stitches.
And I never would have thought of that. I think that's a great tip.
Okay, so
a great use.
Yeah, or you can just put it on top of your fabric when you are quilting. At least when you are starting, that your stitches they are not the same length. So in that way, you can have a guide for creating the same. And it's really easy to peel. It's really easy to cut.
Doesn't leave a residue.
No.
It's really nice.
Right. So, and the last thing that we have is, okay, so we go to retreats, we go to classrooms, and where we are always missing? We're always missing lights. So this is from Daylight, that is the Foldy Go.
Foldy Go.
Okay, it's a rechargeable. So you can just put it at night, you charge it, and then you have, during the day, you can just use the lights. So,
and let's face it, we all need a little bit of extra help with some light these days.
So let me just take this out. You have the cable, I put it, there we go. You have the cable, you have the box.
I'll show you what it looks like on the back.
And then we just turn it around.
Oops, there we go.
Okay. And then you just turn the light.
And you can extend it too if you pull up there. Look at that.
There we go. Okay, so you have the light. You can just see it is dimmable.
It's pretty bright for such a small. I mean, let's look at the. On the black. So that's look at how bright that is. Love that.
So it comes with the USB in case that you need to charge it, and it comes already with a plug.
Oh, nice.
So it's 340 lumens, and it has 50,000 life hours, and so it's very, very, and it's not a yellow warm light, so it will not change the colors of your fabric.
It's like
That's
a daylight.
Important too.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's an LED light, which is where she was giving you the amount of looms. We'll show you that.
Yeah.
On there.
So and what I like is that it comes in the little box, so you are not missing it, and the little box is still fit.
Look at that. And you still have room to put lots more in there.
Yeah, you can put all your blocks and everything. So these are small items that you can use in different settings, and you can just use in different. You can use it in your sewing room. You can use it on traveling. You can just, I think that there are a must.
So we ask now, who's ready to go on a retreat? Who's ready to go on a cruise? Let's
Yeah.
plan some trips.
I know now
Have
that the
some
cold
fun.
is coming, I think that it's a good time to go on a
Perfect time.
cruise south, so that way we will be warm.
So,
yeah.
So you've got all of these things to make your life easier. We'll bring this back to look at this beautiful rolling tote bag that is a Tudo by Tula Pink Designs that I think you need in your arsenal.
Yeah, and you can just fit it inside if you need to fit it, or you can even put it
on top,
on
right?
top,
And then you can
and then
use
you can
those.
just use the straps and tie this to your bag. So
Yeah,
in
don't
that way
forget.
you don't use, your hands are always free. So that's good. So you can have your coffee, your purse, your phone.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be carrying so many things. So there are always good tools to help you,
Yes.
take more merchandise and more things.
Yeah, if you haven't traveled with a bag like this yet, this is something you need. Treat yourself. It's that time of year.
And
Let's have
remember,
fun.
it's a limited edition, so it will, it's really popular. I think that it's so bright. The colors are so nice, and the pink and the white, it makes such a nice contrast that everybody's loving this bag. So if you need sizes, it's usually we have the charge, and I'm pretty sure that they will have the charge of which machine they have to fit in each one of the bags. So in that way, I like to buy the bag just a little bigger than I need it, because in that way I can fit more products.
You're always going to need extra space. So if you can go bigger with the bag, go bigger with the bag. The large is a nice size, but the XL, that's fun.
Yeah, and it's
Fill her up.
Yeah, and it's not heavy, even when you have it folded. And what I like is that, we are limited in our rooms, in our houses. So it's folded, you can put it in a closet, you don't have to have it open all the time. So it makes sense for us. And even you can have one for a serger, you can have one for your sewing machines, and that way you can travel with different bags. So
and you have to lift it to get it in the car, obviously, but this frame allows you to lift it from both sides. So, I mean, you can even pick it up on this side, because all of this is that durable frame. And then these reinforced wheels. I mean, you are ready to go, and you can kind of see how easy it turns if we had a bigger. Actually, you can see that's how quick.
Yep.
Turn it around.
Mm-hmm. So
we hope you like these products. We think that these will make your life easier. We think that that's definitely something you need.
They said get a bigger bag to hide all your purchases.
Oh,
yes, that's correct.
Love that idea.
Yes. I know that we don't need more things,
We
but
always
we
do.
cannot live without them. So it's kind of
That's
like, yes, it's a really good. You can go shopping to the quilt store with this machine, with this bag, and say, no, I just took the machine for fixing, and everything is full of fabric. So that would be work too.
It brings me back to when my daughter was 2, and this is kind of a funny story. We were at like a Bed Bath & Beyond or something, and I was going there to get a specific item, decor item for my house, and they had a little display of some sort of a stuffed sleepy animal thing. She had to have it, and if she didn't take it home that day, it was going to die without her. So I was like, oh my gosh, we can't let that happen. Let's take the little stuffed animal and we'll go home. Same thing. You need these things. Hide them in here. Gotta have them.
Yeah.
Hide them
And
away.
you have so many pockets
Lots
that
of storage
nobody
to hide
ever
things.
will know what you are hiding there. So that's good. So and it's everything is embroidered with Tula logo.
Yeah. So this is, look at this. The embroidery is really pretty on this. I'm gonna turn it to the side so they can see it. Ooh, so sorry.
There we go.
There we go.
No, I
He's got
think
it
that
up
they
there.
can see it from here. Yeah.
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah. So.
All right.
And then
let's
when
go,
you
ladies.
have to even, you can just get here, this, and it will be sealed, so you will not get your
Doesn't get in the way. And there's an ID tag here too. So you can put your name, this belongs to you and you only.
Yes, yes. So yeah, it's like,
Any other good questions out there? It is. It's very sturdy and durable.
yeah. So when, you know, the smaller one, the medium size, that was the first tutor that I did have, my son was 5 years old. So we were able to take it in the airport. So when they still allow it, in that size on the planes. And I do remember that we were in Texas, and you know, we were just having him riding the tutor.
Oh,
So
yeah.
in that way, you know, it was fun for him, so he will not get bored, and we were just putting him from one place to another. So it's very, it holds a lot of weight. You have to think that these are tutors for big machines. So it has to be strong to be able to hold the weight of
Right.
a big machine. So you should not have any issue whatsoever, you know, with everything that you want to put inside.
Yeah, overstuff it.
Mhm.
It will be fine. All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Well, we hope you like our products today. We love the daylight light and the storage boxes to keep you organized. There's Jane.
Hi, ladies.
What do
That
you
was
think?
fantastic. Joanne and Marissa, thank you so much. Everyone's loving all of your products and tools. I mean, they're saying rolling in style, making everything
Yeah.
easier. I just got back from a cruise, by the way, and I met a woman on the cruise who is an embroiderer, and she goes on a lot of, not embroiderer, she's a quilter, and she goes on a lot of quilting cruises. And I was like, oh, I love that idea. So that was really
Yeah.
cool.
It's really
One
popular.
question for you. I know you said that the rolling tote, it's sturdy, so you can have is there a weight limit on that?
I don't, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, because you're rolling it. And then on the lights, we love the light. Are there light settings, or how many light
Yes.
settings
Yes.
are there?
It's dimmable.
It's dimmable.
So let's show them real quick.
So you can turn it off, you can turn it on, and then you can just have.
There's a little button that's
Yeah,
for plus or
just-
minus,
Yep.
So,
and then that's where your power is. too.
right. So, and once that you just file it,
Turn it around,
turn it around,
and then you put it away to go.
and you put it away.
I
It's
love
kinda
it.
like a sandwich.
It looks
it's
like a little
great
sandwich. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Wonderful. Good. I didn't know if I was still on. By the way, with the light, I say more is more and less hurts my eyes. Normally I say more is more and less is a bore, which I say with your products because we need them all. But with the light, more is more because it's so
Yep.
bright, and less
I
makes
agree.
my eyes strain. Okay. You guys are amazing. Let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on all these great
Great.
tools.
All right, thank you
Thank you.
guys.
All right, cool. Let's roll in style, and let's roll up that full screen. We can talk all about the Brewer Travel Retreat Bundle. I love this. Now I'm going to talk about this, by the way. Just know you can get all of these things individually, so you can buy them separately if there's one thing that you like better than another. So remember that. There's your bundle right there. You're getting the two-toe Tula Pink Kabloom large trolley, the rotary cutter, the seam ripper, you're getting the foldable cutting mat, the magnetic pin cushion, the purple bobbin ring, which you guys were loving so much, the daylight foldy gold lamp. All of these are perfect for any sewist or crafter or embroiderer or hobbyist. And you can carry your machine from class to class. You can carry it on a cruise. Of course, all of these things are essentials in your crafting stash. Now you can see the SewFest pricing right there. Put a line, slash it right through it. There's a call-in special. Oh yeah. Thank you, Blaine. 800-401-8151. Call there to get your call-in special. Also to order the entire bundle, because you need the entire bundle. You know what? Buy 2 bundles, one for home, one for retreat. Buy 3 bundles. You can give one to a friend. Your besties on the retreat. I love that. All right. So call in special on this one from our friends at Brewer Travel and Retreats bundle just for you on day 3 of SewFest. Okay, cool. I'm excited about that. I love it. I have so many notes. More is more and less strains my eyes. Okay, let's move things along here because I know you love our next guest. He is a celebrity when it comes to all of your furniture needs in your sewing room. And we want him to get back on the show ASAP. Harley Thomas from Aero Cabinets. Come on the show. Say hello. I haven't seen him. I've seen him, but I haven't said hello to him. Hi, Harley.
Hi, Jane. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. Harley and Sarah are there. Now, we want to say thank you because you guys are silver sponsors here at SewFest.
Yes,
And today,
ma'am.
I love it. You're talking about the Wallaby, the Eleanor, the Sydney. And I also hear a rumor that you might have a world premiere.
We do have a world premiere. And you know what? Can I first tell you, I had a wonderful time the last 2 days with Blaine and the crew, but it's always nice to have you as the professional hostess.
Hey, by the way, the first day you were saying that I always bag on Judy. I love Judy. I have no problems with Judy.
Did I say you bag on Judy? Did I say that? I got to watch the replay.
Yeah, I love
Red
Judy.
flag.
I told
Let's
everyone to buy
challenge
2 Judys.
You like the Judy. You do like the Judy.
I love Judy.
And, you know, I know the world premiere. See, people are saying premiere in the comments now. You're going to buy one. I know you are.
I'm going to buy
You're
2.
gonna buy 2. So now we've got everyone wondering, what are they talking about?
I know, because I always say buy 2, you'll lose one.
Sarah's very excited, by the way.
I'm so excited, Jane. I'm so excited.
Okay, well, I'm excited too. I know I miss you guys, and I'm so happy. I said to Blaine, I'm like, please let me talk to them. But I could talk to you for the next 20 minutes, but nobody wants to hear from me.
No one wants to hear you and I talk.
They want to hear from you, and they want to hear about all these cool cabinets and also the world premiere.
Thank you, Jane. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. I'm Harley Thomas with Arrow Sewing, joined in studio today.
Sarah LePage, Arrow Sewing.
With Sarah. So we're going to have some fun today, and we are going to talk about one of the biggest sales of the year. There are only 2 days left. 2.
It's crunch time, friends. 2 days. 2 days left. Sale ends on the 15th.
I'm number 2, especially in Blaine's world. So I'm always second, right? So the important part is we're going to do world premiere in a bit, but we're going to talk about the Wallaby cabinet.
That's right.
And then we're going to talk about the Eleanor cabinet, the Eleanor adjustable height table, serger and sewing table, followed by the Sydney, which is an amazing embroidery cabinet. They're saying I'm not number 2. Did you see that comment?
I did see that. You're getting a lot of love today, and it's all so deserved.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
And I need one for a big machine. We're going to have the Sydney. We're going to talk about the big machine cabinet.
Today,
you guys are
friends.
like selling everything for us. We don't even have to talk about it today. So let's get right into the Wallaby where we ran a little over previously. So we're going to catch up.
Okay.
We're going to try anyway.
Speed trials. On your mark, get
set,
set,
go.
Go. Okay, first we have the Wallaby. This is a full-size sewing cabinet. And this is really our everyday cabinet for everyday sewists. The main thrust here when we were designing this particular cabinet was we wanted to add convenience to all types of projects for all types of sewists. Okay, so let's talk about some brass tacks when it comes to brass tacks.
It's Kangaroo sewing furniture from Arrow Sewing, has a lifetime warranty, which is amazing.
That's right.
If you order today, it could ship today. It'll definitely ship tomorrow.
That's right.
For sure.
That's right.
Someone said they love the little ironing pad. We're going to get to that in just a free minute.
So much cool
You see
stuff.
how I did that? Just a free minute?
Yes, I got that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the Wallaby cabinet, again, this guy is for everyday sewists. It is a full-size sewing cabinet, and when it is wide open, the way we have it displayed for you here, you have 6 feet from side to side. Harley's got his handy-dandy tailor's tape
I have almost
out.
71 inches.
71 inches, so it's just about
Almost
6
6
feet. And when it's open, you have this really cool left arm support here. It's supported by the door. So from the front of this extra support leaf to the back of the rear quilt leaf,
5 feet.
gives you exactly 5 feet.
Exactly.
That is quite a lot of space to spread out. The table tops out at 29.5 inches. The quilt leaf is 3.5 feet wide by 2 feet deep.
Oh, it's a lot of stats, isn't it?
So many stats. I'm going to throw all the boring stuff at you all at once, and then we can get into the fun stuff.
Let's just go right to the fun stuff.
All right.
If they want to know, they can look at SewingMachinesPlus.com and see all the details.
Fair point.
Or call your
Harley,
salesperson.
I got a question, Harley.
Yes, ma'am.
What makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet?
You know, Sarah, I'm really glad you asked that question. A sewing cabinet, how many of you sew on a dining room table? I really want to know. If you guys could say me in the comments that you sew on a dining room table, a kitchen table, a bouncy table. Someone sees Pockets. Pockets is watching. Wants to make sure I do it right.
Kathy is sewing.
A sewing
Joan,
cabinet is really great because you've got this, the machine is down and recessed a little bit, so you have a completely flat surface to sew on right here. So when you sit in a chair, Sarah will demonstrate that in a little bit, that you want to be at the right angle. You really want to have healthy sewing so you can sew in comfort and sew longer. But what's really neat about this cabinet is you have a few options. So if you're going to do some hemming and you need to have the machine up on top, you can do this. It comes up. You can sew here in flatbed position, which is really, really amazing. Or you can put it in storage, close the whole thing up. You can put this panel over the top. Now you've got a whole work surface. You could do all sorts of different projects on top of here. You can lay things out, get things ready. Then you take this off. You can pop your machine up. Bam, just like that. You do that, you put your insert back in, you're sewing again.
What did that take? About 30 seconds to close her
About
up?
that.
And about 30 seconds to start her up
It's absolutely amazing that
really
you can be
is.
up and sewing that quickly. That is the benefit of the Wallaby. The Wallaby's got some really great features to it.
It really does. The Wallaby, like I discussed a moment ago, we've got this extension here for some left arm support. This is going to be really helpful for you when you're working on larger projects. When you're working on a quilt, you got all of this area over here to your left that's going to help support that weight for you. Keep it off your lap, keep you more ergonomic as you're going
You put a
through your
serger on
sewing.
there.
Absolutely, sure can. And since we're talking about sergers, I'm going to go ahead and close this just for a moment. You can see you've got a lot of storage down here. You've got the full view soft close drawer for holding all sorts of things, notions, shears, all that good stuff.
I got caught on
And
the
in
rug.
this space here, I've been slinging my sergers all over the place in the studio these last couple days, guys. So this time I have a tote here. This is a large tote. I'd say it's about
Plenty of storage though, down
plenty
here.
of storage, but this is where I would put my
You have
sergers
a
right
cute
there on that
little
shelf.
drawer. That you can put stuff in. Soft close drawer.
That's right.
You got sewing, and with this, I put the kiwi. This is called a kiwi. It's a great little addition. For the next 2 days till the 15th, Sewing Machines Plus, you get the Wallaby cabinet, and then you get the kiwi for free. It's a $699 value every day. And you're like, why do I need a kiwi? What's the deal? I mean, I can sit here, I can cut, I can press, I can sew in the perfect ergonomic right angle position.
Correct.
And the kiwi is a great place for me to store thread. So I've got thread storage here. I can take this out. It comes with 2 removable storage.
That's
thread
right.
storage. We have a couple of those. We've got room down here in the bottom. We can put our serger.
There's another
store it in there.
serger. They're everywhere.
We keep pockets in the drawer to make sure we behave, plus our thread. So the nice part is you have an entire sewing station. It's a beautiful U, and it really kind of reminds me of, you know, it's like if I don't have a sewing room, this is my room.
This is your command station.
This is it. This is my happy place. It's almost like having a retreat in your home right here.
It really is.
Everything you need for your retreat.
And this is an incredible deal. That's $699 value kiwi, free with the purchase of this Wallaby cabinet. And that's going on for another 2 days, guys. So you have time to get your order in. We have these in stock. They can be shipped out to you within a day. You'll have it ready. Set up your sewing studio, your command center in time to get working on those holiday gift projects.
You definitely want to get working on your holiday gift project. So this is cabinet number 1 that we're going to talk about, because we have someone asked about large machines. We're going to get to this opening will fit 85% of the machines on the market.
That's
so you just want to measure from your handle, any cords you may have, to make sure it fits in this opening. Ethan can throw a graphic up to show you the size of this. Actually, at least I think you can. Yeah, oh, he's so good.
There it is. That lift opening again is 23 3/4 inches wide and 12.5 inches deep. It will support up to 55 pounds. And guys, that's going to hit just about 85 to 90% of the machines available on the market today.
And let's show people how small this actually folds up.
Oh my gosh, this
because
is
it's
just
got
a dream.
doors. It can also be in a multi-purpose room, which is really great. If you have
a multi-purpose room, you don't have a dedicated sewing space, you can take this cabinet, close it up.
Lock it. Keep those
And
little
then you are
fingers
set.
off of your beautiful shears.
Boom. There you go.
There you go.
Look how
all
small it
locked
is.
up.
So the free Kiwi promotion is on for the next 2 days. We encourage you to take advantage of it. It is one of the best sales of the year, if not the best. It is the best sale of the year.
It is the best sale of the year.
And we don't run it often. It's the last time you're going to see it this year with the free Kiwi. So take advantage of it in the next 2 days. So this cabinet, great cabinet. And the next one's very different. An electric height adjustable cabinet, which Jane probably wants one of those too. But we'll bring that out really quickly. And we're going to roll this off. We're going to be back in a minute. So hang tight, please. Hi, everyone. We're back. Thanks for that quick musical interlude. It's so much fun to have a quick break.
Really
need the
is.
Wallaby. Yes, you need the Wallaby for sure.
Absolutely.
And this thing's getting really tall.
Yeah, it is. It's starting to get a little, I think it stopped.
This is about as tall as I'd want to sew, I think.
I think so.
It's not very fun. It's a little too high. But this is the Eleanor. It's an electric table, which has a sewing well in it. We have an insert in this one and a sewing machine. You can also put a serger in the front of it because it's open in the front when this plastic acrylic table comes out. So you can definitely use it as
a
serger table, which is kind of nice because you need the open front because you've got all your scraps and everything that need to come out. The other advantage to this table is you can bring the the platform all the way up and use it as a cutting surface, which is kind of neat. If you have the right pressing mat, you could do a pressing mat on here, put some silicone underneath it to make sure you don't put all that stuff under. You don't want all the steam going on the top, right? Because it is
That's
wood.
right.
It's a wood product.
It is a wood product. You don't want to do that. But yeah, this is what's so great about this table is that it adjusts from, you saw how high Harley had the lift cranked up. Right now he's got it at about 36 inches, is about cutting height level. But
Here,
it
Sarah,
can
if we
go
lower
all the
it
way
back
up.
down.
It can go all the way up to 4 feet tall. It's 48.4 inches actually.
Right, and this has optional casters on it, so you gain a couple inches
if
with that.
you do get the optional casters
And
as well.
Sarah, you know, if you sit down and are at the proper sewing angle, you can find the right
Excuse me.
height, the correct height.
Absolutely. Okay, so welcome
what? Here, let's
to
go this
Sewing Ergonomics with Sarah.
Let's turn this way.
We're gonna go
We'll go this way. I think
from
the
my.
camera
There we
needs
go.
to-
Here
There
we
right
go.
there. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
When you're sewing, you want to be comfortable, right? So you want to have good ergonomics. That way you can sew more comfortably and you can sew longer, which is just a fantastic way to do things. So what you can do with the Eleanor table, now remember when you're getting yourself into the proper position to sew ergonomically, you want to level the bottom of your rib cage, right, with your throat plate, right?
You're too high, Sarah.
I'm too
What
high.
can you do to fix that?
Well, look at this handy dandy table I have here. There's the bottom of my rib cage. There's my throat plate.
And you can set that
Everything
as one of
is
your
awesome.
favorites. You have 4 presets that you
Right.
can use as your favorite.
And you know what? I'm just going to press this number 1 button and I'm going to hold it and boom,
Okay.
set forever. Okay, so now I am in the perfect ergonomic sewing position. Take a look at the angle that my back is at. It's straight. I'm getting perfect lumbar support right where I need it from this chair. I also have my shoulders at perfect right angles. My elbows too are at right angle. I'm able to use my, hey, check it out, that neck works to look down at my sewing. I don't need to hunch over. My hips, knees, and ankles are in 90-degree angles. And let's just pretend that I have my presser foot down here.
Yeah,
it's not sliding away from me. I'm not chasing it across the room. And gosh, am I comfortable.
And you know what? If it were up here, your shoulders would be raised. You'd be hunched up.
Here, we'll show you.
It's not nearly as good. If it's too high.
Like so.
This is why you want it in flatbed position. You don't want the wrong.
I have to lift my arms up. I'm using my shoulder muscles, and before you know it, I'm all hunched up in here, and I'm leaning forward, and my wrists are tired, and it's just not a good scene, guys.
So
this
is the Eleanor. We could tell you more. You know, this adjusts up in 1-inch increments. You've got lots of room. You've got enough room here to do it. All the dimensions are on SewingMachinesPlus.com. I do think this one has been met with huge, huge excitement by the industry, by owners, by everybody. Love the chairs, but would love a doggy chair. You know, who said that? Ethan, can we scroll back up to that? Who said that? I just want to know. Okay, Yolanda. Okay, we'll talk to her in a minute.
Yes.
We need ideas. So this is the Eleanor table. It's a great price for I'm going to say a fully automatic, but you do have to push a button, so it's not fully automatic. Great one. Someone asked about large sewing machines. We're going to show you the I could say Mac Daddy, but that's like that makes me sound old, right?
Well, you know, those are the words I would use. But
if it fits.
Okay.
So we're going to bring that in, and Ethan's going to put a quick graphic up for this. We'll be right back. Love the table. What happened? I already have enough paw prints. Ha! All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm just reading the comments. I love to read the comments. Sarah does all the hard work when we go away. I just kind of sit in my chair and relax a little bit. So this is Sydney. And Sydney's a newer cabinet for us. It will accommodate any size sewing machine in the market. Sydney is truly an embroidery masterpiece. Can I call it a masterpiece?
I would.
You would?
Yeah.
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 Ethan's grabbing, there's a pressing mat that goes here. So you can press right here. Then you can go on and sew. The best part is there's storage galore on this.
There's storage coming out of storage on this cabinet. And it is huge. This thing is ginormous. Okay. Where should we begin, Harley?
Let's, well, since it's an embroidery cabinet and we're trying to be nice on time, we probably can't hit all the features. We'll hit most of the features for us here.
That's right.
So there is an embroidery storage here, which is great. It has right now we have an optional sliding drawer in here, but it is a cubby hole that's big enough to accommodate most embroidery arms. The details are on the website.
And it is a convertible space. So if it's not a place where you would like to store your embroidery arm, adjustable shelves come with the cabinet that you can use to store patterns, books, etc., instead of an embroidery arm there. So there are options.
That's right.
As well.
It comes with shelves, so you can put shelves there, which is amazing. We've got the work surface here with a leaf top.
Yep.
If we pop this up, we will show we've got 3 soft close drawers.
Yep.
I'm probably putting my wood thing in the way.
This is a removable thread caddy that comes with the cabinet. Has these handy dandy little handles on it to help you lift it out
awesome.
easily. This is a really cool thing. And it slides.
And it's got a
back in
large drawer
very
on the
easily.
bottom. So we have the pressing mat on here. So when you sit in here, you can store your embroidery. And if you're embroidering, it's very easy to get into embroidery mode because you have a quilting. The surface of this is very large. We are talking, Sarah, what does the magic card say? You're covering the numbers up just
the magic card says when this is open, all the way open as
Like
it
this?
was with this top
yes.
drawer open. And and this has a sliding drawer insert inside it as well. So
It
you've
has
got a
lots
bunch
of
of
neat little features.
notions and stuff that you want to keep handy for yourself while you've got this left arm support panel in place. That's certainly an option for you. When it's all the way open, wide up, it's 6 1/4 feet wide by 5 feet deep.
That's a lot.
That is so much space.
But then it folds up really small.
It does fold up really small. When it's closed, it's still 5 feet wide, but it's only 2 1/4 feet deep. So it's really, for how much space and how much,
I'm going to
just
show this.
miles and miles of
So
workspace.
So
It does
when you're
fold down
embroidering,
really
right?
small.
That's storage.
Mhm.
Here it is for embroidery. You just can put your attachment right on here.
Right on.
You can embroider. It's nice and flat. Great opportunity to do that. We also have an optional rack on the end, depending on what your embroidery module is. So there's an optional rack on the end. There's storage inside. Storage drawer is coming in the near future. But look at this. You can do embroidery. You can do regular quilting. Or you can put it down and actually store your machine here. Put the well cover back on it. And it looks like a piece of furniture that you can put in any room in your house. So,
Totally. And this cabinet is so great. I have a friend who has one of these. She does a lot of embroidery work and she's got it set up. On the back here, we've got 2 gate leg panels to help hold the quilt leaf up. So what she does is she's got her large machine set up here. She's got her quilt leaf up. She sets up another smaller machine on her quilt leaf in the back her daughter works on. She puts up her slide leaf on that side and puts out her extension arm here. And she actually has her son sitting over here with his hoop working on some
That's
hand
awesome.
embroidery all together,
that's
all at
awesome.
once.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're supposed to do, right? It's community in sewing, which is great. Remember those hydraulic chairs in home ec? You know what? We're going to jump to chairs. This is the Sydney cabinet. It has so many great features to it. It is for embroidery or the serious sewist. Has the great pressing station on the side, great graphic up there. So you see that graphic, we have storage with 2 shelves in that open area in the bottom, which we're going to have a slider come out very soon. And you can put your embroidery module there.
Right. And as Harley said, this cabinet will accommodate the largest sewing machines on the market. The lift will accommodate up to 65 pounds of the machine, and the lift opening is a generous 30.5 inches wide by 14.5 inches deep.
All right. Thank you, Ethan, for bringing us back. Colors of the Sydney. The Sydney currently is available in white,
Ash white, teak, and gray. All
So-
with that gorgeous, durable melamine laminate finish in those gorgeous, gorgeous wood tones.
Yes, it's on wheels. It moves around. The white goes with anything. The gray is the gray color. You can see the colors on SewingMachinesPlus.com. Or we may have time to throw them up there, but we want to talk about chairs. Someone asked about chairs, and this is the world premiere. Jane is going to want a couple, 3 of these.
I think so, yeah.
Sarah kind of demonstrated the seating posture and the lumbar support that you get with the Aero sewing chair, and that you want to be at the right angle. I'm a little high, so we gotta. It adjusts from 18 to 22 inches, 300-pound weight capacity. Takes about 10 minutes to put it together. It's really easy.
So easy, and it rolls so well on any kind of flooring. Maybe not so much with shag. We've got a
shag carpet from the 60s, 70s.
Yeah, probably wouldn't work so great with that.
With anybody,
but we've got a low to medium pile rug here, and you can see it. Harley and I are just zipping around.
Yay.
Do you want to do Office Olympics with these later?
We should do Office Olympics later. So, Sarah, I think we should stand. You need to stand up now. We'll both stand up.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go. World premiere. Ethan, I don't know. You may have to push in on this.
Okay.
I have a cat chair. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sarah
I have
a dog chair. OMG.
I'm so excited about these dog chairs.
The dog chair fabric. There we go. So we have a dog chair fabric. It's kind of cute, abstract dogs. That dog kind of looks like my dog. That one could look like my dog if he had a cute curly tail like that.
Right.
So we've taken the cat kind of concept and we've gone to a dog chair. You are the first people to see the dog chair. So we got it photographed yesterday. We came in yesterday. We got some photography done. You are the first people to see the dog chair. It's amazing.
Seriously, it is so cute. And just like all of our Aero sewing chairs.
Everyone keeps asking about it.
Everybody keeps asking about it. Everybody loves it. All of our Aero sewing chairs are 300-pound chairs with that 5-star base for extra stability. They roll beautifully on carpet. They have a 1-year warranty.
Pick stuff up, you won't fall over.
You're not going to fall over. 1-year warranty. They have storage galore inside. I didn't put anything in my dog chair yet. I'm going to have to load it up with milk bones a little bit later on.
Or Blaine's Mountain Dew.
Or Blaine's Mountain Dew.
Blaine's
Why
Mountain Dew.
not both?
We're not playing Where's the Mountain Dew today because Blaine and I are in a tiff. Just because I didn't give him enough Mountain Dew the other day, and he wants more. So I will get him more because that's what I do. So yes, it's very cute. It's a great design. Our chairs come in many, many colors. Ethan's going to put the colors up on the screen so you guys can see it because we're trying to catch up some time here on SMP Live. So chair fabric, we've got So Now, So Wow, the buttons chair, the black sewing notions, the Cat's Meow, Baroness Black. This is so new. We don't even have the dog fabric up there yet, do we, Ethan? It was just yesterday.
If you're looking for the dog fabric, we're calling this one not Cat's Meow, but Good Dog.
Good Dog.
It's a good dog chair.
It's been named many things, but we think Good Dog is a good way to do it. So we have some really cute designs. The designs might bring you in and you might like it, but once you sit on it, that's when you really say, this is what I need. I need this chair. That's truly what happens.
Yep, that's what happens.
So Jane, that's what we've got for you guys. We've got a good dog. We've got an awesome embroidery cabinet, the Eleanor electric adjustable height table.
Good doggy. Good doggy. Dog chair, dog chair. Okay, let me just say this. I do want an electric height adjustable cabinet, even if you have to push a button. Thank you very much. I do want a dog chair, even though I like cats. I love them because I like to hide things in there, and I love the idea of hiding a little milk bone biscuit.
Yes, I
and
love it.
I do love to use the term Mac Daddy.
Oh, excellent. Jane, I knew we got along
You get a
for a
stamp of
reason.
approval. That's awesome.
And I do love the Wallaby with the free Kiwi and your command center. So we need all of it.
We do need, it's really like a retreat in your home at that point.
I mean, I'm saying, let's just have a retreat in my house. Everybody come over. We'll sit in all my Wallaby, the Eleanor, the Sydney, the Kiwi, all of it.
You know, I think that you've got it down. Everyone's coming to your house.
Just tell us what time,
it's so
Jane.
fun.
We will
I love
be
to have
there.
a party.
And so Jane, yes. And the free Kiwi offer ends in 2 days. So if you're thinking about getting one, you've been on the fence about one of the 3 main kangaroo cabinets, now's the time to go on that. SMP's got financing if you're thinking, I'm going to wait. Holidays are coming.
You heard it here
Time to
first.
go.
It's ending. You got to act now, friends. You got to act now. Harley and Sarah, thank you so much. It's good to see you guys.
Thanks, Jane. Great seeing you again.
Okay, everybody, let's get your hands on some of this great furniture they just demonstrated for you. So we've got such great items to talk about. You got the Wallaby 2 cabinet. This is your command center. And of course, as Harley just said, you get that free Kiwi with it. That ends soon. So if you're thinking about it, you got to do it. Of course, you've got free shipping. Yay. You've got financing. Yay. There is a call-in special. Thank you, Blaine. 800-401-8151. That could be your new command center. Okay, let's move on to the next one. This is going to be your Sydney cabinet with the hydraulic lift. Oh, don't we want that? Yes, we do. That is your Sydney cabinet. You see your SoFest pricing there. Slash that through. Call in for your special. 800-401-8151. Yes, get that with that really cool pressing station over there to the side. This is the one that holds the Mac Daddy of all sewing machines because of the size. This is a fantastic hydraulic lift cabinet for your sewing space. And then we have, there you go, the Eleanor height adjustable serger and sewing table. I love this one because of the height adjustability. Yes, Jane does want one of these. I don't know. I want one of everything. I know, you know that. Free shipping, you got financing, slash that SoFest pricing, and do the call in special. 800-401-8151. We love our friends Harley and Sarah at Arrow Cabinets, Arrow Sewing. Thank you so much. Don't delay, guys. If you've been thinking about this week, if you've been thinking about it for the last couple of months, it is SoFest. So it is such great pricing. So thank you. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot about the Good Dog. Oh my gosh, the world premiere. My favorite. How could I forget about my favorite chairs? Oh me, oh my. Good Dog. Height adjustable hydraulic sewing chairs. You saw Sarah sitting in it. You can create the perfect angle for your body positioning so you could sit longer and you can sew longer, which we all love to do. Again, this is a world premiere with this Good Dog, but you saw all the other colors that they had, all the other prints. You're going to want to call in for this one too, 800-401-8151. Okay. I love the chairs. You can get the chair for your desk. You could get it for any room in the house, really, not just your sewing room. So these chairs are fantastic. I love the little storage. I can't say enough about how much I love the Arrow sewing cabinets and furniture and chairs. So with that being said, I'm going to bring Blaine back in so I can go shopping.
Jane, loved the excitement, enthusiasm, and I tell you, great chairs. And guess what, everybody? That was the world premiere of the chair. You only got to see it here first at SMP, so we're glad that we got to launch that for everybody. But Jane, we're going to move on, and we'll see you back here in about an hour.
You got it.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to go on. We got Janome in the house. We're going to talk all about the brand new M6 Janome. We got Ann Hine. You know, Ann is a Janome educator. She is on the Artistic Digitizer Facebook page. She shares her extensive knowledge with that on there. So y'all make sure you check that out. And so let's go right to Ann, and let's hit that M6.
Continental M6. It's the newest in our line of our Continental machines. And this is a flatbed machine. When you look at this machine, what I love is that space you see right under here. We have over 13 inches of space under here, plus the lighting. So it's light and bright when you're doing your projects. You have plenty of room on the left-hand side of the needle as well. And Janome has sculpted it back along the front here so you can see directly down to the needle, your foot. So when you're aligning things, putting your piecing together, anything that you're doing, top stitching, you'll be able to see it very clearly, very precise, very high def sewing there. When you go across the top of the machine here are all your controls. We do have a start stop button, though you can use a foot control with it. The speed slider is there, so you can set your speed, your reverse, you have a lock stitch, needle up, needle down, which is so important. Here's everyone's favorite button, our scissor button and our presser foot lifter button. We do have a lifter in the back, but we have the lifter here, plus it has auto presser foot lift. The large screen where all your stitches are. And I'm going to cover a few things on the screen, and then we're going to come back because I want to show you our new needle threader. So I'm going to show you how that works after we go through a few things on the screen. When you turn your machine on, it does come on to your utility stitches. So those are your most used stitches, and you can easily navigate across the top here. If you wanted to go into your decorative stitches, you can select here. All your groupings are here. But another way to go, if you want to see them quick, is to the little page of paper right here. And then you can page through till you get to something you like, and then you can choose it. And there it is. So you can find it a couple of different ways. We have lettering, tapering stitches. These are stitches where we can change the beginning and the ending of a stitch. So if you come, let me get the right stitch in here first that I like to play with, this one here, and we'll taper this one. You can change the beginning. So let's make it a 90 at one end. In the center, I'm going to add a couple of pieces in the center, and on the end, we'll make it a 90, and then we're going to do okay. And you can see this is all that will stitch when I create that. I can save it right there at the stitch under favorite stitches as well. And this is included in the over 400 stitches that we have with this machine. Plus, why I say over 400, because within our stitches, we also have what's called created stitches. We have a program called Stitch Composer, and you can create your own stitches, which I've done here. I've brought some in through the software, and I created a few, and I stitched them out for you to see. So you have at least 400, but now you can have an unlimited number. So you can read. Here's my tape measure. I have a little sewing machine, some little trees and houses, and then my X's and O's that look a little bit like hand stitching on there. So you can be as creative as you want using a decorative stitches that's built in, or you can create your own with our Stitch Composer program. And there is a QR code that you can scan so that you can get the software right to your PC, and you can use it there. And it's a lot of fun using the Stitch Composer. I am a software specialist, so I love working with stitches and creating with stitches. So let's go back to our utility stitches here. And I want to cover a few of the specialty things that Janome puts on the machine that really helps you with your sewing. And these are the things I really, really like. Under our t-shirt is our sewing applications. And these are a little bit of your sewing helper. There's some on seaming, top stitching, blind hem, shell tuck. But when you go under blind hem, many of us like to, rehem our clothes. If I'm short, I may have to rehem things. It sets up the stitch for you. It shows you how it should be folded, gives you the foot that you should be using. You still have the opportunity to make any changes because Janome lets you be in charge of your sewing. So you have all these different things that you can change. And this little FS comes down here. This means favorite stitch. So once I get done saving it for the hem that I like, I can save it as my favorite stitch. Every time I come to hem my pants, I don't have to reset it. It's right there for me. Janome's made it so easy, makes my sewing day lots of fun and easy going. When we go back, not only are we under sewing applications, we have quilting applications for those of us who like to quilt. From piecing to free motion, ruler work, applique. And I'm just going to pop in applique. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I do love to show off the cornering technique up here. Many of us, when we're going around our appliques and you come to a corner, when you have this turned on, after you get to your corner and you stop, you just touch the button here. It restarts that stitch in the forward. So you don't have those little legs that pop out to one side in the least spot that you want. So this is a very handy tool to have with your applique under here. Let's go back and look at a couple others. Ruler work. How many of us are doing ruler work these days? I didn't think I was a ruler work person, but I am. And a ruler work foot comes with our machine. It sets it up for your layers, a light or medium. But again, you can make all those changes yourself. Easily, you can lower your feed dogs right here on the screen. You don't have to go look for a latch anywhere. Just turn them on, turn them off right there. And this little button right here, when it's one needle, when you start sewing, just touch your foot control. it cycles that needle down so you can pull up your bobbin thread. Easy as that. You don't have to go looking for the needle up, down button. Just push that gas pedal and it does it for you. So Janome is really thinking ahead for us, making our day easier and easier. So let's step back on this side and show you what comes with the machine. Janome likes to pack in, all the common feet that you get here. We have a couple that look the same. We have our F2 and our F foot. Those are working with your decorative stitches. Anytime you're doing some top stitching and you really need to see where you're going, a clear foot like that is handy. These two above it here, these are your 1/4 inch feet. They give you one with the guide. Many of us like that guide. And then some of us would rather not have a guide, and they give you the one without the guide as well. So that's very handy. There's that ruler foot I was talking about. And then all of these here are free motion. Well, this one isn't. This is a button sewing on foot. These ones here are for free motion. This one here is echo quilting, and you can use it for variable zigzag along with this one with variable zigzag. And I have a little sample of that I'll show you in a moment. And of course, we do have our hopping feet. Some of us free motion with the hopping foot. There's an open toe one and a closed toe one. And we, of course, have our buttonhole foot with the buttonhole plate. And right back here is another stitch plate. This is our straight stitch plate where you have 3 needle positions, left, right, and middle. And let me show you how we can change our stitch plate. Let me get everything back over here. And I'm going to lock my machine. And when I lock it, I have a little button here. I'm going to push that button and we're going to watch right here. My plate pops up. I can pull it out. I can put the other plate back in. There it is. Just go like that. I've changed my plate, not broken a nail. Very easy there. I'm going to unlock my machine for just a moment. And remember at the top, I mentioned about our new threader. So I want to show you how the threader works. And the first thing I like to do before I thread my machine is I will cycle my needle down and back up so it's in the top position. Then I will lock my machine. And the reason I lock my machine is I want to make sure that my tensions are open. And when you lock your machine, those tensions open, your foot goes down, and I'm just going to follow the numbers. Janome is great at putting all the numbers in, so you just follow through. Come down here to 7. I'm going to go right above the needle, but I want to make sure that it is to the left here on the needle, and then up here into number 9, and then over here. And we're ready to go. And then all I have to do is push down here, and I'm threaded. There's like a little loop. We're all set to go. Now, when I'm ready to sew, I'll unlock. I'll take this thread, put it under my foot, lift it up here. So when I'm ready to start that first stitch, my thread catches my bobbin thread without making a big nest underneath. While I'm down, let's take a look down here too, since we're so close. This is a drop-in bobbin, so I can move my little window away. There's little markings on here. Let's see if I can put it over here. Little markings on here for your seams. And also how to put your bobbin in. And I will take the bobbin out to show you that. You want to make sure it comes off the left side. Drop it in. I usually put my finger on it just a little bit. Put it under the piece there and put it over here. This is the Easy Set bobbin case. So you're just going to swing it around 1 and 2. It's all ready to go. Once you start sewing, it'll lift up your thread and you are off and going. Let's go back here to our home. Now you can notice here, see how some of my stitches are grayed out? That's because I still have my straight stitch plate on. So let's switch that over so we can see all the stitches. There it goes. This is one thing I really love is when they started with this new plate with the magnetic plate that you just push a button and it comes out. So handy, no screws, no pushing, very, very easy to use. Now you can see all those stitches have come back. We can page through, of course, to find what we need. Over here, we have some more menus. We have our folders if we've saved anything. Under here, this is our function menu. We have a quick stitch select. So if you know a stitch number, you could come in here, type in a stitch number and go right to it. Under there also, we have the Quilt Block Advisor in here. This is really fun. If there's a block that you want to make, you can select the block on here. You can say how many rows you want, the height, the width and height of that block, and it will tell you how many blocks to cut and the size to do. So it sets it up for you. It's a little easy thing to do, and there's 6 in here. Whoops, let's close that. If you're working with your AccuFeed, you can also go to manual in here and use it for the decorative stitches. Moving down through your menus on this side, we have our set menu. And for me, this is one place I really like because I can set my machine up for me and you can set your machine up for you. Maybe the buzzers are too loud or you like them louder, screen brightness. I would like my machine in inches, so I'm going to select there. I may want to change my bobbin winding speed. So there are all different things in here that I can change and set for the type of sewing that I'm going to do. These are just machine things. Here are things that work with the sewing side. So there's position things that I may like to do that I want a certain way. I might be more particular than the other person, or maybe you're more particular than me. So I can make many of these changes right in here. Once I make my changes, I set okay, and they're set to go right there. And of course, if you have questions on board, lots of information. You can come in here on threading the machine. And like I said, use that needle up, needle down first before you get going. So you have all of these different things. If you have questions on the machine, they're right here, right in front of you, besides having your manual instruction book with you right there. All right, let me see if I've forgotten to show anything on here. Oh, I know, while we're looking this way, right up on top is our bobbin winder. Now this machine is different. It has a separate bobbin winder motor. So you could put a separate thread up on the spool stand back there. Okay. And I have a question. I'm going to answer that in just a moment. So with a bobbin winder up on here, I could have a second spool of thread. So if my bobbin is low, I can wind a second bobbin, have it ready to go without unthreading my main color. So that's really nice. I like having that extra one. And of course, Janome has put right over here very quietly a little thread cutter. So after you wind your bobbin, you can cut your thread. Now there was a question about the needle up, needle down button right on the front of your machine. It's right here. So you're going to touch it, needle goes down, touch it again, needle goes up. All right. Were there any, Tracy, that I might have missed?
And the on the screen, the needle down, foot up button. How do you...
Oh, for pivoting.
Yes.
Ah, okay, that. So when you go across up here on these tools, this here is for pivoting. And what that means is, or hovering. Some people want to say, you know, how do I get my foot to hover? So when you're sewing along and you want to stop with the needle down and your foot to come up, you select the pivot function. And that's exactly what will happen. You'll sew along, the machine will stop, and the foot will come up so that you can keep the needle in. You can readjust your fabric with that. Going across, I'm going to turn that off for a second. Going across the top, we have the twin needle. So if you're sewing and you wanted to use a twin needle, it will take away some of the stitches that you cannot use that size twin needle with. There we go. Again, we have our feed dogs right here. You can raise and lower them right on the screen. And you saw when I did that, it changed to a different foot over here. So if I was going to do some free motion or some darning of some type, I would have my PDH foot. This one is for the AccuFeed. You're using the AccuFeed system. It's an optional foot for this machine. So it would give you the straight stitches that were available with AccuFeed. If you wanted to use your AccuFeed with your decorative stitches, that's where you would go to your function menu where I was showing you earlier. And of course, then we are back to our piece of paper. This happens to be one of my favorite ways to look at stitches because they're large. I can go through, I can see all of them very quickly and easily. And the fact that I can just choose them from right here is very nice. And I'm going to go through until I get to this one back here, because I have a little mirage stitches. I showed these yesterday, and I just want to show them again today because they're so much fun. So a mirage stitch looks like this when you stitch it out. You cannot see the stitches that are between the little designs. They look like they're hidden in the seam allowance there. So how you do that is you fold your fabric right sides together, and you lay your fabric on a piece of stabilizer. You pick your stitch, and here I did a combination of the bow and the little dot, and it's going to stitch the bow. It's going to put, I'm going to pull it this way just a little bit. It's going to pull and put little stitches between it on the stabilizer all the way down. And you can see that on the back like that. When done, this is where the reveal is. We pull it open, and there you have it. So this is really lovely. I love working with decorative stitches, and not to see my stitches between my decorative stitches. How fun is that? There's a lot of places, whether I'm quilting in projects such as this zipper pouch, clothing, there's a lot of uses for this, and that those stitches would just be on the back side. You can remove your stabilizer afterwards. I just am leaving it in here for display purposes, but there we go with our mirage stitches. So probably my 3 favorite stitches in here would be tapering, mirage, and of course, those created stitches from Stitch Composer. I think I've covered anything else, Tracy. I might have missed a question.
Someone asked about thread painting.
Oh, that's a good one too. There we go. And I did mention variable zigzag earlier. So when you variable zigzag, we have a setting in here. We're going to go back to our quilting, and we'll come in here to free motion in here. And so you can use your, actually, is that where I'm supposed to be? Yeah. And then you can use your knee lift to move your, I'm going to go back over here. You can use your knee lift to make your stitches wider and narrower. And I'm going to have you pan down here to our sample, because on this quilt, I'm going to hold this up. We had Miriam do this quilt, and she used a lot of the variable zigzag. And variable zigzag is where you use your knee lift to move, to widen the stitch and narrow the stitch as you stitch along. And she did it along curves and straight line areas. And you can see in here, wider, narrower, wider, and how beautiful that little bit of accent on her quilt. You hardly know it's there, but it's made a huge difference. If you're a thread painter, you can use it to layer in thread and color as you're filling in areas just by moving your knee lift in and out in the variable zigzag setting so that you get that type of stitch. Just a beautiful way to add an accent either to a quilt or to little projects that you're doing, such as this, and we had some other ones we showed before. And I'm time-wise, I've probably got a few more minutes. So now I don't know if you noticed when I was threading, this comes with a tall thread stand on the back with 2 thread holders. This collapses down. If you're going to travel, you can put it down, and a handle to carry it off with. I don't know if anybody noticed our new color too on this machine. We have a, some people call it periwinkle. I was calling it lilac frost, because when you're, I don't know if it'll show up, but when you're close, it has a part of a sparkly gem look to it. So it's very, very pretty, very subtle, but very pretty on that part of it. All right, I think I've covered just about everything on this. I don't know if there's something I may have missed. Oh, well, we do have monogramming when we were going through decorative. Here's your lettering. So we have our different fonts here. We have a block font. We also have these symbols that you can add in to your lettering as you go along. These different symbols are in here. So as you're typing in names and things and you want to put a star in there, you can add that in as well. So you can pick from your regular fonts here and then a full 9mm. These are 7mm fonts here, and this is the widest at 9mm. And this is a 9mm machine. So most of your decorative stitches will be 9mm, but they give you both sides fonts in here for you to use. on that part of it. Let's look at sewing applications again, because I didn't get all the way over to the feet. So besides the sewing ones we went through and quilting, there are some optional feet applications that you have in here. And these are great because if you're going to be doing something, maybe you're going to be doing pin tucking today, it shows you the pin tuck, which one you're going to be using, the wide or the narrow, gives you your settings. We'll go back through and look at a couple other ones. When you're looking at zippers, we have the concealed zipper in here. And here's our variable zigzag tab that I talked about earlier, where you're going to be using, you can use different feet with that, and you'll also use your knee lift to widen and narrow that stitch. So it comes jam-packed with lots of features for you. Again, we have applique over in here too. This shows you your little applique foot right up here, one of my little favorite guys. You can use your F or F2 for applique, but they also make a specialty foot for that as well. So Janome tries to pack in with the machine so many features and benefits to make your sewing day easier, run smoother. Whenever I sit down at my machine, I'm always happy to be there. It has the things that I want to do on it. It's easy to navigate. I don't know, I think that's one of the things I just love about Janome. I've just fallen in love, and I can find my way through anything on their machine that we have. I did mention the foot control. I don't have the foot control plugged in, but when you're using either foot control or start stop, you have your speed slider here, which can set the top speed of both your start stop button and your foot control. And with it all the way over here, you can go 1,300 stitches per minute. So you can be very speedy over here. If you like, if you feel that need for speed, you have that as well. So I mentioned earlier about the AccuFeed system. This does have AccuFeed, but it's an optional foot. And AccuFeed is similar to a walking foot, but our AccuFeed is integrated into the machine, and you can adjust it on the screen, the speed of that machine, to keep your layers even. That's what an AccuFeed foot does. It keeps your upper and your lower layers even as they're feeding through. So, you know, when you get to the end of a seam, sometimes you have one a little shorter than the other. AccuFeed will help with that. That is an optional foot for this, and it comes, there's different ones that come with it, from a wide AccuFoot, a narrow AccuFoot, and also we have an HP2 with our high performance plate as well on there. So I think that wraps it up. I keep getting little questions from the side, which is fine. I love that part of it. And sometimes it's hard to remember everything. There's so many things I love about the machine that I always want to tell everyone. And usually about 10 minutes later, I think of a few more things I should have said. But hopefully I've covered everything for everyone. And if you have any future questions, pop them in the comments and we can get back to you and make sure we get those answered.
All right. Well, thank you, Ann. And we got to thank, big shout out to Janome for being one of our sponsors. But guys, this is the Continental M6. And guys, this is a brand new machine, just came out. And guys, the price on this is $54.99, but strike through that because we have a call-in special for this. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We're going to have this free shipping nationwide, some financing available. And guys, this is a pre-order only, because they're not in from Janome yet. They're on their way. But if you want to get in on the very first run of these, make sure you get your pre-order, because guys, all you Janome fans out there, I'm telling you right now, this has some of the features of the top of the line machines that they have built in this. So they have really upped their game on this, and a great price point on this machine. Again, it has 400 built-in stitches, up to 9 millimeters wide, including 5 alpha bits. And as Ann said, the maximum sewing speed there is 1,300 stitches per minute. And it has that needle threader, 12 sensor buttonhole, and guys, just full of accessories that come with this. What a great machine. Again, if you want to look and see all the different things on this, just go to smplive.tv. You'll see the products right at the top of the page. Just scroll over till you see the M6, the Continental M6. Click on that. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And then give us a call at 800-401-8151 to go ahead and get yours pre-ordered. because they have a limited number of machines that are coming in. So if you're interested in this, don't wait, because you'll have to wait till the second run, because they're very limited at how many they're coming in for all the dealers nationwide. So guys, again, this is a Janome M6. Love this machine. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And have y'all ever thought about printing direct-to-garment? You know, those are big, really popular now, direct-to-garment printers. Well, guess what? We have Kelly Latreille in, and Kelly is from Juki, and we're going to talk all about the Ricoh printer today. But before she gets here, I think we ought to give something away. What do y'all think? So let's go ahead and give something away. Now, there was something that for the giveaway today, I wanted to see if y'all been paying attention. What do y'all think about that? When Arrow did their demonstration, one word, what was the new chair? Put that in the chat right now. One word in the chat right now. What was the new chair?
Anybody? I haven't gotten any comments yet.
One word. What was in the chair? Uh-oh. Is that too hard?
They're coming in.
Any chats coming in yet, Roger?
Yes.
102.
102. So
102. All right. So Kennedy's getting ready to put the answer up and spin the wheel.
What was the answer?
The answer was dog.
Oh.
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel. 170 people got it right. So Kennedy, we're going to give away a $100 gift card. Dina Mullins. So congratulations, Dina. And so, yeah, she just won a $100 gift card. So Dina, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once we get that in, we will email you a gift card code that you can use at checkout to knock $100 off your order. That's pretty cool, huh? What do y'all think about that? So dog, the new chair was dog. You got to see it here first. All right, guys. I got to tell you a little bit about Kelly. Kelly is a national account trainer at Juki America and accomplished in performance-driven territory management with a strong managerial background. I tell you what, she is so good on all the demonstrations and machines that she does. We've had her here in our stores in San Diego at some of our lunch parties. She's been on our show many times. And I tell you what, she is a pleasure to work with, and I'm super excited about this printer. So y'all welcome Kelly to the show.
Hi, Blaine. Good to be back. Thanks for having me.
Well, hey, Kelly, we're super excited about this. And I know everybody, the direct-to-garment printing is really popular right now. And so I'm super excited to show this again. We've had it on our shows many times, and everybody loves this thing. But we're going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. Hi, I'm excited to be here back today to talk to you about the Ricoh RI100 direct-to-garment printer. It is a fabulous tool because I can incorporate printing in my sewing, quilting, and embroidery. Let's take a look at the printer. The top part is the printer, and there's a bottom section that is the finisher. And what Ricoh did for us, Juki distributes it. Now, you may know Juki is the largest industrial sewing machine in the world. And we went to Ricoh to get an excellent direct-to-garment printer because they mass produce industrial printers. So this one is shrunk down so I can fit it in my sewing studio. So the top is the printer, the bottom the finisher, and here is the ink. Easily accessible. I can change my ink simply by putting the cartridges in and out. And this is what's cool. They're environmentally friendly, water soluble, and you don't have to change them that much. I did 570 prints before I had to change one, and I just had to change magenta. So the ink lasts long, and it's so much fun. Now you can see the tray in here is what you will put fabric or a garment in, and you get two sizes. You get an 8.5 by 11 or a 5 by 7. You get both. So that 5 by 7 is so great for doing like onesies and bibs and things like that. Now the finisher has two functions. It will press your fabric before you print, and then it will bake that ink right into the garment, right into that fabric. So if you want to quilt over it, if you want to embroider over it, you can, because it's baked right into the fibers. So I'm going to show you the software, and then I'm going to show you how to print. It's so much fun. This printer is on all day at my house. Let's go to the software. I am going to open the design software by Ricoh. Okay, I hope you can see that good. I have three components of the software. I have Easy Designer, Advanced Designer, and then once you get your designs done, you can save them so you can print them over and over again. So let's explore Easy Designer. Here's what I love. I can pick my project, the thickness of the fabric. I can pick the size, and remember there's two, 8.5 by 11 or that 5 by 7. And then I can change the orientation of how I want to print. The next screen is to show you how to load that tray once you're ready to print. And then I can source my photos from a laptop. I can simply take a picture. I can import them from my device, my phone, with a USB cord, or I could use a QR code and not even worry about using a cord whatsoever. So that's really nice. I'm going to take you into Advanced Designer today because I am going to design a trick-or-treat bag. So I'm going to select tote bag. And I'm going to stick with that large size, and I'm going to select landscape. So we can see the size right on the tote bag. Okay, so here's my design space. That's literally an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that you can design on. Now, again, I can take a picture from my computer. I can import an image from my computer, and it reads everything, bitmaps, JPEGs, PNG, and then you just open it and you're ready to print, okay? I can blur the edges if I want. I can auto adjust my color. I can make it a little brighter, and I can mess with the contrast a little bit too, okay? I can also import art that's built in, which is so nice. I've incorporated these into several designs. I also have artwork I can use. So I can bring in artwork and design around that as well. There are frames built in. So once you get your picture set, you can put a frame around it. Now, of course, I'm probably going to want to mess with that proportion, but you get the idea. It's a lot of fun. So I'm going to select no frame. The other things I can do is I'm going to delete my photo, and I can draw. So if I want to draw, I can. Okay. I'm just going to undo that. And I'll show you a project later that I use that for that I love. And I can add text. So I can change the font. I can change the color of that text. But let's get started designing. I'm going to import a picture. And it's going to be of a Halloween theme. Isn't that cute? So I'm going to bring the size down just a little bit. And then I'm going to center it right on my design page. All right, that looks good. I'm going to add text. So I'm just going to click on the design page to add text. And I'm going to type in the word trick. And I can resize that, and I can move it. And I can also change the style of the font. So let's make this a little bit, there we go. That looks nice. I'm also going to add more text, and I'm going to type in the word or. And again, I can size that, move that, whatever I want to do. And then I'm going to add the word treat. And I can, again, select it, move it. That looks pretty good, except I think we need some more over here. So let's go into the artwork, because I saw this cute little ghost I'm going to implement. So I can move that, put it anywhere I want. I can change the size. And that looks pretty good. So let's preview it before we print. And you can see it right on the tote bag. Isn't that nice? So now when I go to print, I'm going to select my printer. I'm also going to select the quality. Now, if I'm doing a quick job, I can do a speedy print. I can do a fine print, which normally I do. Vivid will go over the design twice. Okay, so I'm going to stay on fine and I'm going to select print. Okay, and then if you want to print more, you can. So now I'm going to go over here to load the tray. Okay, and if you can see the top of this tray, there's an R marking where the printing is going to start for that landscape. So I'm just going to put this bag, I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to put that half mark right on the center line. And then I'm just going to fold the rest under. Okay. And I'm going to check, oops, see, I've got those hanging out. So I'm just going to make sure that's loaded nicely. There we go. All right. Before I start printing, I am going to press it. So now I'm going to preheat it. And that takes about 30 seconds. So I'm going to put it in here. Okay, and we're going to press preheat so that gets a little warmer so I can press the top of that. But while I wait for that, let me show you some things you can do with a printer. I love creating fabric. This is a jacket I made that I used old vintage Vogue prints. And then I incorporated some embroidery with that for my embroidery. The top I'm wearing is actually what I did is cut out the pattern and then I printed it and then constructed the top. So you can make your own fabric. On this version, I added some embroidery, but you can also make your own custom t-shirts. This is a picture I took at a Lady Gaga concert, and I used that pen. It took me more than one try, but I used that pen so I could write her name on it, and I just love that t-shirt. This is a t-shirt just in some colors. Let me see, we're all set. So I'm going to put this to 30 seconds. So it's going to press that top of my tote bag. And let's look at the t-shirts. This is from a family reunion I did. And that I thought those colors really popped well. The limitation is that this printer does not print white. So you want to stay away from black fabric. But if you blend your fabrics well, you can see that I get really good results on color. It's just fantastic. So other things you can do. All right, it is pressed. So now I'm getting ready to print. So now that's all warm and it's ready to go. So I'm just going to press start. And now the printer has started printing. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes to print. And then down here, I wanted to show you that I have different baking times, so to speak. I can bake it a long time, 6 minutes, short. So if I'm not going to use it much, I can do it real quick. or I can press or set that ink for 3 minutes. That's about the average time. Couple of things I made. I just made this yesterday for my neighbor gal for Halloween. I thought that turned out so cute. Little things you can do with that smaller frame. You can do bibs, you can do onesies. This is a classic I make for every new mom. And towels. I love to give hostess gifts. And this is a towel. I still have to embroider this, but it's our family meatball recipe. And here's what I want you to remember. You can use any software with this printer because it's just like an inkjet printer. And my recipe was just saved in Word because that's where I put all my recipes. So I can just simply bring it up in Word and print it right out. You don't have to use the Ricoh software. But let me give you a tip. This is such a great thing. When you get it, you get shipped directly to your house. And I set it up that day. What you want to do is go to the Ricoh printing website. They have the drivers, they have the software. So that afternoon you can be printing. They also have videos on how to clean it, how to take care of it. It's an easy unit, and I've had mine about 1.5 years now, and I just love it. It's running every day. So now you can see the printing's completed. Look at how sharp that looks. Gorgeous, right? So now I go down here and I unlock, and I'm just going to open up that Easy Bake Oven, as Deb says, from Sewing Machines Plus. And then now it's going to take 3 minutes to bake that ink right into my fabric, and then I'm ready to go. But let me show you some other stuff. I love making towels for hostess gifts. I think I said that. And then I always love to put embroidery around some of them. They turn out really cute. A couple of other things, aprons. This was a good one for Father's Day. And then little things with that 5x7 frame, you can put, this was just put on, but look at how nice that printing is. So think about it. You can do yards of fabric. You can do sweatshirts, t-shirts, bags, a couple of unusual things. Don't limit yourself as far as fabric. This is a flower from my garden, and I just printed this on ultra suede. This is also a neoprene, and I thought that printed really well on that fabric. Cork is another one we've tested a lot. This is a little notebook cover, but you can see that the whole cover is printed on the Ricoh. Okay. Other unusual things. Well, this is not unusual, but just fun. This is a stocking we did for our family pet because, of course, the dog needs a stocking too. Did a little quilting with a jelly roll, but we thought that turned out great. So personalize things, memory quilts of your family, because think about all those pictures of your family you can do. This is a little ring bearer pillow I made, and a picture of my parents on their wedding, and then I just embroidered a frame. So the possibilities of the Ricoh 100 are endless. You're going to get a fantastic deal through Sewing Machines Plus today, and you can start creating the day you get it. It's so fun and it's so easy. But just remember, it's going to show up on your computer just like another printer. In fact, my son was writing a paper, and I test with paper, so some of his composition actually came out on the printer. So it will be loaded just like a printer. And our baking is almost done, which is exciting. We can see how it turned out. Laundering. Let me talk to you about sizing and t-shirts. If I'm going to do any type of printing, I do pre-wash. And that's because it takes the sizing out of the garment so that I can print right on and the ink isn't going to wash out. So that's an important tip. But other than that, it's pretty easy to do. Okay, so we're done. I'm just going to slide this over, and I'm going to unlock our Easy Bake Oven, so to speak. And then that is our trick or treat bag. So let me take it out. And you can see that the tote, excuse me, goes right on top and the ink doesn't come through. Okay, so you're not limited to size. You're not limited to space. I can do garments. Keep your mind open. There's so much creativity you can do with this fabulous printer. Direct to garment, so much fun. And all you're going to do is go to Ricoh on their printing website, look for that RA100. You can download the drivers, you can get the software, and you'll be printing the same day you get it. And remember that ink is environmentally friendly, water soluble. I do t-shirts all the time for my sons. I was going to say kids, they're not kids anymore, but they love it. And they launder them all the time and they come out really nice. So I'm going to say to you, if you've been thinking about a direct garment printer, the Ricoh will take you far beyond any other printer because it's so versatile and fun. And I bet you Blaine has a fantastic deal for you. Blaine, do you have any questions out there for me?
Hey, Kelly, I don't ever have a question after watching your demos because you're so thorough on that. Love the bag, by the way. That just fits perfect to SewFest with Halloween coming up. And that's awesome. So I'm going to tell them how they can get this. And I know we're going to see you later on in the week too. But thank you so much, Kelly, for coming on. And always look forward to your demonstrations.
Thank you, Blaine. It was a pleasure.
All right, guys. So this is the Ricoh R100, I should say, R100 from Juki. Now, again, guys, this thing, we have 3 different models of this. We have what they call the Home Starter Bundle, the Business Startup Bundle, and the Professional Bundle. Now, I always tell everybody, I don't recommend the Professional Bundle, and there's a reason, because it gives you extra ink in that Professional Bundle. And the reason you don't want a bunch of extra ink, because the ink lasts so long, I don't want it to go bad or expire before you even use it. So I recommend the Business Starter Bundle, but the Home Bundle, y'all guys, they start out at $39.50 on these bundles for the printer. And again, I would recommend that Business Bundle because you're going to get that heater with it underneath it, you see. And excuse me. And so again, guys, we have these. They're all call-in specials, so just strike through that price on the screen. Give us a call. They can tell you all what's in each bundle. You're going to get extra platings. You're going to get the cartridges for the ink, all those different things to make this worth the printer, the heater. And I tell you what, that makes a great package. And the possibilities are absolutely endless with this. If you've been thinking about a home-based business or something just to complement your embroidery business, man, what a great tool to have. But again, guys, we have financing available for this. It's going to be free shipping nationwide. And again, guys, call-in special. So y'all give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, guys, let's move on and let's bring our co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus.
Hello, Mr. Blaine Austin. How are you?
I am awesome today. And we're still, Harley from Aero Cabinets, he sent, he was joking the other day. He asked where the Mountain Dew and the Reese's was hidden, and we guessed where it was at. And so he said, well, I'm going to DoorDash y'all in some Mountain Dew and stuff. We thought he was kidding.
And he did it.
A delivery guy came in with a big bag of all kinds of goodies and Mountain Dews. And so we're all jacked up on Mountain Dews, they say.
That's what I thought the end was going to be. We're like, I'm feeling great. I'm like, because you're drinking a lot of Mountain Dew, I think. Yeah.
And eating Oreo cookies they had in there, had all kinds of Reese's, and it's just just a crazy amount of sweets over there. So if we're not all excited and fired up, something's wrong.
Well, this is the good thing. He's keeping you guys. He's keeping you awake. He's keeping you moving along. He's keeping you going, which I love. That's great.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Well, hey, I'm going to jump out of here. I know you've got an educational session coming. It's going to be for an hour. But before we do that, let's give something away.
Let's do it, Blaine. I love it when you act like this.
You know what? And I've got to figure out a trivia question, Jane. That's something that's been on the show today.
Okay.
So we could put in there that everybody has to guess at what it was.
I noticed that you did one. You did one that I knew the answer to, and it was a session like before a session. So it was like 2 sessions prior. You were like,
I've got it.
really
I've got
tricky.
it. If you want to hear what my trivia
Okay.
question is.
Let's hear it.
Okay. We just had the Ricoh printer, right?
Mm.
In the demonstration by Kelly. What was the last item that she added to the bag that she printed out? One word, the last item she added.
Oh, Blaine.
Do you know the answer, Jane, or was you watching?
I was watching, but I don't remember the answer. Oh
It
my
was the
goodness.
last thing. I'll give everybody a hint. It's a 3-letter word.
Okay. I got it.
Roger, do you know it?
No. I'm trying to remember.
Come on, guys.
Well, let's see what.
The B?
No.
Never mind.
Let's see.
Remember it said trick or treat on there. It said it had a ghost, had
something Halloween-esque.
So maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you got it.
No, I think ghost was the last thing they put on there. I was thinking it was a cat.
I thought it was a bat.
A bat. All right, new trivia question, Jane.
Since nobody knows the answer, not even you.
Nobody knew the answer. It was
Okay.
just a bunch of Halloween stuff. Oh my gosh. So we got to come up with something on that was on the show so far. I'll tell you what it is. So we had a session just prior to that by Janome. What is the name of the new machine?
Okay.
Just
I know that
one little easy word. It was the model number.
People are like scrolling back now.
So, all
Professor
right, so
Blaine,
they've
we're
already
making
got people chiming in. Go ahead and
Okay,
put your
I'm
chat
looking
in
at 'em.
right now. What was the new machine from Janome that we highlighted just 2 sessions ago? What was it? All right, they're all coming through.
I see
Kennedy
them
is
all
loading
coming
up
in.
to spin the wheel right now. We're getting ready to bill it. We got a bunch of people already chatted in.
Yep.
The M6. There we go. We're spinning the
That's
wheel.
going to be a lot of people in there.
It was. There was a lot of people got that.
Who's going to win? Sharon B.
She's our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. And Sharon, you just won yourself a Sewing Machines Plus Sew Mat. So congratulations. And what we're going to do is go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. You have 30 days. Fill out all that information complete where it says claim a prize. Most importantly, in the notes section, write what color sew mat you want, what size, hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you. We got some great stuff to give away too today, Jane.
You're making it tough today, Blaine.
And it's just going to keep getting more and more stuff to give
Okay.
away.
We just
and
all
the
need
trivia
to-
is going to get tougher, so everybody
We
better
need-
pay attention.
We just need to take notes. We need to pay attention. I got it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, hey,
right.
Jane, I'm going to get off here.
Okay.
I know you've got an hour-long session next. So I'll see y'all back here in an hour, and y'all have fun.
Thank you, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's keep it going. We've got an hour-long education session. Like Blaine said, I like to call it inspiration because I think that I'm inspired by not only the education, but the entire week of SewFest. So joining us for the next hour to inspire us, to educate us, because we love it, is Shauna Westergaard, from Handy Quilter. Let's welcome Shauna to the show.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Shauna?
Doing good. I'm excited to be with you today.
I'm very excited too. So we're doing an hour of education, and I like to say inspiration. Which one do you prefer?
Both. I agree. Education and inspiration.
Exactly.
Hopefully it'll be inspirational. That's what I'm aiming for.
I love it. So give us the syllabus. What are we talking about?
We're actually going to be doing a little project today. We're going to be making a cute little table runner.
Oh, is that cute?
And we're going to be using this table runner to talk about this awesome machine and to show a cool, couple cool different tips and tricks you can use.
I love it. I love it. I love it. The table runner is so perfect. It's so now. It's so pumpkin. Let's do it. Shauna, take it away. I'll be taking notes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to be working today on a Simply. This is a Simply 16, and this is a really great machine to start off on. This one we're using just free motion, which I absolutely love. I started doing everything free motion, and then when I moved up to get a Pro Stitcher, of course, I love that too, but free motion has my heart. It's where I love to be. This machine itself it comes with the handlebars in the front, and you have 2 buttons on each side so that you can maneuver it there. It also has a screen in the front for you to work on. What else? It comes on the carriage and the frame that it's on right now. This is a really good option if you have, you need a little bit taking up less space in your area. So this is a really great way to go. And I really do love this machine because it's just really sturdy. It's really solid, and you're not going to have any issues with it that way. So today we're going to be using, I really want to talk really fast about thread because I love thread. I'm doing a bright orange thread. So when you guys are looking here, we're going to be able to see all of the pumpkins that I've done. And I'm going to talk about the machine kind of as we go back and forth. So if I start talking about the machine throughout our project, I'm going to be able to answer any questions that you have. So we are monitoring the comments section. So if there's questions, I've got a producer here she's going to shout out those questions for me and we can answer them as we go. So really quickly, I wanted to hold this up and show you guys we're doing a pumpkin table runner. It just seemed like the perfect thing, trying to get some cooler weather here. It's still kind of hot today, but still, trying to aim for some cooler weather. So this is a really fun table runner because it gives you an option to practice your free motion quilting. And I actually did this, so this design here, I just quilted a regular width of fabric piece of, scrap that I pulled out from my stash. And then I stitched pumpkins on it, and pumpkins and loopies because they're really cute. And I just needed something to kind of quilt it together before we started doing all the fun stuff with the chenillet and the applique, or slapplique, if you like to call it that. So this is a really, really easy one to do because it lets you practice your free motion quilting, and chenillet is really forgiving. Let me show you. I've got a little bit of this here. However, so I used chenillet on this project. You do not have to use chenillet. You can use ribbons. You can use yarn. You can use glitter thread. Whatever you have in your stash at home, you can use to make this. So it's not necessary to use this. It's just what I had and what I played with. So chenillet is really fun because you stitch it down and then you actually can get it wet and wash it, or you can kind of ruffle it up and it makes it look into this nice chenille look, right? It's kind of a faux chenille. I'm going to show you, I don't know if we can get the camera here close. You can see that my line as I've stitched this down is not perfect. The chenille kind of wobbles all over. You don't have to worry about that when you're stitching because this will ruffle up and fill up a little bit. And so when you have issues like not stitching straight with your chenille, you're not going to have problems. The other thing that I'm hoping we're going to be able to get to play with is couching. So you can see here, this word pumpkin, I'm going to turn it a little bit this way for you. We did hello pumpkin here. This word pumpkin is done couched with, we have a couching foot that comes with the machine. I believe it's actually an add-on that you have to get, but it's totally worth it. They come with 3 different sizes, so you can chenille or couch all sorts of different things. And this is my favorite thing to couch with because it gives a nice texture and then it's fun to feel. So that's my favorite thing to do. I will tell you that if you're going to try the chenille, don't do it with the couching foot. You're going to want to use a regular foot. It's a little bit easier if you either glue it down. You can just use regular Elmer's glue stick, glue it down, or you can pin it down just so you can get it where you want it to be so that you can stitch over it. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll show you some of the things I've done. I came prepared with a lot of little pieces. We're not going to use them all today. Don't stress about it. I have gone ahead and prepared pumpkin pieces. So I have a whole bunch of pumpkin pieces here. These are, I have some fusible on the back. This is something that you can, you can do iron on, just whatever, so that I could cut out the shapes, right? And then I'm going to be able to put them where I want them to be. I've also done the same thing with, I've got a little stem here and then some little pieces for the hello part. And I wanted specifically to do my letters out of this fusible because I wanted to have some letters be block letters and then other letters be the couched pumpkin with a yarn. So we'll hopefully get to that. Some of you might be asking, where did I get my pumpkin shapes from? I'm going to show you. I got them just on a Google search. I just printed out pictures of pumpkins and then went ahead and traced them out. And I also did the same. This one had a little face on it. I thought that was adorable. We did not actually trace the eyes or anything, but that's a design choice, right? If you wanted eyes on your pumpkins, you can totally do that. And then for the words, I went ahead and did Hello Pumpkin. I found the fonts that I liked just off of my computer and printed them out. And I actually traced them backwards too. I printed them out backwards as well so that I have the option of tracing, because you know, when you're tracing on fusible, doing applique, sometimes it's hard to reverse it. So this just made it easier for me. So those are the things I went ahead and did first. And I think we're going to go ahead and get started doing some stitching. I'm going to use the chenillet to make this bottom border. And I did chenille on purpose because I wanted this to be a very easy, simple project. I wanted someone to be able to say, like sitting at home, say, oh, hey, I love this. You know what? I've got some orange scrap fabric. I can go ahead and pull this out and work on it. So we're just going to tuck these things down here. I'm going to show you how to do this chenille right up front. That's the very first thing we're going to start doing. Now, as I'm using this machine, I've got the 2 handlebars up front, but if you wanted, I'm not going to tell you to do this because it would be a little difficult, but I want you to know it's available. There are handlebars that you can put at the back of the machine. Most of the time, people use those for doing pantographs, which this machine works really, really well for. Pantographs are awesome, and it's a great way to get some really cute edge-to-edge designs without having Pro Stitcher, because right today we're focusing on this awesome machine. So I'm going to put the machine right where I want it, and I'm going to drop my needle down, and then I'm going to use something that I don't know if you've seen before, but I absolutely love these as well. This is a channel lock, and it's just a circle with some rubber grip here, and it's kind of stretches a little bit. We use these on the wheels on the machine so that we can lock it into place to do a straight line stitch. And I'm going to put it on so I can do a straight line stitch along the bottom of our project here so that we can get a really nice border. So I have to reach under the machine here. Let me think about which one I'm doing again because I did it a couple different ways first. This one. Yep. There we go. Now, it's very, very simple to put on. I literally just stretch it over the wheel. Do you see how easy this is to put on? And channel locks are a super, super great way to give you straight lines. It's literally that easy. So now when I'm stitching, I can focus on my chenille. Now, like I said, we can glue this down, or I'm going to just kind of maneuver it as I stitch because it's giving me a little bit of shabby chic vibes, I guess you could say. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my needle so I can catch my bobbin thread. Perfect. And then we're going to come back over. Now, if things are moving around and you're not sure how to get it to start where you want, especially when we're using a lot of different pieces, it's okay to lift your foot. You just put your finger underneath the foot and lift, and then you can put things right back where they need to be. That's perfectly normal. It's a great way to be able to use your machine, and all of the machines do it. It's part of how they're supposed to work. So I'm going to go ahead and start here. I'm using the right handlebar for the start button. And I'm going to go ahead and stitch. I'm going to straighten it out just a little bit. Now, I want you to notice I'm not very worried about being right in the middle of the chenille. I really just, I am aiming for it, of course, but I'm not going to stress myself out if I don't get it right there. Because the chenille, it looks really good when you got it all fluffed up. It's going to look great together. You can actually do it on purpose. We'll say this is a design element, right? And if anyone has any questions as we're going through, I'd be happy to answer them about the machine, about the project, because I do have availability to look at the comments and have someone read them to me. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this all the way down. Perfect. And now I'm going to take off my channel lock. Go ahead. Yes. Do I have a question?
Yeah. Does the chenille stretch?
Great question. So the chenille is actually on a bias, meaning if you're going to do loopies, which we actually will be doing here, you can kind of see I've done some vines. I literally just curved this as I was stitching. So I, brought it up and curved it to bring it out to connect the two pumpkins together here. So yes, the chenille will stretch a little bit. It is on the bias, but they do it on purpose so it will turn so you can get nice curves, cute things like that. That was actually a really great question. The chenille is, I believe they have it on like a big roll and then they cut it off in slices. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it. So after we have this piece done, you can just go ahead and trim it off. And we've created a little border for ourselves here so that we had a cute little stop border. And then we're going to go ahead and work on one of the pumpkins. So there's a couple ways that you can do applique. Right, most of the time we'll do applique and do, you can do needle turn applique. We're calling this one slapplique because we're going to slap it down and just applique it on. I've gone ahead and cut out the base for the pumpkin. And when I made this pattern the first time, I actually cut out the little pieces on each side, and it just made it a little bit too difficult to get everything to line up. So we're going to go ahead and do bigger pieces this time and just stitch over where we want things to be. So you can see I have different pieces in different shades of orange. We just wanted to have, use whatever scraps you've got in your stash. We're not picky here. The fun thing about this, though, is you can put it down and then you can reposition it. If you don't like where it is, if you want to have something just on a slightly different angle, it's very, very easy to reposition. So we're going to do that. I think I might turn it just a smidge. Looks like the pumpkin is leaning, right? If you wanted to at home, you can go ahead and hit it with an iron. We're just going to do this here, though. And I think we'll put, did I have this one? I have two little stems here. I'm going to do this. That's the right stem. See, that fits so much better there. Okay. And I have an orange thread in so that you could see the background stitching that I did here, but also so that it blends really, really well with my applique. Now, when we get to this point, we're just going to stitch. We're going to stitch it down. And I've got some extra threads up at the top that are in my way. So remember to trim your threads. That's going to make your life a lot easier. Now, as I'm stitching this down, it's a personal preference if you're going to stitch right on the edge or come in just a little bit. I'm going to try and hit the edge as much as I can. But this is a really great project for beginners because it's very forgiving. And I can look, I went back, I missed right here on the edge. I'm going to come back and stitch it down where I need to. And go slow. This is a project where you should be able to take your time, figure out where you want to go next. Now, when I get here, I could just keep coming and do the whole outline of the pumpkin, but I think I'm going to come up here first and stitch this down to kind of help hold some of the pieces down a little bit better. I'm also going to say, as we are stitching, if you get so frustrated that you have zigs and zags where you don't want them to be, remember, we're going to be covering this with the chenille. So it's going to hide any stitches that are imperfect, which is why we're doing this project, because it's perfect for beginners. No one's going to stitch perfect the first time through, right? Oh, let me snip my thread up here before we stitch up there, because then I'll have thread stuck everywhere. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Yep, see, I've got another little zigzag there, and it's because I'm doing one hand on the fabric and one hand on the machine, and that is okay. Just remember, we're going to cover it with a chenille. It's going to look great when we're done. I am not too stressed about it. Another thing to keep in mind is the kind of batting that you use on these type of projects. Most of the time, we prefer 80-20. It's just a nice kind of standard type of batting to use. It's going to give you just a little bit. You can see there's just a little bit of poof here from the batting that we're doing. And I do appreciate that. It gives it a tiny bit of a 3D effect. We're going to come and do this side. Oh, my batting I mean, my bobbin, look at that. So as we're stitching, can you see that this is real life, people. I ran out of bobbin thread. So we're going to go ahead and fix that really fast. Do we have any questions while I'm working on that?
Yes. What type of fusible fusible are you using?
That is a great question. What type of fusible am I using? It honestly doesn't matter, and I can't remember which brand I bought. I think it might have been Steam-A-Seam too. But really, any type of fusible will work for this project. That's a great question, though. Okay. Perfect. Now, the other thing, doing a project like this, there's a lot of freedom and flexibility in how you do things because everything is slap-lake, meaning you can place it down. And so even if I peel off the backing, so I have an odd-shaped little pumpkin here, even if I pull off this backing and put it down, and then I think, oh, I don't like that, I want to reposition. That's what I love about this type of fusible applique. It's a little bit sticky, a little bit tacky, but so you can put it down and it'll hold it enough that you can stitch it, right? But it's not going to be an issue. You can also get a very similar effect if you're using glue, just a regular old glue stick. That makes it repositionable as well. So, all right, I think we got things figured out there. We'll give this another try. Something else that I like to point out when we're doing slap-lake with fusible interfacing is that the needle can get gummed up. So I'm already starting to see on my needle, I don't even know if we can get in that close to see it, but my needle is already getting a little bit of gunk here on it. And that's just part of life. Yeah, it's really hard to see there. That is just part of life with applique when you're using fusible. It's just one of those things. And so I always plan on new needle, right? We should be doing a new needle for every project anyway. But it's just part of life with a fusible interfacing. All right, here we go. I'm going to get started and then I can come back and trim my thread. Now, on this project specifically, I did not do any chenille on the stem, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to stress out about stitching it perfectly. I'm just going to do my best to go around. If I miss something, then I can go back. Perfect. See, just like that. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of, I really want to get to the couching, but I also want to show you doing the chenille. So we'll do a little bit more chenille, and then we'll switch our foot out and do some couching. Because couching for the word pumpkin was so fun. I loved that part, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to do a little bit of green chenille. So I have a roll of it here. I'm going to put the chenille on, and I'm literally going to just place it where I want it and then stitch it down. However, if I start stitching and I'm struggling, I really can just use a glue stick and just glue it down where I want it, and then it holds it a little bit better. I have talked with some people that use pins, but I get a little hesitant with pins because, you know, if you stitch over it, that can be a difficult thing for your machine. These machines are workhorses, and I still would not recommend that you go over a needle with it because they're just not preferred. We want to take care of these machines the best that we can. So I think that what I would want to do is just kind of place it and play a little bit. I love to have vines coming out of the stem, right? And I'm going to move it looks like a peanut to me, a peanut pumpkin. I don't know if you can see, it's a peanut pumpkin. That's the shape that I cut out for it. But when you put it all together, it's going to make a really cute small pumpkin. We'll put the small pumpkin over to the side here, and we're going to play with our chenille a little bit. So I'm just going to put it right here. Now, some people might get a little bit worried about how do you start it? It's going to look awkward. You're going to have a funny little piece sticking out. The really cool thing about this is that you don't have to worry. Once you rough it up, it's going to look great. Again, I'm going to show you right here. See, I started in the exact same place, and I even did 2 colors on top of each other, right? And it's just the look that we're going for. You don't have to stress about it at all. Again, very, very beginner friendly. This is why we love it. And because we're going off of this sample, you can see I've done some chenille here. This is the chenille that I was talking about that covers your stitches. If you're having wonky stitches, throw some chenille on it. You're going to love it. You can also, again, you can also do ribbon. You can do yarn. This is a really great way to just practice. And I know a lot of times when people very first start with their machine, they get a little bit nervous about starting, about just getting the machine turned on, right? So this is one of those projects that's going to be very easy for you to come back and watch later and just start playing. All right, we're going to come here, pull up our bobbin thread, come back in place. Remember, see my chenille's moving. It's okay to lift the presser foot, lift your foot, and then you can go ahead and maneuver it where you need and then start. So, and it's very, very good to go slow. To anyone who is a speed demon like myself, I have to remind myself to slow down. I'll be happier with the results when I'm doing little projects like this if I take my time. So I think I'm going to come up here and do a little loopy. And you can see that someone asked if it stretches. It stretches a little bit, but it's more that it has, because it's on the bias, it's more that it will curve. It has a little bit of give to it. So I'm just going to pull my hand around, take a break, go slow, pull the chenille to the other side of the needle. It's okay to pause. Just make sure that your needle is in the needle down position. And this machine does have that option. You can go ahead into the settings and change it to needle up, needle down. Oh, I stitched off there. So then you just back up and catch it again. And we're going to come right here. And I'm actually going to snip this chenille. And you can see here on the chenille, there's a little bit of seam allowance, I guess, from where it was stitched together because it's a really long roll. You're not even going to notice that. When you have everything stitched out and played with, you're not going to notice that at all. And there's also no right or wrong side to this, which makes it really fun to work with. Okay, perfect. We've got one on there. We could throw a couple of leaves in. We can do a couple of different colors. It's just very, very flexible. I think what I want to do, though, is I'm going to come in and do, I think I'm going to do orange this time. So there's a lot of different colors here that you can play with. I think I'm going to come in and do orange around this pumpkin. On our sample, we have kind of like a cute beige color. I'm going to show you again. We have a cute little beige color here. And I like that one because it just gives it a different feel, right? A different look. This one over here, I loved doing the beige on this tiny peanut pumpkin, I guess, because it kind of blended with the color and helps it look like a lighter pumpkin, right? This one here has the orange on it, so it looks a little bit darker. So I'm going to do the orange on the big pumpkin that we just barely put down, and you're going to see how we can play with it there. I'm going to do a few stitches, lift my needle. Now, if you're going to be tying off on this Simply 16, you just do a couple of stitches in the same place. Some of our other machines have a tie-off button. This machine does not, but that doesn't mean you're missing out. You can still just push the start button, do a few stitches where you want, and then tie off again. That's easy way to do it, right? So we're going to pick wherever we want to start. I think I'm going to start down here at the bottom. Maybe I want to start at the top. We'll start at the top. Cool thing is, it doesn't matter, right? We're being very, very beginner friendly with this project. So I'm going to drop my needle down. I'm going to move the chenille into place. I have it under my foot, drop my needle down and bring it back up to bring up my bobbin thread. And then you can try and hold it down with your fingers, but also remember you can lift the foot. Whenever you need to, you can lift the foot. So I'm going to go ahead and start a few stitches. I was holding my thread tails while I started so that we don't end up with any bird's nests underneath. And then we just go for it. All right, here's the really, really fun thing. When you come down here, I can keep going around, right? But then when I get to the top, I have to figure out, do I go backwards or do I go forwards? And I'm going to show you down here how I'm going to do this. It's a very fun thing. Because there's no right or wrong side, I can just lift up my presser foot, right? I'm putting my finger under and lifting my presser foot. And I'm taking the chenille and I'm folding it. I just folded it underneath the presser foot. I keep saying presser foot. It's just a foot, you guys. Just go with it. We're going to put it underneath your hopping foot and then have it curve back up this way, right? That's the fun thing. And if you're doing just a regular ribbon, you can do the exact same thing. Trying to maneuver my hands so you can see while I'm stitching. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so I have choices here. I can backtrack around this way or keep going straight. And I actually love the look of it being folded. So I'm going to lift the hopping foot, fold it back under, and then go down on the other side. Oop. I went a little bit wide there, but I just backed it up. There we go. And we can also overlap. That's the beauty of this project. This is our own. We're making it exactly how we want. You can overlap your chenille or your ribbon however you want to. Do we have any questions that are coming in? I want to make sure I'm answering questions if we have them coming in.
Can you use the chenille with the couching foot?
Great question. I actually tried it just because I wanted to know how to answer that question. I was hoping it would come up. So brownie points to you for asking. The answer really is no. Mostly because this is very flat. That's the biggest reason. And having a very flat piece of fabric that you're trying to work with is going to be difficult getting it to go through the foot. But I did try. I think I tried like 3 times because I knew that I had to have an answer for you. So the answer is no. But we will get to the couching foot here in a little bit, and we're going to show you couching with yarn, and you'll be able to see how that works. Okay, I'm going to stop up here, pivot, just like this. Beautiful. And you can tell you start to get really confident with it, and then you can get a lot of chenilling done. The important thing is that you play. Okay, I'm going to come and lift my foot again. Beautiful. Now, I don't know if you remember, but on this side of the pumpkin, as I stitched it down, I had a really bad divot, a zigzag stitch. And this is covering it up beautifully. Gotta make sure I can show you guys here. Beautiful. So I can go ahead and just snip this and stitch it down. Again, it's going to hide itself really well once we get to all of the chenille, the chenilling, meaning that you just come and rough it up. This is literally what you do, but you can wash it. If you have a project you don't want to be washing, you don't have to. For this sample that I brought, I just took a regular kitchen sponge and just scraped over it several times and got it to stand up like this. So you'll see that the edges start to separate a little bit, and that's what you're going for. You want it to separate to give you the chenille look. You can also go over this multiple times with a lot of different chenille colors to give it a lot more density. We could even trace out a pumpkin using a regular pen, and you could fill it in with a chenille. So there's a lot of different ways that we could make this project. Okay, had to make sure that I tied off there. Now I want to come over and play with the couching foot. That really is going to give you a lot of bang for your buck. Now remember, the couching feet do come separate. You get a lot of feet with the machine when you buy it. You do get this regular hopping foot. You get an open toe foot and a closed toe foot. And those are just the 2 that come with it. But I would also recommend you're going to need a glide foot, because if you're going to be doing a lot of stitching, that's one of the best ones to have as well. It glides over everything, right? That's why we call it the glide foot. So I'm going to show you my layout, and then I would let you guys kind of decide for yourselves what you wanted to do, because it took me a while to decide where to put the letters. The letters really were the most fun part. They're also the most versatile because you can put them anywhere. But I ended up deciding to put the letters down here at the bottom because I have a bookcase, like a low half bookcase that this is going to go on, and you only see it from one side. So it's perfect because you can orient all of your pumpkins and your applique going one direction, and you know, you don't have to worry about some table runners. You want to have pumpkins turned on their sides on either end, right? So that you can see it from all directions. Okay, so I'm just placing down the letters. These letters I cut out myself. Yes, thank you. Oh, I just got handed the magic brush. Thank you so much. This is what you can use. This actually comes from the Chenille It company. This is one of their brushes, and it's just a wire brush, but it works really, really well for getting the chenille up. So I can show you right here. Oh, beautiful. This is working so much better than my kitchen sponge. So do you see how well this stands up? That's the look that you're going for. This is what it's going to look like when you're done. And I can do it on the black. See, remember I did this black border before we started because I wanted to kind of just give it a little bit of a frame, I guess you could say. So now if we go ahead and scrape with our chenille brush, oh, that's beautiful. So much easier. Okay, perfect. Thanks for handing that off. Okay, back to the letters. When I showed you the paper, I showed you the Hello Pumpkin words, and I had them stacked like this because I originally thought I was going to put Hello Pumpkin stacked like this, also because it fits really well on one sheet of paper. If I have them stacked like this, I could put it over to the side, farther down here, and it would have been really cute there too. So this is what I'm saying. This is a very easy project. It's very personable. You're going to be able to play on your machine. And if you have just barely purchased a machine or are planning on purchasing a machine, this is one of the fastest ways to get you started and to get you playing on your machine. So again, we're placing our letters and our words wherever we want them to be. We're not going to be picky. There are no quilt police. I've heard that said a few times this week already on this live stream with SMP. So I'm going to go ahead and place my letters here just so I have an idea of where I'm going to start. Now, let me talk about this. This is Golden Threads paper. This is incredible paper. It's a really fun thing to play with. A lot of people will use this to make their own stencils. We're not going to do stencils today, so I'm not really going to cover that. But this paper is incredibly versatile. It comes on a roll, and it's really thin. And you can see that I've traced out the word pumpkin from the font that I printed out before. And this gives us a template now that we can stitch directly onto our table runner. So I can put it directly on here and then do the couching right on top of it and then just peel the paper off when I'm done, which is what I ended up doing. Now, because I want to kind of figure out where exactly I want the words, I'm just going to place my pieces. So I had one more pumpkin here at the very end, and then I have this little pumpkin kind of next to it. So if I just kind of put things down, then I can figure out where I want it to be. And I'm deciding right now, I think I'm going to move my word hello up a little bit. I think that would be super cute. We could have the hello floating and then have the word pumpkin. Whoops, there goes my O. Here we go. Perfect. All right, and then I liked to have the P come down below the chenille that I did. It's not going to cause a problem at all. This machine is incredible, and it can stitch over the previous chenille. The Simply 16 really is a very robust and durable machine. It's something that would be pretty incredible for practicing on because, like saying that it's robust, I'm going to tell you, one of the very first quilts I did when I had this machine was a jean star quilt. And so I had 8 points of jean fabric in one place, and this machine went through it no problem. I would recommend the glide foot though. That would have made my life easier if I had started that way. But this machine is incredibly robust. It's not going to be a problem at all to stitch with the couching foot to do the word pumpkin. So we are going to actually switch. Got to get my tools out here. We're going to switch the couching foot. I am not sure which one I need here. I'm going to have to play for a second. So I can show this right here is our couching foot. It looks very, very similar to the hopping foot that comes with the machine. The biggest difference is it has a tiny piece of kind of like greenish yellow, I guess, plastic in it with a hole. Now, this is how we manage all of the couching that we do. There's a couple of different sizes that come when you purchase this. It comes with 3 sizes. We're going to go ahead and use the biggest size today because we're going to be using some really fuzzy yarn. Let me show you the yarn we're using. Beautiful, beautiful orange, bright orange because we're doing pumpkins, so it works out perfect. So we're going to use the larger foot for the couching. So I'm going to go ahead and trade this out. I don't think I have the right one here, Kim. Yep, I'm going to need a different one. No, this is real life, people. So the cool thing about it is that as we're trading this out, nope, this is the wrong one. It's just a smidge too big. Don't worry, we're finding it. So this one is too small. She's going to find it. Don't you worry. We're going to get it. Now, when we're changing out the feet, it's really, really important. Yep, that's the one, I think. I'm over here stressing out my producer, too. There we go. Okay. As we are switching out the feet, remember that you can lift up this post to switch out your feet. Sometimes it can be a little difficult sliding it down and wondering if you have enough rooms, right? So you just lift up the post and you can pop the foot off like that. Very, very easy. It's a very, very easy to trade out the feet. You just have to make sure you have the right tool. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and tighten this back on. The other great thing as you're switching feet out, you don't have to worry about having it centered or pointed the right direction, right? Because the way that this is engineered, the screw is going to hold it exactly where it needs to be. Okay, I'm going to set these over here. All right, we now have our couching foot in, and I'm going to show you one time how we get it started, and then I'm going to show you how we do the pumpkin word, because couching is a little bit different. It's a unique technique, we could say, to get started, but it's always a fun thing to see. So I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. Whoops. Beautiful. Okay, so I've got my bobbin thread up. The easiest way to get the couching where you want it to be is you drop your needle down. So I have a few stitches locked in place, right? And then I get my yarn. I'm going to put it between the needle and the hopping foot. And that's a little bit hard to see, but I'm putting it between, kind of like I'm flossing, right? And then I'm going to come down underneath the needle and just barely, barely pull it to the side. Do another stitch down. All right. Another stitch up. And then I'm going to hold on to my tails, my thread tails, not the yarn, my thread tails. And I'm going to pull the machine away, and it pulls the yarn into the foot, and I can stitch exactly where I need to. See? And so I'm going to show you that one more time. This is one of those things that it takes a minute to figure out, but as soon as you have it figured out, it's so fun. And we're going to go ahead and do it over here where we want the word pumpkin. I'm going to just use some of my pins that I used to load my quilt. I'm going to put this right down here. And if you wanted, you could turn it a little bit, have a little bit of fun with it. I'm going to pin out of the way, though, because we talked about this before, right? And we want to be very careful that we don't run over any pins. So I'm going to pin it here on this side. I will say you could also use our handy dandy Elmer's glue. This will glue it down for you too. We can pop some here on this side up here. It really depends on what you want to have on your quilt, though. If you're worried about glue spots, don't do it, you know? Okay. We're going to bring our hopping foot over the paper. And because I want to be careful with where I have this positioned, again, I'm going to lift the foot, which you can do. The first time I got my machine, I didn't know that you could do that, and I was so stressed, you guys. So that's why I keep pointing it out. The machine is made to do that. Okay, I've done this once before, so I know exactly how I want to do it. But when you're couching words, you want to make sure that your words connect. You want to make sure that you've got a good cursive font, and you want to know the path that you want to take to do it. And I know that I want to start here at this fancy little curve at the top of the P so that I can loop around and then come up and down the straight line of the P. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to do needle down, needle up, swing away to pull up our bobbin thread. Beautiful. We're going to come back over here. I'm going to do another needle down, needle up to kind of hold it, have a one stitch in place, right? And then we go to put the yarn that we're using. Remember, it goes in between the needle and the foot. I'm going to go down to the bottom of the needle and hold both ends and swing it away just barely so we can do another needle down, needle up, and have it out of the way. Then I'm going to hold my tails of the thread, not the yarn. The yarn gets to kind of hang out by itself. And we're going to move the machine out of the way just enough so that we can get this tail of the yarn here. Beautiful. All right, we're going to come back here and we're going to start. Now go slow so that if you're getting concerned, you can stop the machine and feel comfortable with what you're doing. The second thing I would recommend as you're couching is you want to make sure to have a lot of the yarn kind of puddled, I guess you could say, on the quilt top so that it's easy for the machine to pull it where it needs to. If you have a lot of tension, if your yarn is taut like this, it's really not going to work well with the couching. So you want to make sure you've got it kind of puddled. I like to kind of puddle it up to the right out of the way. Personal preference, but just have a good relaxed pool of yarn for your machine to suck up. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start stitching. And I am stitching directly onto this paper. That's the beauty of this Golden Threads paper. It's giving me my own template, so I know right where to start. Okay, coming up and then back down. And you can see we've got a letter P. Beautiful. There's two ways to handle jumping to the next letter. You can either start the process again over here at the, snip your yarn, stitch it down and jump over. Or you can just lift the needle and come over here and start again. Go ahead. Okay, yes, thank you. So we are not going to jump over by snipping. I want to show you guys how you do it by jumping up. So I did a few stitches there to hold it in place. We lift our needle. We're going to jump up here to the top of the letter U. I'm going to put my needle down, make sure I have everything kind of out of the way. And then I'm going to go ahead and start stitching and do a few stitches to hold it down. Beautiful. Now, when I'm done stitching my word pumpkin, I'm going to come back and snip this so that you can tell that it's a letter P. All right. We're going to come down the letter U, M, and I have to talk to myself so I remember what I'm spelling so that I don't miss a curve on a letter. Beautiful. We made it P-U-M-P. Now we're going to go and do the K. And I really do form the letters the same way when I'm couching as I do when I'm writing. Now, we've made it all the way through pumpkin. Beautiful. I love it. This is great. How do I tie off my couching? How do I finish it? I'm going to show you. We go ahead and snip the yarn. Now, I still have everything done. I haven't pulled up my thread. I haven't pulled up my bobbin. Everything is there as if I'm going to continue stitching. And I'm going to go ahead and snip just a tiny bit so my yarn is disconnected, but I've got this little bit of a tail here. And we're going to go ahead and stitch backwards to get the extra yarn tied back in. And there we go. Beautiful. Now here comes the fun part. We get to tear off our Golden Threads paper. So always remember to swing away and then come back to your spot and pull up your bobbin thread to cut it. This helps prevent any, bird's nests underneath the quilt. I'm going to come up here and cut. Now remember, don't just cut anywhere. Cut where you have your extra little yarn that you want out of the way. I can cut that off. And now I can just tear the paper. And because this paper, I missed my eye, I'm not worried about it. I can come back and fill that in later if I want to. If we had another couple minutes, we would play a little bit more, but I wanted to show you the tearing off part. So we literally just tear. See, Beautiful. And you can come in and pull off any pieces that are stuck, like here in the letter P. I actually have tweezers at my sewing machine that I can just pull it out if I need to. Beautiful. I just love this Golden Threads paper. It's an incredibly fun thing to play with. Okay. And now that we have our Golden Threads paper out of the way, most of it, we can put our letters down for the hello, for where we want it to say hello pumpkin. And that lets us play a little bit more. Again, I have not peeled the fusible off yet, but if I did, I could still relocate them and move them where I want to. So, all right. I think we got to get ready to pass it back. So I just want to tell you guys a couple more things. This machine, again, it's very robust. It's very durable. It's a great machine for you to be starting off with. And it's really, really durable. It's an incredible machine that way. It does come with the 2 feet that I mentioned. And it comes with the handlebars that are here. And this machine can actually be put on a couple of different frames. So if you have any questions, you can always check with SMP. They've got a lot of great deals going on. I wanted to show you one last time. Because we didn't get to finish it, I knew that would happen, and that's okay. I want to show you, this is our really cute sample, right? This pattern, great question. Someone just asked where we got the pattern from. This pattern came from my brain. I made it up. And I do not care if you copy it because it was so fun to make and it's very, very simple. So if you decide to use this pattern for yourself, go for it because it's easy and it's fun. You're going to love it. Okay. Do we have any other questions coming in? It's kind of hard to not keep stitching.
This is something they could do on their domestic machine.
Ooh, that's a very good question. I do not see why not, especially because all of these things that we're doing here, it depends on your domestic. I really don't know what kind of machine you have, right? But if you have a couching foot on your domestic, then yes, you can definitely do everything because the chenille works on a domestic machine. You can do all of these, the pumpkins that we did, these all work on a domestic machine. You just have to kind of do the prep work and cut it out first. So yes, definitely. Great question.
When you sew down the hello letters, are you going to glue them first? Or?
Oh, great question. Great question. So let me show you my hello letters here. If we can get close enough up on them. So these letters, I stitched down free motion. I really just went right along the letters as close as I can, and I did it with the orange thread. I took off the fusible, the backing, on this letter H right here. I took off the paper on the back and put it down. And when I had it where I wanted it, I just hit it with the iron to kind of help hold it where I was going to put it. And then I went ahead and stitched. So that's the most that I did. If you want to glue it down with a regular Elmer's glue stick, you definitely can. Yes, for sure.
What type of yarn did you use?
Okay, great question. They asked what type of yarn I used, and I can't remember the name. It's just what you find at Joann's. I think Bernina. Oh, baby blanket. Okay, thank you. I just know that I can get it at Joann's. You can find it at a lot of different stores. It's the only thing that I look for when I'm couching is not specifically a brand of yarn or anything. It's the feel of it because I'm very tactile. I love to have a little bit of texture on my quilts when I'm doing something fun like this. And so I go for the feel of it. That's a great question, though. Very, very good question. Perfect.
What type of thread did you use?
Type of thread. I just had So Fine. So this is a So Fine thread, but the thread doesn't really matter for this project because you really can, any thread really will work for doing all of this chenilling. Any thread will work for stitching down your applique. So the thread isn't as much of an issue, but that's a good question. It's, just use what you have on hand. This is something you really can make straight from your stash. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you, Jane. Thank you for spending some time with me. I really appreciated it.
Oh, Shauna, that was amazing. That is so cute. And you make it look so easy. And what I love is that there were so many different elements to it. but the all coming together, you made it like, because it seems overwhelming, but it wasn't, and you made it seem so easy. So thank you for that.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a great time.
And the chenille, I love. Like, that's so much fun. That just adds
It
that
is.
texture. Like you, I'm super tactile. Like, I like to touch it. So I would say, I would give you like a AAA plus, A plus 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 on educational and inspirational.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what we aim for, right?
You sure do. Quick question. Somebody wanted to know, can you use tearaway stabilizer?
You know what? I don't see why not. I definitely would play with it because for the letters down here, the hello, that actually would probably help you feel, for those that are a little bit hesitant to try it, the tearaway stabilizer would work really well. I think that could be a great idea.
I love it. Oh, just in the nick of time. Thank you so much, Shauna Westergaard. That was like perfect timing because she just finished her demo and education session. I love it so much. All right, don't forget, she made that cute banner, the cute pumpkin banner, using the Simply 16 by Handy Quilter. Of course, smplive.tv. If you're looking for it and you liked it, Blaine's got all kinds of specials up there. They've got great specials. So go in the search bar or call 800-401-8151 if you want to hear more about the Simply 16 by Handy Quilter. It's durable. It's great to start if you're just starting off in quilting. And Shauna was just fabulous at introducing it to us and showing us that cute project. So I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you're paying attention because you never know when Blaine's going to come up with some other kind of trivia question. And we had to take notes because I know I took notes. Even though I can't win, I still took notes to help you guys. Okay, Blaine, are you there?
Well, hey, Jane, there was two words that really stuck out to me during that session. One was chiffon.
Chenille.
I'm sorry, Chanel. And the other was slapplique.
I love slapplique. That's so fun.
So those are two words that stood out because I mean that was talked a lot, about a lot during that. And so anyway, hey, I know we're going to see you back here in about an hour, so we're going to let you go eat and get refreshed.
Yep.
And then we got a couple of demonstrations coming up, so we'll see you back here in about an hour, Jane.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. Bye, everybody. See you soon.
All righty. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Hey, and coming up next, guys, you are in for a treat. We have Baby Lock coming in the house. We're going to talk all about the Victory Serger. We have Melinda Bigley coming in, and Melinda, after making her first quilt in 1995, she basically just got hooked, found her passion and joy in the creative process of quilting. And after it was after that, she started purchasing a Baby Lock machine. She fell in love with Baby Lock and in machine embroidery. She just kept evolving all through the different facets. And now she is in serging. And guys, we're so happy to have her here. So y'all, welcome to the show, Melinda Bigley.
Hello. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, how are you doing, Melinda? Good to see you.
I'm great. How are you doing?
We are doing so good. We're on day 3 of SewFest. Everybody is super excited and pumped, and man, we're happy you're here. So we're going to let you get started on your demonstration. I'll be back here in about 30 minutes to tell them how they can get this victory.
Sounds awesome. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to SewFest. I'm so happy to be here with you guys and so happy to be talking about, honestly, one of my absolute favorite things in the world, and that is serging. And like Blaine said, years ago, actually in I think it was 1995, I started quilting. And that was because of so many of us obviously got into this wonderful hobby or obsession, I think, more than anything else, because we wanted to make quilts for people or embroidery for people we love. And one of the best ways for me to have fallen into that was my first child. So in 95, he was a year, had him in 94. And somehow I kind of just fell into, I just kind of walked into a quilt store and found some fabric. And from that point on, I fell in love. Now, what I will say is I kind of fell out of that as I had more kids. I have 3 kids, and I wasn't in love with the machine I had at the time, but it was the best I could do at the time. And I'll tell you what, when I got my first Baby Lock, which was an Alissimo, it was it was one of the best moments of my sewing life. And here's the weird thing. I thought, and going back to serging, I was under the impression for years and years and years that serging was limited to making clothing. And I never, ever, ever planned on learning how to make clothing. So it didn't even dawn on me that sergers could do more than that. But I'll tell you what, when I got my first serger a few years back, I don't think I could, and this sounds dramatic, but I know a lot of you guys feel the same. I could not live my sewing life without a serger. So what I want to show you today is a little bit about what this amazing Baby Lock Victory can do. The Victory is a 4-thread machine, and it is absolutely a little workhorse. What I will also tell you about sergers, if you're contemplating them, when it comes to other machines, a lot of times you can be using them and there is a potential for the machine to have issues or glitches. When it comes to a serger, you're basically, if you have an issue, this is going to sound crazy, but if you have an issue, it is 9 times or more out of 10 that it's actually user error. And that is because these things are absolutely solid, wonderful workhorses that can do amazing things. So what I'm going to do now is flip you around and show you this machine that we're talking about after I show you just a couple little things. So the Victory comes with the standard in-hand copy of your wonderful instructions. And in that, you will see that, as usual with Baby Lock's wonderful instructions, you've got your photograph of your machine, and then all of the parts and what they do, and of course what they come with. So I would suggest keeping this right next to your station that you stitch. If you've got a serger station or you're planning on getting one, keep it there. This is going to be your serging Bible. Okay, this is a quick reference guide, and what this has in it is basically a recipe for every stitch that the Victory can do. Okay, and the thing about sergers, in the past, they were very difficult to thread. It took time. You had to do them in a certain order, and really it actually dissuaded a lot of people from serging. This serger, the Victory, the Triumph, all these other wonderful Baby Lock sergers, they are easy to thread. There's no order in which you have to thread them. So let's take a quick look at, you get this wonderful little bag of fun stuff that we will go through now, and I'm going to switch you around, and let's take a look at, if I can get us to switch around, which is not going to happen. Sometimes this happens with my camera when it comes to
Hey, Melinda, I think you muted yourself. Yeah, we can't hear you right now.
Okay, is that okay?
Oh, got you there. Got you now.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to unplug that second camera. Okay, so with the Victory, we have got our loopers. So you've got your upper and your lower looper. You have got 2 little doors that you're going to bring down to be able to thread and do all the wonderful things that you are going to do. You've got your stitch width, your stitch length. You've got your blade, all these new wonderful things if you're not used to serging that come along with this. So this is a standard presser foot that really honestly can be used for so many of these stitches, and that comes with your machine. So what I want to show you now, I've got this all set up for a 4-thread overlock. Okay, so what I want to show you is the beginning, just so you can see what kind of stitch that 4-thread overlock, what it looks like. And then we'll get into some more depth as far as what else we can do. So I'm going to place my fabric under that foot, that foot right there, and right up against this knife. So that's the other thing that these amazing sergers have. They've got this knife on the side that you can use to trim your fabric if that's what you're using it for. Or the other thing I love to use it for, And believe it or not, piecing with these is a dream when you piece your quilts. So that's the other thing you can do with these. I don't piece my quilts on anything else but my serger now, believe it or not. So I'm going to run this stitch right here so you can see what the overlock looks like. And you can see I'm just cutting a tiny, tiny little piece of that fabric off. It's kind of hard to hear when it comes to these cameras so that you can, but I'll tell you what, the motors on these machines, they're just a dream. They purr, kind of like how the men feel about their cars. So that is your 4-thread overlock stitch. And it absolutely, look at how straight and beautiful that stitch is. And I wasn't even guiding that really. It just honestly is one of the best, most sturdy stitches that you'll find. So let's take a look at the next thing we're going to do is we are going to jump right into one of my very favorite things that this machine can do. On the right side of the machine, you will see an N right in the middle, and then you'll see some numbers. What this is it's called a differential feed. What that does is it allows us to make some of the most beautiful ruffles, gathers, puffing that you can ever imagine. I'm not going to change a thing other than to bring that differential feed all the way up to 2. And I'm going to show you what this little baby can do. I'm going to bring that right underneath that presser foot and up against the knife again. And I'm not going to do anything else to change. I ran that through and look at that. If you make ruffles on the sewing machine and you try this on this wonderful serger, you will never ever go back to making ruffles on a serger or making ruffles on a sewing machine again. And if you, there's a couple things you can do to increase your ruffling. Or to increase that gather. You can grab your needles, your needle threads, and kind of like you would do on the sewing machine, bring that closer together. Or you can do another thing. You can go ahead and run it through a second time. And a lot of times that will give you even more gathers. There's another little technique that honestly, I don't think any of us can prove actually works, but we do it anyway. If you hold your hand behind your ruffling while you're making these ruffles, a lot of times you'll actually increase. Now, what I mean by that is I've got my left hand behind my fabric and I'm letting it gather up and bunch up behind that presser foot. And you will see that just running it through a second time increases those ruffles. So that is one of my very favorite things that this machine can do. Now what I want to show you real quickly before, I'm going to attach this to a straight piece of fabric. What I want to show you, and I'm going to use the very same piece of fabric that I demoed that first stitch of the overlock stitch on. I'm going to show you how easy it is to make puffing. And if you don't know what puffing is, I will show you. It's simply ruffling on 2 sides. So I've still got my differential feed at the 2. I'm still on my same stitch. I've still got that 4-thread overlock. And we're just going to run this through. Now, keep in mind, this fabric is doubled up, and we already did this side. We already ran this side through, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tuck this fabric right up against that knife, drop my presser foot, and we're going to gather the other side. And we have, and again, this isn't even ruffling as much as it would if it were one piece of fabric. This is doubled up, and we've got that beautiful puffing. That can be added into garments. You can add that into quilts, which I've done before. Lots and lots of things you can do with that. It makes a beautiful sleeve too, by the way. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this flat piece of fabric here. I'm just going to place that right on the machine just to get it ready. And then we're going to take our differential feed and we're going to drop it right back to the N. And that is going to allow us to keep this fabric flat once again. I'm going to take my fabric, once again, place it underneath that presser foot. And keep in mind, we've got both our needles in, which is what's allowing us to have 4 threads. Okay, that's what sounds silly, but that's the definition of your 4-thread overlock. So I'm going to take my fabric, place it right on top of that bottom flat fabric. And it's a little bit awkward with the camera positioning, so bear with me. I'm going to just kind of take my time. This is not a race, so I'm just going to take my time and kind of guide my fabric pieces together. And once again, we've already got our gathers on the top, but our bottom fabric is staying flat. And you can imagine all the wonderful things. If you've got granddaughters, daughters, whatever, you can imagine the possibilities with being able to make ruffles, gathers this easily. And look at that. How beautiful is that? You can do, I mean, I'm looking at this now thinking of 50 other things I could do with it. You could make the cutest tablecloth. Look at that. Ah, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so that is our gather, our puffing. Now, what I want to show you is what we can do. And this is just going to be a real quick demo. I want you to see how easily this wonderful machine stitches. This is faux leather, right? So it's kind of, it's pretty thick. It's very, very durable. But I'm going to double it up. And believe it or not, I have used my I have a class on creating a bag. It's a over-the-shoulder bag out of faux leather. And again, it's hard for you to hear the sound of that motor. That does not tax that motor at all. It doesn't tax the machine. It feeds through, and that stitching is absolutely perfect and beautiful. Okay, so a lot of you also stitch on wool, or you stitch on, this is actually a beautiful piece of wool here, but it is a very, very versatile fabric. And I want you to see how beautifully it stitches on felt or wool. And we'll just run this through real quickly. And again, you can use your knife for cutting, or you can use it as a guide. I've now finished, look at that, finished that edging. And you could take this, you could take a simple piece of wool and make a blanket, a lap quilt out of that. And I know it sounds crazy, but look at the edging on that. It's perfect. I love it. Okay, so now what I want to show you is one of my other absolute favorite things. We are going to take just a second so you can see how simple it is to change the thread out. I haven't even gotten into decorative threads yet, which is what we're about to talk about now. Decorative threads are one of my absolute favorite things. I'm going to simply switch this machine over. Once again, I've got my thread guide, which is my Bible here, and I'm going to look at 3-thread rolled edge. Okay, so I want just my right needle, and I'm going to make my changes accordingly right now. So I'm going to take my left needle thread and cut that. And actually, I'm going to also cut both my looper threads, and I'm going to run this out. Okay, so now the only thread that I have working for me is, and I'm just going to take these out so you can see what we're going to do here. I'm going to take both of my looper threads out. I'm going to take these 2 little cone pieces out that allow the cones to stay in there nice and neatly. And I'm going to take these cute little guys here and place them right on my upper and lower looper thread stands. I'm going to take my lower looper and thread that through the thread guide. And at this point, what we're going to do is we are going to prepare for threading our loopers. I'm going to press that little button in. I'm going to take my lower looper thread and run it through a thread guide and right through just this cute little hook right here. And there's a little lever right here, and I'm trying not to get in your way, but there's a little lever right here, and I'm going to switch that over. That allows us to thread that lower looper. And your loopers are going to be your best friend because they can, like I said, the decorative thread, when I say decorative thread, what I'm talking about is the diameter of that thread. So this is a 12 weight thread, believe it or not. And if you're unfamiliar with the way thread works, oh, you know what? I want to line up my loopers here. So give me just a second. That blew through before I was ready. Okay, so I'm turning my knob, and that closes these looper tubes right there so that I can feed this decorative thread right back into the lower looper. I'm going to take this little lever right here, and that's going to blow, if I can get that to work, that blows that lower looper thread right through that port, and we're ready to go. Now I'm going to take my upper looper thread. Once again, like I was saying, this is 12 weight thread, and it stitches absolutely beautifully. When you find out all the things you can do with this decorative thread and the things you will be, the world it'll open up to you. I guarantee you will be running to get one of these sergers from Blaine today. So I'm going to run right through that top guide. Got another little hook right here. I'll go right around that. And all I have to do is switch that little lever right over to the left side. So now we're going to feed, and I'm going to give this a little trim here just to make it easier to feed through that upper looper. We're going to feed, and I usually do, that split right there. I usually do, I would say about an inch or so of thread into that upper looper or lower looper port, just to make sure that it is grabbed by that jet air system. And then if I don't have enough, I can feed a little bit more, and it pops right out the top there. Okay, super, super simple. Now, last thing I need to do, first of all, I'm going to disengage that looper. I am going to now take my left needle out, which is pretty darn simple as well. I'm going to use this little screwdriver that comes with your machine. And I try to hold on to that needle. If it falls through, it's not a big deal. There's a little tray down here and it'll catch that needle. So no big deal. Okay, so we are now threaded for our upper lower loopers, and our right needle is already threaded. So now we're going to take a look once again at our little recipe card here. Got the right needle in. I'm going to switch the length to 0.75, between 0.75 and 4. Now what that means is we're going to go to our rolled edge on our stitch length. And I'm going to start with about a 1. And we can test that out, but I'm going to go to about a 1. And then we're going to go to the width. And we're going to roll that right down to a 3.5. That's pretty good when it comes to this. Here's the other thing. We've got our stitch selector, okay? Now that we're going to be using, and it was on A for the 4 thread overlap, now that we're going to be using our rolled edge, we're just going to roll that right up to the D, okay? And that will allow us to make a perfect rolled edge. Okay, I think we are all set. I'm just going to trim this so it doesn't get stuck on something. We are going to grab our next fabric and place the fabric underneath. And here's the other thing. When you are threading, make sure you have your foot up so that your channels are opened up. So let's see how that came out. We're kind of going to do a little test run. And will you look at that? That came out beautifully. Now, if you want to adjust your stitch width or length, you can go ahead and do that. But what I want to show you is how easy it is to make what we call faux piping. This is another one of my favorite things to do. with this machine. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to take my pieces of fabric. I've got 2 little strips here. I'm going to place them wrong sides together and right underneath our presser foot. And I will tell you, I'm trying to get all these wonderful things in before my time is up here, but there's no way I'm going to make it to all these wonderful features. So I'm going to run this once again. And I can undo that. You can see how easy that is to do faux piping. Now I want to add the next piece though, so that you can see that in a series here of the piping. Lots and lots and lots of things you can do with faux piping. If you haven't made a very simple set of, I've made actually placemats that are just piping. I've made quilts with them. Now I want to make sure that my 2 pieces of fabric are aligned so that it catches both sides. And let's open this up. So that you can see how beautiful that is. Look at that faux piping, and you can just keep going. You could make this as wide, as long as you want, and there's no bobbin. You're never going to run a bobbin thread, and it just is absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm going to rush through this real quickly so that you can just see the last couple things before I've got to end my time here. Again, I could talk about this serger all day long. This is minky. Okay, minky is usually traditionally a tough fabric to work with. If you take a basic, just, you don't even have to piece this. You take a piece of minky and place another piece on the back, so you've got this somewhat together. You can do a 4-thread overlock around it to keep them secure, and finish it off with a rolled edge all the way around, and you've got this wonderful, beautiful lap quilt. I'm just going to show you real quickly that I'm going to take this. I've already got one side of it with a rolled edge. I'm going to place this a little bit underneath my presser foot and then lower that. And my knife is going to cut this little, my knife is going to cut this little piece off. And that'll make a really nice corner. Okay, I'm going to try that again. Let's go this way. That was once again user error, not the machine's fault. I did not have that under properly. Okay, so now I've got that under better. I'm going to go this way. And you can see how beautiful those edges come out. So I am absolutely in love with this. Here's one last thing real quickly. If you've never made a key fob before, you can actually take these little pieces of nylon webbing, and you can finish the edge here on both sides. I'm probably only going to have time to do one side, if even that. I'm going to place that right up against that knife. And look at that. You've got a beautiful finished edge on a piece of nylon. If you take the other side and do the same to it, and you can actually, what I've done with a lot of them is to place ribbon down the center. And you can use your sewing machine to fix that, to affix it to that. You can use all sorts of different stitches. But if you do the other side of that and then place your little hardware, you've got this adorable little key fob. So just one more thing that it is as simple as pie to run through this wonderful machine. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is flip this computer back around and bring you back and just see if we have any questions. I would imagine that you guys are as dazzled by this machine as I am. Once again, it's a very, very, very solid workhorse of a machine. And I know, Blaine, I know you've got lots of knowledge about how these things work and how trustworthy they are. But blows my mind how wonderful these sergers are.
Linda, you're exactly right. And this is the first time we've ever highlighted the Victory on our show. We've had the Celebrate and some of the other ones, but this is the first time. And I love this machine because of the price point and all the features that it has. So it's just incredible. And all the air threader sergers, you can't beat them by Baby Lock. And as you know, that quality and technology has been out there for a long, long time, and they just keep getting better.
Exactly. And I'm glad you're highlighting, because this wonderful machine deserves some love too, with how amazing. Yeah, I'm glad. I know this is actually one of the biggest sellers, so that's wonderful.
It is. It does. It sells extremely well, and I don't know why we've just never really highlighted it like we should. We always seem like to do the higher end one and the lower end one of the two, and it's kind of been stuck in that middle. And so now we wanted to show it some love today and let you highlight it.
Yay, good. I'm glad. She deserves her love too.
She does. All right, Melinda, thank you so much for coming on the show and being part of SewFest. And we appreciate it. Great job. And we're going to tell everybody how they can get one of these.
Sounds great. And thank you for having me again, Blaine. I always love being here.
All right, thank you. All right, bye-bye. All right, guys, this is the Baby Lock Victory Serger. Now, this is an air threader serger. Now, one thing about the Baby Lock sergers, everybody knows, is the quality. They have been the highest quality sergers on the market for many, many years, and there's a reason why. Also, the air threader, if you think about your old sergers that y'all have had years ago, what was the biggest gripe that you had with it? It was threading it. I know people used to bring them into our store for us to even thread them for them. Now, anybody can thread these. I promise you, I can thread it. If I can do it, anybody can do it. But I'm telling you, these things are just so much easier to use. And now you can just do so many things with it. Now, this is the Victory. The Victory, the price, $14.99. You see on the screen. Put a strike through. We have a call-in special for you. Give us a call. We have free shipping, financing available. And guys, we've got many of them. So I'm going to tell you just a lineup of sergers, okay? So we have the Baby Lock Acclaim, okay? We have the Victory, as you see on the screen. We have the Euphoria. We have the Celebrate, and then we have the Accolade. Those are the air threader sergers. Guess what? Every single one of them are on sale for SewFest. You have to call in. Go take a look at our website and look at all the different ones and pick the one that's going to fit your needs. They all have unbelievable SewFest pricing. So if you've been in the market for a serger, guys, today is the day. You need to call and find out which one will be the perfect one for you. If you want to take a look at all of them, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar, just put Baby Lock sergers. And that page will come up. It'll show you every single one of them. You can take a look at all of them, the price points. And the price you see on our website, that's not going to be the SewFest price. Make sure you call 800-401-8151, and we're going to get you set up with one of these great sergers today. All right, guys, let's move on. And coming up next, guys, we have Grace back in the house. And we have Jana Matthews and Anthony Weiderberg coming in. And as y'all know, Jana Matthews, she has been instrumental with all the live shows with Grace. She's been on our shows many, many times. She's kind of always the expert with long arms. And Anthony, Anthony's been with Grace about a year. He started out in customer service. He quickly moved into dealer support and dealer sales. And so he calls on all the dealers now. Both of them are great guys. We're so excited they're here. So y'all welcome Jana and Anthony to the show.
Hi, Blaine. How's it going?
How are y'all?
Great. We're super excited to be here today.
I'm extra excited for a first time here.
I know, rookie.
I know. I got to catch up.
I'm hoping we get to haze you a little bit today, since you are the very first time on a Sewing Machines Plus show. So we have to do something to him, Jana.
Maybe we'll like throw him some like questions that he's never ever experienced before. That would be a good one.
All right, I'm ready for anything.
All right, so Anthony, what we might do is challenge all the chat people to just ask you some really tough questions. See if you've learned anything
Anthony.
over there.
I like it.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, we're gonna let y'all get going. We got a lot to cover, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes, and we'll tell them how to get all these great things.
Thanks, Blaine. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody in SPM Nation, SMP Nation. I said that wrong. Sorry about that. You're the veteran messing up, right? But thank you so much for joining us. We are going to talk about the Kinique 21X Elite. Anthony, how much do you love this machine?
I love this machine so much. A personal favorite feature that I'm going to show off all the time.
Okay.
Every time I have a walk-in, a live. This screen, it may not seem like much, but this 7-inch screen really changes the game for what you can do with the machine, what you can see a lot better than our smaller screens on there.
I do love it. It's a touch screen. It's 7 inches. It's going to just make everything so much better. I love that you can access the whole world of Kinique through this screen, right? It's going to be so much easier to see. I know recently I went to the optometrist and he's like, hey, you're about ready to start getting the bifocals. I'm like, no, one more time. But this screen really helps me out so that I'm not having to use those readers in my life yet. So if you are having some problems seeing the screen, it's a little small. The X Elite series all have this larger screen, so the 7 inches. Let's go through some of the features that are on it. So the first thing is that you can access all the quilt modes, all the stitch modes. So we've got precise, and I'm going to do the drop down here. There we go. Cruise, manual, and base. Now, what's the difference, Anthony, between precise and cruise?
So precise mode is going to be, it's going to keep going, and then it's going to stop when you stop. So you're going to
very precise,
go around, and
right?
when you stop, needle's not going to keep jogging up and down. But when you're in cruise, it's going to keep up with you, and it's better to get tighter corners on cruise mode. So you can get in there, let it stitch a couple times, come back out, and it's just going to keep going at a regulated speed.
Just the same as if you cruise in your car. Once you press the button to start it, it continues, whether you're pushing that pedal or not, right? The same thing with cruise, whether you're quilting or not, it's going to keep going. I like it when I'm filling in a small spot, right? With precise, since it starts and stops, it's going to stop and then gives you those kind of jagged edges, whereas cruise is smooth as I go back and forth to fill in the parts.
Yes.
The other regulated, again, there's 3 regulated stitch modes. So the precise and cruise are one, base is the other one, just a nice basic basting stitch. 2, you have small, medium, or large, and then manual. Why do you think we have manual? Everybody in the studio audience, as well as at home, the manual mode. What do you think about the manual mode?
I think it just, it works well if you're just, you know what you're doing, you got your stitches set up, and you're used to that sewing machine where you're just going, it's not really regulated. And, it's fun to play around, see how good you get with the manual stitching.
Yeah, now with the stitch regulation, it's 2,600 stitches per minute.
Whoa.
That's a lot, right? That's a lot. But there are some people who are faster than that, and they already have that. So you can turn on manual mode, get going on that free motion. You can go faster than 2,600, go faster than the stitch regulation, and then you're not limited with anything like that. The other thing I like about this screen is the fact that you can adjust your stitches per inch, either doing the pluses, or I can click and drag it. So my per inch is really easy. My needle up and needle down, or needle jog, all at the touch on a screen, really easy to do. The other thing that it has is these wonderful features in the toolbox. First is the measuring tool. Now this can go whether you're moving it left and right. You can see those numbers changing. If I'm going back and forward, again, you can see those numbers. Or if I'm going diagonal, it'll also measure the side to side and horizontal and vertical leaps, but it's got that available. We also have the bobbin estimator. Now, it's not a perfect count. Like some people are like, well, why doesn't it tell me exactly when I'm going to run out of my bobbin? Well, every time you pull up your bobbin thread, it doesn't know how much you're doing there. Every time you might pull it over and you forgot to trim it, it's not going to do there. So it's estimated, right? So if I come in and select, I'm going to add my new bobbin. So I'm going to select that add, and then I'm going to just give I can name it a name, or I can name it a color. So I'm going to say gray, and now it's on. And you can see I've got a green bobbin because that's our brand new section, and it's set to go. Now, what other colors does it do when it's about to run out, right? It's just like a stoplight.
It's gonna turn red on you. It's gonna say,
you're
get
almost
a new
done.
bobbin.
Exactly. And then it's gonna be orange when you're about to run out, when you're getting close to red. So it warns you. Next is edge warning. Why don't you talk a little bit about edge warning, Anthony?
So whenever we're making a quilt, we don't wanna hit that point where you're getting into the design, you're going, and then suddenly you get a flat line on your perfect circles.
Exactly.
So you're
because you just weren't paying attention.
No, you're in it. You don't want to pay attention to the edges. You want to be in the middle. So when you set your edge warning, it's going to tell you when you're getting about an inch or half inch away from your edge, so you know when to, start going back up, when to turn around, so we have a nice consistent pattern, no flat lines on there.
I love that. I also love that you don't have to do the entire quilt area that you're quilting. It can just be in that quilt block. So if you're quilting just in a block, wanting to do a specific design in there, and you're not wanting to leave that block, it will warn you as you get to that half an inch. Now, it doesn't stop the machine. It's just beeping. It's going to flash some lights at you, which is the other part of, through here in our settings, we can come in and change those lights. So here you can see our edge warning sound and edge warning light. If the sound is just too much for us, we can turn that off. Or we like the sound and we don't like the lights, maybe they're too flashy, or you just don't see them and you're like, oh, I missed them anyway, I might as well turn them off. But it gives you that option in the settings that you can change the lights. You can also change your needle up and needle down button, your needle stop, you can turn it on and off. Your overspeed sound, that's when you're going faster than stitch regulation. Some people don't care, they're like, if the stitch regulation is off, I don't care, I'm just going, don't warn me, right? So you can do that. Also, your stitch lengths, you can change it from inches, and you can always go back to a factory reset, which we don't recommend, but the option's there if you really wanted to. The other thing with the toolbox is it has this project. I love this. So it tells us exactly how much I've been doing on the project, how many stitches, so hours and stitches, but also the lifetime of my machine. So I can say, oh, I'm in the $1 million stitch club, right? Like, I've quilted this many stitches. So this gives you the option that you can do each project, you can keep track of it, and then your whole lifetime of it. The other thing I like about this is the one thing I always think I'll have with me, and I never do, is the calculator. Yes. I don't know how many times I'm like, where's that calculator? I had it here, maybe it's underneath some fabric, but it has that option as well that helps keep track of it. So again, the 7-inch touchscreen display, great for everything that you're working on. I think my favorite thing though about this touchscreen is the fact that I don't have to keep my manual around if I don't want to, right? So up here in the help screen, I can go in and it will tell me, oh, hey, here's some troubleshooting, right? I'm having some long stitches. I can go in here and look through it. I can also say, oh, how do I prepare to quilt? So it's going to tell me, oh, you got to thread your machine. Thank you, I didn't think. That's one of the first things I got to do, right? How to choose your needle, how to wind the bobbin, all those things that maybe are in your manual that you would see a lot of the times, but you're not going to get through. Also, how to use a touchscreen. I would hope most of us know, but sometimes that's something that people are unfamiliar with, or maybe they're just thinking, oh, is it exactly like a phone or a tablet? How to use that? So up here in the corner was that little black exit tutorial. So anytime during that tutorial you can go through. So 7-inch screen, that was your favorite. And there's a lot in there, right?
There's
For the 7-inch screen, a lot to cover with that. So my favorite part,
we need to know,
is actually the fact that it comes with a magnifique. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. This is our new magnet, or a magnifying glass. I'm going to flip it down here in front of my needle so you can see. It attaches right to the machine. You can also pull it off though and use it with a handheld. Let me pull it through. It's just some magnets. And now I can take this and move it to wherever I need to go to view my magnet. And then when I'm ready to thread my needle again, I can just pop it right in and I can see that needle so much clearer. And it has 3 different magnifications. It's got 2.5, 3 times, and 5 times magnification. So that's my extra feature that I love so much on the 21.
That is a small but mighty piece that I definitely need when threading the needle.
You don't need to have bad eyesight. You want to have that available. The other thing I love about the 21 is these adjustable handles, and I want to show you what it looks like. So I'm a little bit shorter. I can't reach the back all the time. Also, sometimes when I'm quilting, I like quilting like this. Sometimes I like quilting like this. I had one person one time, they loved quilting this way. But whichever way you like to quilt, you can pull these handles out and then twist them to wherever is comfortable with you. And again, moving the machine, it's really easy. I don't have to hold on to it with a really death grip, right? Yeah. We had someone who had arthritis and she couldn't open her hand, but she was able to grab with her thumb. And so she was able to just move it, holding on that way. You can move it with an open palm, whichever way you're gonna grab onto it. You don't have to have a death grip to try and do it.
Not
and
quite.
It's whichever is available for you. So also on the handlebars, let's talk about those buttons.
Okay.
What's your favorite part about these buttons?
I like that I just have all the power in my hands. If this is going too slow for me, I can use my stitch regulation buttons up here to increase or decrease, because maybe I am getting a little too hasty here. But
or you want those stitches per inch a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
You're thinking, oh, that's kind of big, yeah.
Yeah. We are also looking at our start-stop button on this side and our needle up, needle down button. So you don't have to jump between the screen and the handle back and forth to stop. You just have it all right in your thumbs, ready to go.
Right, so even though we have the touch screen, it's really easy to use. Sometimes just, you're like, I'm in the middle of it, I don't want to undo my hand or lose control because you feel like you're doing something. You can just start and stop, needle up, needle down, you're all set to go. So I really love that about the handles. The other thing that the 21 has that I really love, which goes with the name, right, is the 21 inches of throat space. So how do you measure throat space? You go from the back part of the needle here to the inside back of the machine there, and that's 21 inches of space. Now, because it has 21 inches of space, you lose a little bit with the rail here, so about 2 inches. So that means you can do about a 19-inch quilt block, which is bigger than any quilt block I've ever looked at.
Yeah.
But it has that ability, so you can do a little bit bigger. Now, because it has that bigger throat space, unfortunately, you can't use it on all the frames. So you can only use it on
the Evolution Hoop frame and the Evolution Elite frame.
And the Continuum. So if you have the Continuum, those are available as well. We're not selling those new now, but we do have this is the Evolution Hoop frame. You can see it's the 5 feet. It can expand. You can get other sets to make it the Evolution Elite, or you can buy the Evolution Elite just set as it is, right? So the 21, if you're thinking about it and you're like, oh, will it fit on my frame? Just remember those 3 frames, right? The Evolution Hoop, Evolution Elite, and Continuum, those are what the 21 fits on. So if you have another frame, you gotta upgrade, which is fine, right? It's
great.
Better frames,
Love
better
it.
machine, everything that you need to get going on those quilt blocks. The other thing I love about this 21 is that it has that bobbin winder in the back, right?
Yes.
Separate motor, available to do bobbins on the fly. You'll notice it's got that dual steel mast, so you can see we've got our little pink thread in the front, our scissor in the back, so you kind of see where your bobbin would go. And so, or you can hold your scissors there if you're not winding any bobbins, but just right there in the back is that bobbin winder. Separate motor, so you don't have to unthread your whole machine and then thread the bobbin winder and get it going from there.
Yeah.
So what's another thing that you love about the 21?
Oh, I am super into I've lost train of thought here.
Okay, well,
bobbin winder was my next one, so you stole my thunder here.
Sorry about that. The other thing I love is I wanted to go back to like how we can start stitching. So you can see we have our open toe foot on this machine right now, but we have a lot of different hopping foot sets that we can do. So it has the regular hopping foot. You can do ruler base with it and do a ruler foot. Our 360 360 hopping foot, that one's great. Our quilt perfect foot. So there's so many different feet. The glide foot. We also have the couching foot. I'm going to bring the machine over just a little bit so you can see our couching foot that we used earlier and what we did with that. So you can see we were just sewing over the top of that yarn. And so you have the ability to just do so many things with the 21. Yes. But I want to show how we can stitch with it really quick. So I'm going to bring my bobbin thread up. I'm just going to pull that to the side so I can bring that up here. And then I'm gonna start in precise so you can see what it looks like quilting. So you can see if I stop, the machine stops. So I can move it around, do some fun little configurations. But again, if I stop the machine, it stops quilting. So I'm gonna switch now. I'm gonna pause it, switch from precise to cruise, and I'm gonna start it up, and you'll notice that it just starts going whether I'm moving the machine or not. Now I'm gonna increase my speed there. Now say I'm trying to go back and I wanna fill in this section. You can see it's just giving me going all the time so I can fill it in and not have any problems with that. If I'm going through, it will keep up with me. So I'm going faster than the cruise. It has no problem keeping up with me, right? We've got that's 26 stitches per minute. But if I start to slow down, it's still gonna keep going, and I can adjust it right here to go a little bit slower as well. So wherever your speed is, you can get that going. Okay, so saw the stitches of what those look like. I know, right?
Yeah.
They're so much fun. So some people have asked, what comes with the 21 or any of the Unique machines when you're getting them? Do you get additional pieces? What stuff is there? So in the machine box itself, you get your instruction booklet, right? What else are you going to get in there? You're going to
get a quick reference guide as well, which is very convenient, very nice to just keep with you so that you don't have to go and search for your manual every time you need a quick reference. That's why we call it the quick reference.
Yeah, and if you don't have, it might have some things that are just a little bit different than on here. So, you know, it's both things, right? You can just attach it to the side of your frame. And then the last thing that, or two other things that come with it. One is the toolbox, so you'll get some tools, everything that you need to attach everything, the handlebars, the thread mass, the wheels, everything to attach on there. You'll have those tools. You don't have to go find new ones. No. And then finally the box of thread.
Box of thread is the best part.
It's a lovely sample box. It has some of our finesse thread in there, so you can test that out. We love the finesse thread. It's 100% polyester, but has that matte finish and look of cotton. So you're not having to like compromise strength for matte finish, but there's some other threads in there as well. So you'll get a chance to try it out. And I love it. Every time I've opened up a machine, I love that it's different, right?
Yeah.
It's not all black, it's not all white, it's not all grays. Sometimes it's yellow.
You're gonna get fun colors.
Sometimes it's red, yeah.
You're gonna get a variegated maybe. Who knows what's coming your way?
You never know what's gonna be happening with the 21. So again, the 21 has so many great features. I wanna go over some of them if you were just joining us or if you had a question about it. Someone asked about feet. So again, the one that comes with the 21 specifically is that regular hopping foot. The one I'm showing here is an open toe, just to do a different show, but the regular hopping foot will be closed in right here. So it won't have that open section. So you're gonna get your open toe, you're gonna get 3 M-class bobbins. And M-class, why is M-class so fantastic?
M-class bobbins are pretty big. They are not gonna run out in the middle of your project on you. They're gonna last you quite a long time. They're gonna be able to be refilled, so you do not have to worry about your bobbins anymore.
Yeah, so you're gonna get 1 bobbin inside the toolbox, 1 will be inside the bobbin case, and then 1 will be up here on the bobbin winder. So you'll know where to look when you're looking for your bobbins. Again, M-class is fantastic. 55 yards if you wanna get some pre-round finesse. So besides that, you get the 2 packs of needles. So these are MR needles, which means multi-range. So on the back part of the needle, there's a little thing called a scarf, and that allows the needle bring up the bobbin thread. So when it's going through and bringing it up, because it's a little bit with the multi-range, it's not so kind of wide. Yeah. It's easier for it to bring it up, and so instead of like this little stretch, it's a little bit easier for that bobbin thread to be pulled up from the back. So 2 packs of those, both an 18 and then a 16 pack, so you're gonna get those in there. So bobbins, tools, thread, needles, power cord, oil. When you're oiling the machine, there's going to be 2 places that you oil. One will be down in the bobbin case area. You'll pull out that bobbin case, turn the bobbin hook, drop oil, turn it around. And then the other one is right back here at the top. There'll just be like a drop of oil down there. It goes into that needle shaft. So all the maintenance, this is my favorite thing about Grace Company, is they knew people didn't want to just take their machine and have to go in every year to a maintenance tech or machine person to say, hey, I need my annually, run through of my machine, right? So that maintenance can be done by you. Even some of the stuff that has, if there's ever an issue, we have our technicians that are there. They're able to talk to you on the phone. Whether you buy it from SMP, and you don't have to just call SMP for the help, you can also call our technicians. They'll be able to do that for you. So, oil, power cords, thread masks, needles, bobbins, hopping foot. What else comes with it?
That is a great question. I feel like we've been over it all.
Yeah, so our handlebars, so again, adjustable. One thing we didn't talk about with the adjusting back and forth and side to side is you can actually change the adjustment right here and bring them up and down. Now, I had a lady who, I talked about this yesterday, she likes to bring her handlebars and look underneath them. And so she quilts like this, watching and going around. If that is your preference, you can move it up. It's not my preference. I like mine down a little bit farther so my shoulders and my neck feel all straight, and so I'm able to go this way and not have any issues. So you get the handlebars, you get the wheelbase. Now, additional accessories we talked about, you can get other hopping foot, glide foot, couching foot, ruler feet, 360 wonder foot. What else is there? Open toe, micro stippling, So lots of fantastic other things you can do with the frame and the machine together. And again, what frames can we do with
For the
only
21,
the 21?
You're going to want to get the Evolution, either Hoop or Elite, or you're going to want to get the Continuum. Or if you have the Continuum already, perfect.
Yeah, so if you have any of those other Grace frames, you're going to want to upgrade if you're upgrading to the 21. Again, the 21 can do the 8, 10, and 12, but this Evolution hoop frame, 5 feet in your home with the 21, you can quilt so much faster and so much better to get everything done by Christmas. Because
absolutely.
I just saw a thing the other day and it was like, how many Mondays until Christmas? And I think I a little freaked out a little bit. But like all the projects you got going on. But again, if there's any other questions, let us know. You can call our tech team or our customer service as well as SMP. Sewing Machines Plus, they are fantastic. Their people know so much about Grace products. They can help you know which frame will work with which machine and if automation is compatible, all those great things. So I know that there are some fantastic prices on the 21 this week, right? Yes.
Jana, there sure is. Thank y'all so much. Great job covering all that. And we're going to tell them how they can get it now. So guys, this was the Grace 21X Elite. And guys, we have this right now. It's $84.99. Strike through that price. We have a call-in special on it, and you're going to get that free luminous light bar with a purchase. Now, this comes with a couple different frames that you can purchase with this. But guys, what we would suggest that you do is just give us a call, 800-401-8151. We are Grace's biggest dealer in the nation. We sell more of the Qnique machines than anybody else. So our team of experts can help you pick the right one for you with the right frame. And guys, we even have refurbished models of this too. If you need to save a little bit of money, we're financing all of them for you. Free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And guys, if you've been in the market for a great quilt machine, this is the one you need to take a look at. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And we'll get you fixed up with one of these. All right, guys, moving on. Is it time to, I think it's time to bring Jane back in. So Jane.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, everybody.
How are you?
I'm good. So like on the forefront of our next education session, I was over on the other side of the room digging through my old clothes to see what I wanted to refashion. Not kidding.
Well, if you wanted to learn how to make some, put some pockets on pants without pockets, this is the time you need to be here, right?
This is going to be a fantastic education session. I mean, this is a girl who takes after my own heart. I love what she's doing here, especially this education. You're adding pockets to pants that don't have pockets. Yes, please. Well, everybody needs pockets.
You're right. And, again, that's what all the educational sessions are about is is, trying to figure things out like that. But before we do, we got about 2 minutes before we get April in here. So guys, let's go ahead and do a giveaway. This time we're just going to do a random spin the wheel, and we are going to do it for a Kiwi cabinet from Arrow Cabinets, absolutely free from Arrow. So this is going to be awesome.
Kiwi? This is amazing.
This is going to be a $699 value. Guys, this is a fantastic. You come with the cutting mat, comes with that ironing mat with it, and you can pick your color, teak gray or ash white. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel.
We did it kind of.
We're getting better at it.
Yeah, not really. It's Wednesday. We should be great. Novea Sounds.
Novea Sounds is our winner from YouTube, watching YouTube today. So Novea Sounds, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all that information there. And in the notes section, most importantly, tell us what color of that Kiwi cabinet that you want. And here's the thing, you've got 30 days to claim your prize. And then guess what, Jane? It goes away.
And then it goes bye-bye, right back into the prize
back
bucket.
into the big prize pool.
Yeah.
So
do it now.
anyway.
Novea Sounds. Do it now. Do
It's
not
right.
delay. It's this a free Kiwi cabinet? Are you kidding me right now?
Pretty awesome. All right, Jane, I'm gonna jump out of here, and I'll see y'all back in about an hour. So I know you got a great educational session coming up, so we'll see y'all then.
Okay, thanks, Blaine. Oh my gosh, everybody. I'm so excited about this education session because our guest is amazing. April Yang fell in love with designing and refashioning old clothes. That means taking somebody's trash and turning it into treasure, repurpose, reimagine, recreate, reuse. She started loving it when in college, and she started making her own sewing tutorials on YouTube back then. And now her channel has over 2.1 million subscribers. Her goal is to make sewing is so easy that everybody wants to do it. Everybody understands how to do it. Everybody's inspired to make it yourself, refashion it yourself. And she hopes to inspire people to recycle old clothes and give them a new life. She is my sister from another mister. Please say hi to April Yang.
Hi.
Hi, April. How are you?
I'm good.
I love everything that you do because I also want to inspire people to create. And I feel like that sense of satisfaction that people get when they make it themselves is just like this amazing feeling. And once they get that feeling, they'll want to do it every day.
Yes, I saw the patchwork bag you made the other day, and it reminded me of a patchwork denim jacket I made.
Yeah.
And it's just so fun to take something old and give it a new life.
Totally.
And especially like with upcycling, we kind of just like wing it, like figure it out along the way. And I think that's why it's so fun.
I always say you can't make a mistake when you're being creative because you'll just turn it into something else and you'll make it better.
Exactly.
And all you need to do is let your imagination run wild. I preach this story. This is why I love you so much. I preach this story on TV programs all over the country, just inspiring people to make and create and just raid their closets, raid their husband's closets. They can't find it. Go to the thrift store, go to the yard sale. You'll find something, you'll remake it. And it's just the amount of things that we're saving from being a landfill and turning them into something new and giving them a new life is just amazing. So thank you for doing what you're doing. I can't wait to see your tutorial on putting pockets into pants.
Yes, me too. Let's get started. All right, so like Jane and Blaine introduced, my name is April, and a little bit of background about me. I learned how to sew back in high school. And once I learned the basics of sewing, it was over. I felt like I could do anything with the clothes that I had at home. So I would take up t-shirts and just cut them. And I started off with no-sew projects, so just t-shirt reconstructions. And then, I started cutting up my jeans and dresses and making things from scratch. And then I just became obsessed with fashion design. And then after high school, I continued my education at community college. And while going to college, I also continued making my YouTube videos where I started my series Thrifted Transformations. And if you guys are unfamiliar about Thrifted Transformations, basically I go thrifting and then I find outdated clothing and then I completely transform it into something new. And thrift flipping can be as simple as making alterations to make it fit you better, or you can repurpose the material like what Jane did with the bag she made the other day. You're using the material and turning it into something new. So I wanted to share some examples of my transformations. I'm not going to go into detail about them because I don't want to run out of time, but this is a little band uniform that I made for my cousin recently, and it was made from a men's button-down shirt. So because she's so tiny, I was able to make this entire jacket and the skirt, and then I added more to it. So I added this yellow fabric peeking out, the pleated skirt, and I decorated it. This right here was made from a woman's skirt, and it's a little baby cape coat, and it's one of my earliest thrifted transformations, and it's so adorable. And then I have some more here. This was a dress that I transformed from another dress, and then I just did my own little redesign of it. This was the original straps on the dress, but then I kind of added it here. And then this dress was made from a bed sheet. And we all love bed sheet dresses. So I love shopping at the bed sheet section at the thrift store because the prints are so fun and there's always so much material to work with. And then this one was a mashup of a men's shirt and a men's shorts. And the back has a really cute and fun lace-up design. All right. And now today, I'm going to be showing you how to add pockets to pants that don't have any pockets. Don't you hate that? Finding a pair of pants at the thrift store or just buying it at the store and it's really cute, but pockets are missing. Now, I already added pockets to this side right here. These are called inseam pockets. But the other side, there's no pockets yet. And it was really frustrating because they're really cute on, but every time I reach my hand in for pockets, there's like nothing there. So I'm super excited to show you guys how you can add your own. And you can add pockets in multiple ways, but this is the inseam pockets. You can even do a patch pocket, which is like this. It's a little more decorative. And I find that when adding pockets to thrifted pants, it's going to be a little bit more challenging you're not going to be able to match the fabric exactly. So that's why these pockets, you're going to want to just get a fabric that is closest match as possible. So I just chose black. This fabric isn't see-through, so it's fine. And you also want to pick out a pocket fabric that is the same weight or less, a little lighter than your pants or skirt. So I'm showing on a pair of pants today, but this will totally work on skirts as well. This is actually an example that I did on a dress. Where's the pockets? Oh, right here. So these, I actually did a very contrast fabric, so it's easier to see. But even though it's contrasting, inseam pockets are not meant to be seen. So, I mean, unless you open it up, but when you're wearing it, it's completely hidden. You can't even tell. All right, let's get started. So first you need your pocket pattern, and you can either use a pocket pattern from a commercial pattern. I took it from this one. Or you can trace a pocket pattern from something you own at home. Just turn your pants or shorts inside out, and then you'll see the pocket bag here. And then you can trace this shape on a piece of paper if you really like the fit of this. But today I'm going to show you how you can draft your own at home if you don't own either. So you need, excuse me, my voice is getting dry up in here. So you need a piece of paper. Let me know if I'm speaking too fast. I have a habit of doing that once I start presenting. Okay, so you need a piece of paper. And it's easier to do on your left side. Unless you're left-handed, then switch it to your right side. But I'm right-handed and I need this hand to trace. So lay on your side seam just like this. And then you need a marker or a pen, preferably a erasable marker. These are awesome because the markings are gonna be messy. So you wanna line the edge of the paper like where your side seam would be. And you can draw this line ahead of time. It probably would be neater, but I always just kind of wing it. So I'll wing my line. That looks like where my side seam is at. And then I'm gonna take my hand and I'm gonna put it in the direction that, you know, feels most comfortable to me. It's gonna go a little slanted at an angle like this. And then like how deep you want it as well. I just want it where like right above my wrist is where I'm passing the line. Oh, I almost marked myself with my marker. Okay, this disappears on paper, but I don't know if it does on clothes, most likely. But okay, so I'm going to mark the top of my hand, and I'm basically going to shape the curve around my hand and bring it back to the side seam. And don't worry about this being perfect because we're going to true it all up on the table. So here I go. Trace. And then I bring it up and kind of straighten it out right there. And you end up with something that looks like this. It's a little funny looking right now, but we're going to true it up on the table. Okay. Let's switch to the tabletop. So on the table, we are going to need a ruler. Oh, can we? Oh, there you go. Oh, let's rotate that. My bad. Oh, can I do that now? I wonder if I could still rotate it. Sorry. Technical difficulties. What to do? Okay. That's not gonna work out. Maybe I should work this way. This way? Does that make sense? Should we stop and then?
It's locked, that's why.
I know, I unlocked it. Oh, now I unlocked it, but sorry, everyone. Oh, yay! Okay. Stay. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay. Should I work on the other side? I want to like rotate it, you know? Do you see? Is it upside down? Okay, well, you understand. So first thing I'm gonna do to true this up is to straighten out the line that was my side seam. So I'm going to take my ruler, straighten out that line. And then I'm going to just kind of fix up this pocket shape. And I kind of like to draw it by hand. So I have something I like, and I'm gonna drop it even lower because I like my pockets to be deeper. And then I'm gonna bring it up and blend it in to the side. Because my marker is erasable, I can just erase the ugly line. Okay, so we're gonna end up with something like that now. Very nice. It looks different from the commercial pattern, but this shape I actually prefer because, I don't know, the angle of my hands feel a lot more comfortable. After you trued up your shape, just make sure that this part right here is at a 90, like squared with this line. This one too. And then we can add our seam allowance, which I'm going to do a 1/2 inch. all the way around. We're gonna finish that off right there. And then we also have to add our seam allowance on the outside, the straight line. And that's pretty much it. Let's cut it out. Okay. And there we have it, our pocket piece. I'll turn it this way so you can see. One thing I recommend doing though is laying your pants down and then kind of testing out the shape and seeing what it will look like. Because if you made yours too big, it might like go too far into the center. So this looks like a good size. And now we can cut this out of our fabric. Another thing I wanted to share is that if you are doing a thrift flip and your pants are too long, something cool you can do is use this extra material as your pocket pattern. So unfortunately, I want to keep the length of these pants, so I'm not going to do that, but this would be so cool as well, and you don't have to buy anything new. All right. So because I don't have extra material to use, I'm just going to use this scrap black fabric to cut my pieces out. And this is actually the one I made for the other side. So I'm going to use this pocket piece. Okay, I'm trying to think what step will go first. So this is the side that we're adding the pocket to. And once you have your pocket pattern, you should line it up with the side seam. You don't want to go too close to the waistband because then it gets a little difficult to sew. So I kind of go like 1.5 inches from where that waistband is sewn to, just because the seam will get a little tight to sew. So using a disappearing ink marker, I'm just going to first mark that 1.5 inches down. Just place a little reference. And then now I know that's where this seam right here, see where the seams intersect? So right there, that's pretty much where the notch of my pocket pattern would be, right there and right there. So I'm lining that intersection up with that marking and then bringing it down to trace where the bottom of the pocket should be ending, where that bottom notch is at. So that's pretty much my opening for my pocket, and I can seam rip this section open. You want to seam rip a little bit more than that, just so you have some wiggle room for sewing, but we'll need to seam rip the side seam of the pants or skirt open. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that first, and then we will cut the fabric out. Here's my seam ripper. Okay, it might get a little quiet. I'm so focused on working, but I'll try to answer some questions. There's the top of my head. Okay, so I'm just going to find a little. Let me know in the comments what your favorite seam ripper to use is, because I switch back and forth between the classic one and the razor. Oh my God, that was so dangerous. Okay. And the blade. Did not see where I was holding it, but the blade. This is not sharp right now, actually, so I need to switch it. But I kind of like the classic one for this part. Okay, so I'm just gonna seam rip. And the inside of these pants have a serging as well. So I'm gonna go through the first stitch and then try to get into that serging stitch till I get a little opening right there. I find that that makes it easier for me to work through the rest of the seam. Okay. Yeah, you can flip the ball, the red ball inside so that it doesn't, oh, that's faster, yeah, do that. But be careful. Oh yeah, you might want to lower that volume, Eric. Okay. We're getting there. Halfway there. So after doing this, we have to serge the raw edges again, just so it doesn't unravel. If you're using a pair of pants or skirt that doesn't unravel, I guess you can skip it, but do your best to finish the edges somehow. Okay, so I got to my marking that I made with in the blue marker, and then I'm gonna go past it by about 1 inch to give myself some allowance for sewing. That's good. And then same for the bottom. Okay. Woohoo! Now let's cut the fabric. Let's see what I have to work with. Okay, I'll follow the selvage edge right here. So I'm only making one pocket bag since I already made the other one. But if you're making it for both sides, you'll need to cut out 4 pieces. But for one side, I only need to cut out 2 pieces. Okay. That should be good enough, almost. All right. And now we cut out. I'm just going to hold it down and cut it out. Rotate. Okay. Got our pocket bags, and then what I like to do is do little slits where my notches are. Right there. Just so I can line it up on the side seam of the pants properly. Very important step, actually. And just do little snips. You don't want it to be like into the seam, because the seam I'm working with as well is not that big. All right, so now that the pocket bag and the side seam is opened up, we're gonna move on over to my serger, and then we're gonna serge as good as we can, the opening here, and serge the edges of both pocket piece around the entire thing. Okay. Let's switch the camera. This is my serger. I'm actually really new to using it, so I hope I don't come across any problems. I'm not an expert at serging like Melinda was. Okay, let's start with the pocket bags. I'm just gonna serge the edges of both. Ditto. Straight edge. And voila! Next side. This is the Bernina B64 airlock serger, by the way. Super pretty. When I first got it, I was struggling to, I don't know, figure something out. The needle kept breaking, and it turned out to be a user error. So it turns out I had to, when inserting my new needle, I had to push it up all the way, and I wasn't doing that. So in case anyone else is struggling with their serger, that might be it. So got 2 pocket bags serge around the entire edge. And now to serge the opening of your pants. Just do your best to get as close to where the seam is. And the top of it might miss a little bit, but that's okay. I think as long as like most of the seam is serged, then it shouldn't unravel. Ooh, this is, I can't tell. It's going to be a little funky. Just be careful not to cut your pants. And then when I get to the end, I'm going to angle it and run it off. Okay. And that's what it looks like. Let's do the other side. And let's trim these threads. There you go. Okay, so the other side, I'm going to start from the bottom up. Same thing, get as close as you can and start serging. ready to insert the pockets. Back to the cutting table. If anyone has any tips on how to do a better job at that, let me know. Just gonna clip my serging threads. Okay, so next, with the side seam open and the pants still on the right side, we are going to face the pocket bag right sides together to the seam. So remember our notches that we made, we're gonna line it up with the markings, that marking that we made on top. Grab your pins and just pin it in place and line it up all the way down. If the bottom marking doesn't line up, it doesn't really matter. As long as you get your top one even, then everything should work. So there's that side, and then for the other side, we're going to pin it right sides together to the back side of the pants. So this one is attached to the front side, and this one is gonna go on the back side. There. $1:30. 30 more minutes. We got this. Okay. So both sides are pinned on. You can pin them both at the same time like me, or if you don't like to get poked underneath your sewing machine, then just do one side at a time. And now I'm going to take it to my sewing machine and I'm going to sew it down, but at about 1/8 of an inch smaller than the original seam allowance, because these are going to be inside the pants and we don't want them to be too visible. So yeah, so my seam allowance was pretty small. There wasn't much for me to work with, but I'm gonna do 1/4 inch since that's where my serge size is at, and then I will do 3/8 of an inch for the actual seam allowance where I blend it back out. So let's go sew it. Which way? This way. All right. Okay, is it switched to my machine? No? Okay. Waiting for it to switch. Can you guys switch my machine or my view to the machine? There you go. Awesome. So this is my sewing machine. It's the Bernina B38, and I love how compact it is, and it has all my favorite features. Let's go. I'm gonna start from whichever side I combine my seam allowance on. And it's easier if you unbutton the pants so you can get inside and you're working on one layer. I have matching thread on, and I'm gonna go ahead and sew the back side first. And this is why you should leave a little bit or seam rip a little more than your actual opening, because you have to get into the seam right here. And if it's too close, then it's hard to work with. All right, so I'm just gonna sew it, line it up, and sew a regular straight stitch all the way down. Okay. Smart, press or flip. Okay. So I got one side down. And remember, we're sewing it a little bit smaller than the actual seam allowance. And then I'm going to go ahead and sew the front side down. Flip it over. Remove that. This machine is so quiet though. That's one of the reasons why I really love it. And then my all-time favorite feature is the thread cutters. So I just push this button and it cuts the thread for me. Okay, so both sides are sewn now. And I'll show you at the tabletop how we're going to sew the bags together. So this is what it should look like. I'll face it this way so it's not upside down. You have two pieces. The opening is still there. So next, what you have to do is flip both pocket bags inside the pants. Oh, you know what? I forgot to understitch. One thing I like to do as well is understitch the back side so that the pocket bag doesn't stick out too much. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that really quickly first. So to understitch, I am just flipping the seam allowance to the back side. So instead of it facing here, I'm flipping it to this side. No, that was completely wrong. Okay, I'm facing it to the pocket side, my bad. And then I am understitching. You can do this for both sides of the pocket bags too, if you really don't want your pockets to show. And then I like to understitch at a 3.0 stitch length. Wow, there's the understitching. It's super hard to even see, but it's there. Back to the tabletop. So as I was saying, now we're going to tuck the pocket bags inside. Ooh, is it lagging? Okay. So it should look like this. And then go ahead and just flip your entire pants inside out. Just make your life easier, okay? All right. So it's here. And we're going to line up the seams. Just make sure the pocket bags and the side seam is lined up. And then we're going to pin it in place. Just double check. Pin it this way. Pin your pocket bag together. And then when you get back to the side seam, just make sure it's lined up again. The seam should be facing into the pocket. The side seam should be flipped this way into the pocket. And we're just going to pin that there. All right. So to sew the pocket bag closed, we're going to start from the original seam, which is why I said you want to leave a little bit of space. I'm kind of too close to the waistband, so it gets really tight. But if you're like me as well, just do your best to get as close as you can to the original stitching. And then you want to sew down about whatever your seam allowance is for your pocket bag. So mine's at a 1/2 inch. So I sew down a 1/2 inch into the pocket bag. And then I pivot and we'll sew around here, back out to the original seam line, pivot, and then blend my seam back into the original side seam. And that's pretty much it. So I'll show you at the sewing machine. We stitch back to regular and then slide it under. Yeah, just do your best if you don't have a lot of room to wiggle it into that crack, I guess. I'm gonna stick my needle down and then start sewing. Let me see if I can get even closer for y'all. Okay, so here I am. I'm going to sew down a 1/2 inch into the pocket bag. I think that's good. And then lift your presser foot and pivot. And then sew around the entire pocket bag. Ooh, it's actually not a 1/2 inch. I did 3/8 of an inch, so it's a little less. But just sew around it. Stopping to pivot every now and then. There you go. So we're reaching the side seam again. So I'm going to sew past it the same length as my seam allowance stitching so that I can blend it back in. Pivot. And now blend it back into the original. Back stitch. And we're done. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. I'm over here at the tabletop. Okay, just waiting. There you go. Oh, I forgot which side I just sewed. They're just saying no. Okay. Either way, now we can turn the pants right side out with the pockets inside. And let's see our results. Bucket. I'm gonna button the pants. Okay. This is what it looks like. You can't even tell. Both sides have pockets now. Woo! And that is how you do it. Should I try these on? Do you want to see what they look like on? I will step out and put them on and show you guys how it looks like. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
You are too cute, April. You're the best ever. It's so much fun. Go try them on. I'm going to entertain everybody. Okay? Okay, cool. All right, April's going to go put those pants on so she could do a little fashion show for us. I know everybody loved her presentation so much. I'm super inspired to put pockets in all of my pants and my skirts now. I've been monitoring all the chat, and everyone's super cool because you're so supportive and lovely and wonderful and just great. So let's see. We will ask her the questions that you guys have been putting up, but most of the time you're all saying, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to put some more pockets in. Have you interfaced? You said, have you interfaced the pockets? We'll ask her. But Joan and a couple other people asked this. Are there going to be any other segments like this for the rest of the week? And I'm here to tell you, yes. So tomorrow, you're going to be educated by Chris Talk. You know him, you love him. He's going to talk about vinyl cutting projects. And you know he's the master of vinyl cutting projects with all of his costumes. And then also tomorrow, the lovely and talented Angela Wolf will be here teaching us techniques for ruching. I love that idea. And Friday, we've got Joanne Banco, and she is doing T-shirts with Sergers. And those are the ones, let's see what else we're doing. Also on Friday, we're doing In the Hoop embroidery, making a needle case. So that's also on Friday. So a couple more education segments this week. Really cool things, really cool techniques to learn. I love the idea of this upcycling. So with the techniques we're learning tomorrow and the next day, we can use all of those in our upcycling projects that we're doing. And I hope they're looking out for April to come back because she might be back in the room. There she is. Oh my God, girl. Let me see it. Give us a turn.
Cool. Oh, snap.
That is cute. Can you turn a little bit because we all need to see the fit. Put your hands in your pockets, please. A little pose and turn. Pockets, please.
I'm on like a stool trying to balance.
I love it. So cute.
You really hear it. Yes. Now I can just casually put my hands in my pockets, which I love the feeling of.
Yeah, that's cute.
Taking photos, it's you need pockets. Like the hand has to go somewhere.
You gotta put all like when I got married, I had 3 wedding dresses and I had pockets in all of them because
oh my gosh, you did?
Yeah.
Love that.
Well, because you just need to have a pocket, and it no matter how fancy the dresses are, how casual the slacks are, or whatever it is, you need to have a pocket, right?
Yeah.
So you're so cute. Everybody wants to know. First of all, everyone's thanking you for inspiring the younger generation to sew.
Aww.
And what inspired you? You said you learned how to sew in college?
I learned how to sew in high school. So my high school had a beginner sewing course, like a home economics. And then I learned basics of sewing there. And then I learned at the end of my sophomore year. And then by my senior year, I was just obsessed, whipping out clothes. I had my own little fashion show at my high school. And after that, I went on to college, and then I continued to, further my education on sewing.
You're so awesome.
Yeah, and I would take what I learned from school, and then I would apply it to my YouTube videos.
Oh, great, beautiful idea. There was no YouTube when I was in college, but when I was in college, I was always sewing costumes and whatever, but I was selling scrunchies, and I would make scrunchies and sell them to my sorority sisters.
Oh, cute.
There was no YouTube. Let me ask you this. Somebody said that your day job should be this, and you should be a teacher because you're so good. And they asked you about interfacing the side seams. Have you thought about that?
Interfacing the side seam to keep it from unraveling?
Yeah, I think a little to make it
surging.
Yeah.
You know what? I haven't tried it, but thank you for the note. I definitely will try that in the future, especially when it gets really tricky to, make your way into those seams for sure. Yeah, or freight check, I guess.
Don't you feel like it's a math problem or like a word problem every time so somebody had said, well, this is more difficult than making a garment from scratch. And whatever, they're all the same, but don't you feel like it's a word problem when you're like, okay, I've got to cut this, I've got to make this, and I got to put this in here, I got to make sure it fits.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's like the fun part too, like solving that problem. Like, how do I do it? And then when you figure it out, you feel so good about yourself. Like, yes.
I know. I think it's so much fun. Tell everybody about your social media. It's Cool
Lerpa. So it's my name, April, backwards, Lerpa. Everyone pronounces it wrong, but it's okay. I know it's confusing, but Cool Lerpa. I just added the word cool in front of it. And yeah, I think I'm gonna actually add on to these pants because they sit pretty low on me. So the next thing I would do is sew like belt loops. Like I'm just constantly fixing things and making it better. And that's what I love about sewing. Like the possibilities truly are endless. So I probably will add belt loops. The challenging thing is that, I don't have fabric that will match it. So what I'm thinking is taking the black fabric and then blending it into the black stripy areas, even though it's uneven, just so I can actually put a belt on and hold these up a little bit higher.
I love the slouchy. I love the slouchy, but I love what you're doing because the idea of taking these old clothes and mix and matching the patterns and the textures and, there's like rules like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do this. But when you're upcycling and refashioning, you can do anything you want.
Exactly. And I think that's why it's so fun because I hate rules. And that's why it was hard for me when I went to college. There was like, oh, you have to do it this way. And I had to just follow what, the class was doing. And then that's why YouTube was kind of my outlet. And I was like free to do it however I want, on there. And it's funny because one of my teachers emailed me and was like, you're teaching this wrong. And I'm just like, oh, my bad, but it works, it still works. And I'm able to create beautiful garments from it. So I don't want anyone to feel like intimidated, like by sewing and thinking that you need to know like everything about it. Like just do it. If it works, then it works. And that's the fun and thrift flipping and upcycling. Oh yeah, and then I wanted to share.
Oh yeah.
So these were my projects. I just wanted to talk a little bit more about them. So like I said, this was a men's shirt. And I don't know if you guys seen this video floating around social media, but this is Taylor Swift's transforming band uniform. So it actually detaches. Ooh, I just ripped it in half. Yep. So there's a Velcro in the back and the front. It's really fun. And then we pulled it off my little cousin and then revealed a sparkly dress underneath. And same for the skirt. There's Velcro on the side right here. Pull it off. You got yourself a little transformation right there. And what else? Yeah, so the bed sheet. Another thing about bed sheets and upcycling them, like the possibilities truly are endless. You can gather multiple tiers of fabric and create a ruffled skirt. You can turn it into anything. It's really a big piece of fabric, right? So don't be afraid to go to your thrift stores and think about what your next upcycle project is. and you don't need to do things like I don't know, you don't need to do it. What's the word I'm looking for? But you can use a pattern, so you can use this and block it out on your old clothes or bed sheet and then create exactly what's on here, or you can come up with your own design. So it's whatever you want to do, really.
I love it. I love it. I love it. You're speaking my love language right now for sure, April. And I love you learn the fundamentals from your teachers, whether that be in school or from your mother or your grandmother. But my mother was a very, very technical sewer. I also learned to sew I sewed in high school and college. And I just did it my own way. So I'm like, oh, I'm breaking the rules. Ooh, but you know what? There are no rules. There's only your rules. The way you do it is the right way and how you want to teach it, because somebody may grasp onto your direction and others may grasp onto a different direction. So I think what you're doing is fantastic. And I want you to keep up all the good work.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, and I think that's why I've been getting into cosplay as well, because the cosplay community, there really are no rules. Everyone just figures it out along the way. It goes against everything I know about sewing, but it works and it looks good and it's a lot of fun in the end.
That's all that matters. You know what? I used to make a ton of upcycled clothes for photo shoots. And sometimes if you're doing it really fast and furious, and you're going to understand this, when it's in a photo, all you see is how beautiful it looks. But if you were to look underneath and look at some of the seams, you're like, yeah, that's not exactly what my teacher would have said to do, but it worked, right?
Yes.
Tell everybody, we can find you on social media. Do you have a website?
Yes, I have a website, coollerpa.com. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. You can go subscribe to my YouTube channel. But I mainly post on Instagram, what I'm currently up to. So you guys can head over there if you want to see what I'm doing.
Cool Lerpa, coollerpa.com, YouTube, Cool Lerpa, and everybody, that's April. That's Lerpa. Lerpa backwards,
Lerpa.
April Yang.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us today on this Sewing Machines Plus Sew Fest. It's been a great week, and we hope to see you again very, very soon.
Hey, me too.
We will see you, watching you do all your demos, but we hope to see you live with us again, and then you and I will collaborate, right?
Oh, yes, in the works right now.
We'll do a fashion show.
Oh, how fun.
I know. Okay. Thank you so much, April. Everyone say bye to April and big thanks.
Bye.
She's amazing, you guys. You got to go follow her. I know so many people already went to YouTube to jump on her channel and watch all of her videos. So much fun, so inspiring. Wonderful to have her here during SewFest. I'm super excited to have met her. And we've got more great education sessions for you for the rest of the week. Plus, we have more great segments and sessions coming up. So I'm going to bring Blaine back in. I know he's standing by. And we're going to chat a little bit. And there he is. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane, I tell you what, April, that was pretty awesome watching her do the pants. And I was telling the gang here, I was like, I think I might be able to do that after watching her, because she made it look so easy, which I know it's not, but she sure made it look easy.
It's so fun. I love the way her mind thinks, because there's certain, people would do, I might have sewed that pocket first and then stuck in it and sewn around it. So just to see her, the way she did it made me think differently. So that's what's so fun about SewFest, is you see the way people do things. Sometimes it's exactly what you do, and sometimes it's just a little bit different. And you're like, oh, I'm going to try that.
Well, I like to everybody, excuse me, everybody out there, if you would like to see more of April, like in future shows, like on our regular Thursday shows that we do every single week, let me know in the chat right now if you'd love to see more of April, because we'll work with her and try to get her, more things. And guys, if y'all are also interested in the machines that she was showing or, using, she was using that B64 air thread serger from Bernina. So guys, we have a Fest special on it right now. So just give us a call. You can actually go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type it in the search Bernina, and you'll see all the Bernina machines and sergers. That was the B64. And then the machine she was using was the B38. Yeah, the B38 sewing machine. We have a Sew Fest special on it as well. So either one of those guys, if y'all want to go check those out, make sure you just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and type Bernina in the search bar, and everything Bernina brand will come up, and you can find those two machines.
Yeah, she's so great. And by the way, I want to say Joanne Banco just texted in and she said the older can learn from, or the younger can learn from the older, and the older can learn from the younger. And I say absolutely yes, Joanne. I feel like, you know, I don't feel that I'm old, but I'm older than April. And I love that she's teaching a new generation to be interested in sewing. And if it's about upcycling and repurposing and the things that we find we want to throw away, I think it's great, you know, and then everyone will take their direction as they grow older, and then we'll pass it along.
Well, you know what's interesting on our show this week, we've got pretty much 3 cosplayers that do cosplay, and you heard April getting an interest in the cosplay, making costumes. Yaya Han, you know, she makes costumes and cosplay and does things. And then we got Chris Talk going to be on, and you know, he does you know, cosplay and makes costumes. And all 3 of them have developed their skills from that and have got into really interesting sewing. And you know, Chris makes all of his own clothes. So I think it's pretty awesome that they're all here this week. You're getting to see all the techniques they do, and all the other people, even in the demonstrations that we've had, you're getting to see a lot of different techniques. So if you can't learn something from us this week, you never will.
No, it's so exciting. It's just a great week. So there's tons, and there's so many things. Like the ideas are endless. Every single presenter has said that the one idea leads to another one. It was the earlier session when Shauna was making the pumpkin. She said, "Oh, I have 15 more ideas in my head that I want to do." So, and then, like, as they're actually making the whatever they're making, like, "Oh, I got 6, 7 more ideas. Like, I can't wait to be done with you guys because I'm going to go do that."
Well, you're right. Well, speaking of creative ideas, that your next guest coming up,
I'm going to do it.
Extremely creative ideas with a creative machine. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay.
See y'all back here in about an hour.
Thank you, Blaine. Okay, we are going from an upcycler to an upcycler, and I'm going to pass it on to another upcycler, Sarah Vetzer. She is a brother educator, and she owns SAVNYC. You can find she makes fun, colorful, sassy, upcycled items that will bring a little joy into your life every day. She uses all of her brother products to make these beautiful garments, to upcycle these beautiful garments. And she is here going to talk about the Brother Print Moda Studio. And of course, Brother is a platinum sponsor of SewFest this week. So thank you so much to them. Everyone say hi to my friend, Sarah Vetzer.
Hey, Jane, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I saw you this morning for like a little second. I was like over there.
Sorry I missed you this morning, but I'm happy we're here together now.
I know it. I was watching you. And by the way, Sarah Vetzer is a total thrifter, upcycler, repurposer, fashioner. She's amazing. We did a whole podcast all about upcycling, and it was fantastic. And her insight is so cool, and her passion for it is so great. If you are wanting to listen to that, any place where you get your podcast from, just search Creative Living with Jane Klaus. Creative Living with Jane Klaus. Look for Sarah Vetzer's name on that and listen away, and you'll really enjoy it. But don't do it yet. Right now, you need to listen to Sarah talk about the Print Moda Studio from Brother.
Yeah, that podcast was so fun, and I'm really encouraged to hear that you guys have so many presenters who are also into upcycling. That's amazing.
It's so great. Oh my gosh, Sarah. Okay, I miss you, but I'm going to let you talk because I don't want to waste any more time because I love Print Moda.
Yes. All right. So Print Moda Studio, this is so exciting, and I am thrilled that I am here to teach you guys all about Print Moda Studio. This is Brother's new creative fabric printer. It is essentially an inkjet printer, and what Brother did was they added a new tray that holds a roll of fabric. Here's my roll of fabric, trying to roll right out of the tray here. All right, so what does that mean? That means that you can print your own fabric, your own designs, your own banners, your own wall art, and you can print it continuously up to 3 yards at a time. How awesome is that, okay? I know a lot of us have tried those 8.5 by 11 sheets of fabric that go in your inkjet printer, and you can print little projects on them. But that's child's play now, because we have the Print Moda, and you can print 3 yards at a time. You can print big banners for birthdays, holidays, celebrations. You can print big wall art with your personal photos, beautiful, vibrant colors. I have a little sunset photo here. This is printed on fabric from the printer. And you can just get so creative with this, okay? So all the magic happens on the Artspira app, and I will dive into that in a second. Just gonna show you some of my samples to get your ideas flowing. So on the Artspira app, you have templates and different projects that you can follow along step by step to make. You have all different kinds of patterns that you could print. Here's a bunch of examples that I have here. Of course, my favorite are the dogs. Who doesn't love the little, I guess, colonial dogs? It prints in really vibrant colors. And then again, you have all different kinds of templates, like for quilt labels. You have wall art, you have banners. This is a template that was in the Artspira app. So they're all there ready to go. If you are like me and you immediately say, okay, this is what I've been given, what else can I do? Well, seriously, the possibilities are endless, okay? You can create any kind of fabric that you want. You could print out any design, any drawing on fabric and make it into wall art, turn it into a pillow, use it in a quilt. I mean, it's crazy. It's so fun. So this is an example. I love this little project. These are little bookmarks. And what I did here was I took a photo of wildflowers. And in the Artspira app, there is a feature where you can kaleidoscope an image. So I used my wildflower photo in the kaleidoscope feature, and I created my very own custom fabric in like 2 seconds. It prints even faster than that, you guys are gonna see, and beautiful colors, beautiful colors. I have a hat here. This was actually a mess up. Talk about upcycling, right? I'll show you guys the inside. You see my little mess up in there? I had a little embroidery go awry. So upcycling. I created my own fabric with Artspira and Print Moda Studio, and I stitched it on as an applique patch, and I saved this hat from going into the garbage. Now it looks super cute. All right, so let's get right into it. I'm going to show you guys the Artspira app because, again, this printer is controlled pretty much solely by the Artspira app. You can use it as an at-home printer, so it will connect to your computer for you to print documents or any images off your computer. It also has a USB port that's just out of camera right over here, so you can print photos that way as well. But it was really designed to work in conjunction with Brothers Artspira app. So here's the app on my phone. And if you guys have not heard of this app yet, you should definitely check it out. It's available for download for Apple or Android. Any type of phone you have, you can download this app, and it is free. It comes with tons of free designs, and I could probably spend hours showing you just the Artspira app, but we don't have that much time. So when you download it, you'll be able to see the embroidery designs and the cutting designs, but the printing designs don't show up until you connect a Print Moda Studio to your Artspira account. So of course I have my machine connected. So right at the top here, I have printing designs. Now there's a couple different ways you can access all the printing features here. I'm going to start here in the printing designs category, and there are subcategories in this category. So first it's showing us our banners, and we have all these different design options here. So right up here, this is the banner that I have hanging up in my studio right now. When you select a design, it gives you a brief description and it gives you the dimensions. So this is how long it'll print out. When you press create, that's when all of your editing options are available to you. So you can tap on a portion of the design, go down to change. You see my editing tools popped up down here. We can go to change, and then we have the option to change the font or the color of the font or change the name, right? So it was actually my birthday on Monday. So we're gonna say, happy birthday, Sarah. And we can go back into information, see those dimensions again. And when you're ready to print, you press done. You can save it. There's another print preview of it. You would select your printer, and you have print settings available as well. There's 2 different print qualities, fine and eco. And I can confidently say that there is not a major difference between either one, but eco mode definitely saves you a little bit of ink. And then you press print. It sends it wirelessly to your Print Moda Studio, and it will print out in just minutes. It is so awesome. All right. Let's take a look at what else is available to us. Again, these are just the templates that are available to you with Print Moda. You can go beyond your wildest dreams with your ideas here, create any design you'd like, import it into Artsphere, and have it printed on the Print Moda Studio. All right, so these are some photo frame examples. This is the one that I have hanging up behind me as well. And the app can directly access the photos on your device. So when you're working with these little photo templates, select the photo, press change. It shows you your very own photos that are on your device. You can select whichever one you'd like, load it in, and there you go. You're done. You have your own personalized project. Obviously, I would pick a picture of a person, not of flowers, but that's okay. You guys get the idea. All right, what else do we have here? More wall decor. We have quilt blocks. These are super cute. These actually come in 3 different sizes. So you can create that, whichever size you like. And then again, you have all different editing options. You can change the patterns. These are the patterns that are available to you in the app for free. You can select any one of those. There's a lot of cute options. We could do the pumpkins. Okay, so just as you tap around and explore, you could change all different kinds of things and make the design your own. We have quote labels, like I showed you. What I love about these is that you can actually individually edit them. So once you create, it creates a sheet of them. The printer prints out a minimum of 8.5 inches, so you can't go any smaller than that. But to maximize that printing area, the template for the labels is just taking advantage of that full 8.5 inches, and so it makes 6 different labels. So we can zoom in. There we go. Then you could choose different images for each label. You could put different text on each label, and then boom, you have 6 individual quilt labels. They print out in a flash, and they're ready to be sewn onto your quilts. The coolest thing, though, is that there are actually full projects in here, right? So these pouches come with a full list of materials, step-by-step instructions, along with the printing files that you need to create this pouch. How great is that? Right? So this is the photo that they used. Tap on it, it loads right up, send it to your printer, and then follow the instructions to create your pouch. I told you guys, I could be on here for hours showing you stuff. It's so much fun. All right, so we're back at the home screen here. This is printing designs. That's where we just were. If you go down to the bottom of the screen and go to new, now I have a tab over here for printing. So under the printing tab, I have 2 different options. I have printing patterns and geometric patterns. Let's go to printing patterns first. choose your size. You could do letter, or you could set a custom size. And again, print up to 3 yards at a time. So if you wanted to make yardage, you could go ahead and do that. I'm going to choose letter for now. So first thing that pops up are your colors. You can choose a solid color if you'd like. Oops. You can, oh, almost missed, gradation. Give it a second to load. There it goes. Different options there that are fun to play with. Then you can go and take a look at your patterns again. There are my dogs that I love. There are my llamas. Love those llamas. You got pumpkins. You got all different kinds of fun stuff in here. Once again, you can pull from the images that are on your device. Print out your very own image. Use it in a quilt. Use it in any kind of project you can think of. All right, now the My Patterns tab is where we're going to be able to access our geometric patterns. But first, let's go back. Let's choose a pattern here. Let's go with the pumpkins. And once we select that, we have even more editing options here. So we can go ahead and click change. We could change it to an image, change the pattern, whatever we like. We can go to effect, and we can totally get a new colorway for our pumpkins. And you could just keep pressing show more, show more, show more, and it'll show you. It'll just keep showing you more and more color options. It's so fun. All right. You can also change the angle of the print. You can flip it, rotate it, and then you can go in and you could change the size of your canvas or your printout. All right, let's go back and let's check out the geometric patterns. So for geometric, like I was explaining to you guys before, to make my own custom fabric, I chose a picture of wildflowers. Then you can go into your editing tools at the bottom. I went to piece, and you can choose all these different pieces, and you can see, I'll zoom in here. You can see I'm creating my very own fabric with this geometric function that, again, is free to use on the free Artsvira app. All right, so you go back into piece, just keep playing around with that. Look at that. I mean, that's so cool. I love that one. I'm going to save it. Calling it flower. All right, that's saved to my account, my Artsvira account. I can also play with the scale. Oh, it's so fun. It's so fun. I like that one too. I'm going to save that as well. Okay, so I had two options there. I had save and save as. So what I did was I actually saved the original one. I rewrote over it. So this is the only pattern I have saved now. If you wanted to save that as an additional one, you could click save as. It'll ask you for a new name. Okay, now we're finished playing with that. We can go back to printing patterns, choose our size. I'm going to choose a letter again. Now under my pattern, boop, there it is. There's our design, ready to be printed. Our very own fabric. We made it in, what was that, 30 seconds? Isn't that awesome? All right, let's print it, right? That's what we all want to see, right? We all want to see the printer in action. Let me change the view here so you can see it. And also, while it's printing, I'm going to go quiet so you can hear how quiet the machine is, because it is so quiet and fast. I have my little test print that I did before we came on here. My little birds. Just another one of the included patterns with the machine. Now, the fabric comes on this kind of clear plastic backing here. And basically that just helps the machine to feed it through as it prints, and it keeps the fabric nice and flat so you get no wrinkles or bubbles or any smears or anything like that. Once your print comes out of the printer, you want to let it dry for 15 minutes. Heat setting it is always a great idea to just lock in those inks. Again, this is an inkjet printer, so it uses standard inkjet inks, just like you would use at your printer at home in your office. Love that sound, right? So it's easy to peel off, and then you have a really nice lightweight cotton. Okay, so this is 100% cotton, and the fabric itself is also specially treated to absorb the inks so that the color lasts really well when it's printed, and the colors are really vibrant, as you can see. Just going to keep giving you close-ups of this. It's so pretty. I need to make something with this. Drop your project ideas in the comments. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and print out the flowers that we just designed. So all I have to do is press done. I'm not going to save it because I already saved it. And then you press done, you press print. I only have one printer connected, but if you had multiple, you could select it from up there. I'm going to make sure I'm on eco mode, which I am. I'm going to press print. It says check to make sure you have the correct amount of length to print this project, which is 8.5 inches. I know that I do, so I'm going to press OK. It's sending. All right, I'm going to be quiet now so you can listen. Did you hear that? Did you hear any of that? I'm not sure if my microphone is picking that up. It's really quiet, you guys, okay? So it prints really quick and it's super quiet. And then at the end there, you might have heard the little click, 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 click. It has an automatic trimmer in the back. So it trimmed my project for me. So all I have to do is remove it. And there's our fabric. Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay. So again, I'm going to wait for this to dry. I'm going to leave it right here. And then I would be able to just peel that backing off and I'm ready to go. All right, so that's Print Moda in a nutshell. I think I could show you guys a couple more technical things, but you know, overall, I mean, this is so much fun. Again, I could have spent so much time with you guys on the Artspira app. I'll show you some more of my samples. This project here, I used a web editor and I created a little photo album cover. Chose a background and then I printed that out, printed out a little grid design, cut it out, made a photo album sleeve. All right. So that's just another example of how you can edit anything you want on any editing software. I love Canva, shout out Canva. I also use Photoshop and Illustrator, anything you're comfortable with. Sky's the limit. You can go crazy and then you save it as a JPEG, send it to your phone, your tablet, on the Artspira app, because the Artspira app pulls from the photos that you have on your phone or your tablet, open it right up, print it out, and you're done. All right. This is definitely a crowd favorite. I made a little iPad sleeve out of a photo of a dog. This is not my dog, sadly. It's a very cute dog. But I found this on the internet, basically. Printed my own fabric. quilted it on my Luminaire, and made myself an iPad sleeve. Imagine, okay, I don't want to talk too soon about the holidays, but imagine all of the personalized Christmas gifts you can make. Oh my gosh. With everyone's pets and everyone's family photos. For grandma and grandpa, they love pictures of their grandkids, right? You can have so much fun with this. I have my quilt labels, and I love that kaleidoscope, the geometric pattern feature on the Artsira app. I've played around with it a lot. So this is another one of the included patterns. It's a little sweet treats pattern there. So I took that pattern and put it through the geometric feature, and I got a brand new fabric that's actually donuts and lollipops and cupcakes. I love using the idea of using both of these in a quilt, right? Because you could do a piece from the bigger design, a piece of your own geometric pattern, and they match because it's the same pattern, but it gives a different look. So that's really cool. Another thing that we talked about a lot at Brother Convention was people who have really like antique quilts that are handed down from generation to generation, and maybe it's getting a little bit raggedy in one corner. You need to like replace a square or something like that. But of course, you can't find that fabric anymore because it's such an old quilt. Well, imagine taking a photo on your phone of the fabric, maybe a good piece that's not ripped up or anything, and then printing your very own fabric with Print Moda Studio and replacing that one square that you need to mend on your quilt. And there you go. You have a perfect match, right? So this is such a new product to us. We've been thinking of all these fun ideas, and I really am so excited to hear what all of your ideas are going to be and how you're going to use this. Again, drop me some ideas for what to do with this fabric. What else? So Brother sells the fabric rolls. Right, you can get these at your dealer. You can also buy the inkjet inks at your dealer, and one set of ink will last you 7 rolls of fabric. And I believe, if I remember correctly, this has about 5 yards on it. All right, so that's like 35 yards of fabric just with one set of ink. So the ink really goes a long way. So that's really good to know. Again, this fabric is 100% cotton. It's nice and lightweight, really versatile for lots of different projects. And it's specially treated to absorb the ink so that you get really vibrant colors, as I hope you could see in all my samples. I love color, so I definitely went for all of the colorful patterns that you could find. And I've been having so much fun with it. For certain projects where you might be, let's say you make a tote bag that might be rubbing up against your clothes a lot, Brother also sells a roll of laminate that you can apply to the top of your fabric to avoid any ink transfer going onto your clothes, your couch, your car seats, whatnot. So that's really fun too. I've even come up with some ideas that incorporate the laminate, on purpose. Like take this cute little chevron pattern here. Wouldn't this make such a cute baby bib, right? So if you cover it with that laminate material, then it makes it easy to wipe off. You could embroider the baby's name on top. You can edit photos of the baby right onto the project, print it out directly. I mean, so many ideas. I hope you guys are really excited and this gave you a good idea of Print Moda Studio. I'm going to pass it back to Jane and she can tell you how you can get one of these.
Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Sarah, it's so much fun.
I know.
You were playing on your Art Spira, showing us all the things, and I was playing on my Art Spira, like just goofing around with it while you were demoing, because I was like, oh my gosh, I want to get on this thing. I love it.
It's so much fun.
Okay, couple of questions. You mentioned you have to let it dry. How long do you let it dry? Like 24 hours or 15 minutes?
No, just 15 minutes. You need to let it dry.
And do you heat set it?
I definitely recommend heat setting for anything that you apply to a fabric. Heat setting always helps to just lock it into the fibers.
And Art Spira, I guess that's free. Everybody can download that. You could go to the Brother website, and there's a QR code, or like one of those things you put on your phone. You can go right to the website, or you could just go to the App Store, right?
Yes, absolutely. If you search Art Spira, ARTSPIRA, in the App Store, Google Play Store, it's available for Apple and Android, and it's free to use. There's tons of free designs on there, all the free patterns I was showing you, free projects. I mean, you could really get lost.
Listen, I never want to work again. I just want to play around with the print moda. I want to play on my Art Spira. I want to go back to my Luminaire. I mean, it's just like, what? I don't want to do anything but start creating. That's all I want to do.
I know. I get it.
We are so lucky. You're the best. I want to tell everybody how they can get one today. Sarah Vetzer, how can people follow you?
Oh, you can find me on Instagram, Etsy, and YouTube at SAV_NYC right here. Come check it out. I have more Art Spira and print motive videos and lots of machine videos on my YouTube channel, so check it out.
You are the best. Thank you so much, Sarah. We'll see you soon. Okay, bye. Okay, everybody, got to get your hands on this print moda from Brother. It is so much fun. You saw how creative you could get. Here's the deal. From our friends at Brother, it is the Print Moda Studio direct to fabric printer. You saw all the amazing things that Sarah was doing. Yeah, there's so fast pricing right there, but put a slash through that because it's Blaine, because it's Sewing Machines Plus. Go and call them for information, 800-401-8151. You're missing out if you do not have this Print Moda Studio fabric printer in your craft room, sewing room, crafty stash, maker space, whatever you want to call it. This is literally changing the way that you create. So much fun. I love the innovation from Brother, and Sarah did such a great job giving us all of these wonderful ideas. Place your order, smplive.tv, or call 800-401-8151. I'm going to call Blaine back in so I can go make a phone call right now.
Well, that's a good thing to do. So, hey, before you go, make that phone call. Let's just give something away. What do you think?
Oh yeah, okay. Let's do that too.
All right. So I want to do a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. And guys, so let's get that wheel ready, Kennedy. All right. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. Here we go.
Debbie Spoto. Congratulations. She's watching on YouTube today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Debbie.
All right, Debbie, to claim that prize, we needed to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim my prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit. And once we receive that, we will email you the gift card code, and all you have to do is put the code in at checkout, and it will save you $100.
We can save you $100. Can it save her $100 right now when she buys her print moda?
Yep, and she has 30 days from today to claim that prize, and it will go away after that.
I love it. And Blaine, let's just remind everybody how they can win too.
Yeah, so it's real easy, Jane. All you have to do is just like, share, comment, or ask questions on YouTube or Facebook. Very simple. So if you're watching from Facebook right now and you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, go subscribe to it, hit the bell notification, like the video. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like the Facebook page. And also Kennedy has a private Facebook group for the SMP Nation. Go join that. All those things, and then just ask questions, comments during the show on either platform, and that'll get you locked in to win stuff. And we're giving stuff away all week long. And also, Jane, at the end of the day today, we are going to draw our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway, $25,000 Dream Studio. Plus, we're giving over $100,000 worth of products away this week.
That's so much fun. And we have to be paying attention. We have to be connecting and corresponding. But also, if you're a finalist and you don't win the main prize, you do win a prize, right?
They are locked in, guaranteed to get a prize package. Even if they get the 4 runner-ups, we'll get a prize package that's awesome. And then the contest winners, voting is still open to go vote for the garment contest that's going on. And you can vote all the way up until Thursday midnight Pacific time. You can vote 2 times a day. So y'all still have time today and tomorrow to vote. And all you have to do is go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the home page, you'll see a banner. It says SewFest. Click on it. Once it opens up the SewFest page, you'll see a little tab at the top. It says Gallery.
Yeah.
Hit that. You can go check out all the entries of all their garments. Vote on your favorite one, or vote on your favorite 2. Doesn't matter.
It's so fun. And if you want more inspiration, I'm telling you what, go there, click on that gallery, look at all of the votes. Of course, you can vote, yes. But you're going to get inspired by seeing what everybody else is making. And you're going to go, why didn't I send in my project?
Well, just to let everybody know now, coming up, another contest we're going to have. So we have a couple shows lined up, Jane. We're going to have a Cyber Monday show, November the 27th, I think the date is. It's the Friday after Thanksgiving. We'll have that's the Monday after Thanksgiving. It's the Monday after Black Friday, they say. That Monday, we'll have our Cyber Monday show. An all-day show is going to be awesome. Then I think it's December the 11th through the 15th. Y'all mark that on your calendar, December 11th through the 15th. We're going to have Countdown to Christmas.
Oh, my gosh.
And it'll be back-to-back demonstrations, educational sessions all day long, and great bargains and time to get it for Christmas. And if you get it in that show, we're going to guarantee, hopefully, most of the stuff we're going to be able to guarantee that you're going to get it before Christmas. So we're going to work real hard at that. And then in 2024, our very first show of the year, and it'll be another contest, will be Quilt Fest. And so we want y'all to start working on your quilts now, because it is going to be big. Quilt Fest is going to be huge in 2024. Lots of prizes to give away, and we're going to have that contest for you to enter your quilt. So it's going to be lots of stuff coming up and a lot of stuff next year.
And it'll all be here before you know it. Like we're all talking about pumpkins, but by the way, Christmas is going to be here in the holiday season, and that countdown to Christmas is so much fun because everyone's like going bananas, like ordering 3 things, one for me, one for my mom, one for my daughter. Like everyone needs to have it. And then Blaine takes us behind the scenes to the warehouse, and you literally see the guy like loading the truck, like with your name on it, like coming to your house because he gets it to you in time for Christmas. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I think everybody was kind of blown away last year when we showed the call center, everybody working, we showed all the product all packed up, stacked up outside, waiting. They were loading the FedEx truck. It was, pallets and pallets of products. So
it was great.
Cool.
It was like, if we thought you guys weren't working, we were wrong, because we actually were like, oh wow, they're working.
Yeah, all the warehouse team in the call center, they I'm not the most popular guy during our festivals because it puts about double the work on them.
I love it. Listen, I have my wish list. I think you should just take over right now because I have to go order some things.
All right, so we're going to carry on. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, guys, we're moving right along. And hey, we have Butler Robotics coming back in the house. Y'all have been loving the demonstration that Aubrey Hartman's been doing. She's been kind of giving you some product knowledge every day so far. She's kind of working on a project in the time being doing this. Aubrey, she's an area manager with Butler Robotics and has a very long history of thread and fabric. And man, we love that she's on our show. She is so good. Y'all really pay attention to this because there may be a trivia question after her demonstration. So y'all welcome back to the show, Aubrey Hartman.
Hey, Blaine. Hey, SMP Nation. It's so great to be here again today.
Well, Aubrey, everybody is absolutely loving your demonstrations. They're loving the Butler Robotics. And so we're going to let you take it away, and then we're going to come back, and we're probably going to have some trivia at the end of your demonstration.
Okay, that sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. Hi, everybody. Again, my name's Aubrey with Butler Robotics. So glad to see y'all again today. I'm going to take you over to our robotic setup and just introduce you to our 3 different models. And then we'll get started on our project because y'all wanted to see something yesterday. So we're going to work on that today. Okay, so here we are with our 3 different models. We've got our basic model that comes with an 8-inch display screen, our deluxe model that comes with a 10-inch display screen, and our professional model that comes with our 12-inch display screen. As you go up in models, you go up in features, your display screen, and the amount of designs that come preloaded. You've got 150 designs that come on your small model, 250 designs that come on your mid-level, and 500 that come on your top of the line. We also have our Easy Shield AVR. This is an automatic voltage regulator. So when you have your machine and your display and your Butler all plugged into this, you have an even amount of voltage sent into your product. That way you don't have to worry about power surges that may come into your house, or if you have a storm and you have your power knocked out. This has a backup battery in it, so you can complete your project and properly shut down your machine and your Butler robot. You won't have to worry about losing anything that you've been working on. You can get things saved and turned down properly to protect all those electronics. All right, guys, so we're going to head back over to our project here. Now, yesterday we had talked about working with text and adding words onto your project, and I had said that you can do that and add design work around it. So we're going to actually do that project today, so you can see that on this cute little quilt that I've been working on. So we're going to go here onto our screen, and I'm going to set out a layout block. So we are going to hit layout on our screen. And I am going to add a layout pattern box. I'm going to hit my plus sign, and I'm going to actually mark 4 points because I know exactly where I want this to be. So I've got a little space here, and I am going to go to my edit feature and hit T for text and hit my text button, and I am going to add a name in here. And I am going to write the name Pixie. And Pixie is the name of my miniature rat terrier. So this is going to be a blanket for her when it's all finished. She likes to snuggle. So I am going to hit generate for my text, and it is going to put her name in that little box. So we are going to go to our home, and we're going to turn on needle on, and we are going to stitch that out. So it is that easy to put a name onto one of your projects. No need to worry about that. Let's see. We are being slow for some reason here. Go ahead and start that up again. It looks like we're having a technical difficulty here.
They want to know if you made your cute shirt you're wearing.
I did not make this shirt. I actually bought this one, but I can, and I probably could have. Let's see if we can get this started. All right. We're going to let our technician look at this and see if we've got something turned off. So we're going to just get him to check on that for 1 second. We also wanted to let you know that there are some extra features that might help you all out with your Butler robotics when you're using them. We have an information button that you might be able to see. There's a little eye with a circle around it on the screen. When you're using your robotic system, if you have questions about what one of the buttons may be doing or what it's used for, you can hit that eye for information, and you have the availability to download a video right to your screen and watch an example of exactly how that button can be used. So you don't have to run to your computer and look something up online and then go back to your Butler robotics and then figure out how to use that. You can watch a video right there on your Butler screen and have an example of exactly how to use your feature and then go and head it and use it. So no reading paper manuals and things like that. So that's always super helpful. So that's.
Hey, does it come with that tech right there?
I'm sure everybody would love to have a tech in their home. That's a fun question. We love having our tech available anytime we need him to help us out. It's great to have people who know what they're doing. I love having this guy here to help me out when we get into trouble. So he's going to get us up and running.
So another question is, can you like trace out your pattern without stitching it to make sure it fits your area type thing?
Yes, so if you guys couldn't hear that, we had a question if you could trace out your pattern that you've loaded and make sure it fits in the space that you want before you actually stitch it out. Absolutely. So the little needle button that we highlight when we want to stitch, you just turn that off and take the highlighting off of it and hit the start button, and your machine will run, and it will essentially trace out where the whole pattern is going to be, but not actually stitch. So you can kind of follow along, make sure it's going to go where you want it to, fit in the space you want it to. And as long as it does, then you could go ahead, turn that needle on and stitch out your whole pattern. All right, guys, we're going to get this reset, and hopefully our awesome tech has figured out exactly what we were needing to do and get ourselves up and running again. So here I am just setting up my whole quilt area and making sure we are back on track here. All right, and we're gonna add in my little box that I had here for the name. And get Pixie back in here. Get our text. Let's see, I want to do it all capital. There we go. All right, let's try this again, you guys. Here's that needle button that I was talking about up here in the corner. Right now it is not highlighted. We're going to highlight that. So if you want to just trace your design, you would take the highlight off and hit your green for go button. But we want to stitch this out, so we're going to highlight it. And our King Quilter 2 is moving into place. It's taken its first little stitch to pull up my bobbin thread, and we're going to tell it to go ahead and go. All right, and there we go. So it's going to go ahead and move into the center of the piece so we can follow along with where it's going. As you can see on the screen, my little blue crosshairs is going to follow along with where it is on the quilt pattern so you can kind of see where it's stitching.
They love your rabbit fabric, by the way.
Isn't it cute? I love rabbits. I've loved rabbits ever since I was a little kid. So I have quite a collection of rabbit fabric. When we take a wider shot, you can see, but there are actually rabbits on my backing fabric too. So we're going to let this run. Are there any other questions that we can answer while we're doing this, Lindsay? I know that there's a lot pouring in right now.
What is added to, say, like the machine and whatnot to add the robots?
Okay, so when you purchase a Butler Robotics system, you will add a display bracket to hold your Butler Robotics display. So there's a metal piece here that will attach to the top of your machine as well as to your display. You're going to have a few cables that will add from your display back. And then there is a motor box, which I showed when we were looking at your items. And that attaches to the front of your carriage. And then you've got some belts and a few other little pieces that'll attach onto the side of your frame to hold your belts. So it's very minimal. A lot of this is very simple to install yourself. We've got great directions, so if you can follow along with your directions, but if you do need help, you can always call in to SMP and ask for help, and they will be more than happy to assist you.
Do you have to drill holes in your sewing machine or frame?
No, you do not have to drill any holes into your sewing machine or into your frame. And this is a universal product. So whether you have this wonderful King Quilter 2 that you bought from Sewing Machines Plus, or whether you've got another brand of machine at home, you can put Butler Robotics on it. Doesn't matter. All right, guys, so the name Pixie has stitched out for us already. So it's that quick to get that done. So we are just going to pull our bobbin thread up here. And now we are going to go and do our layout. So we are now going to look at the entire section of rabbit fabric here. And I am going to turn that into a full layout box. So we are going to come up to the top corner. I'm going to add a layout box here and come all the way down to the bottom left so that I'm covering all of that rabbit fabric. And I'm going to choose a pattern. And let's see. There we go. I'm going to add that in there and make all that fit. And now I'm going to go to my free motion button. And I am going to turn that on, and I'm just going to trace around the name Pixie.
Hey, while you're doing that, Aubrey,
Uh-huh.
does the Butler require internet?
It doesn't require internet, but if you have internet, you can attach to your internet, and that way you can download all those information videos that I was talking about. And if you are hooked up to your internet, you can also import any purchase designs directly from the internet to your Butler robotics system. And I hit the applique button. And now I'm going to hit my crop button. Oh, something went wrong here. Let me try that again. Hold on. I'm gonna trace around here again.
What format of patterns does it take?
It takes QLI and QCC and DXF. So if you've got those, then you can go ahead and use them on this machine. So I know those are pretty popular, so you can use things that you've already purchased for other machines you may have owned, or if you're signed up for websites, you can purchase those now and start saving up for your machine.
If you buy, say, the basic, could you eventually upgrade to one of the others if you wanted to?
Yes, you can. So if you buy the basic and you like what it does and you want more features, because the basic doesn't have all of the editing features, then you can upgrade as you go. All right, let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm getting distracted.
Somebody just said that.
I know, I'm sorry.
It's so hard to answer questions at work.
It is. It's hard to do everything all at once, y'all.
So are you tracing the name so it will not put patterns in that space?
Correct. That is what I'm attempting to do. And if I could just concentrate on what I'm doing, I could get there.
it really as easy as Aubrey makes it look?
I try to make it look easy. I've practiced quite a bit. It's a very user-friendly system. So as long as you take your time and play with it, I've gone through lots of practice fabric. So as long as you give yourself the chance to learn, yes, it is very easy.
Well, everyone says you do make it look easy.
Oh, well, thank you guys.
Well done, well done.
When it comes down to it, it's just a little computer. You can't break it. And if you stitch something wrong, you just grab that seam ripper. I'm just having a minute here. Give me a second, y'all. It is not behaving like I had hoped it would for some reason. It's doing the opposite of what I wanted. And I'm just wondering if that happened when it shut off there for a second and I had to restart.
They said it's the live TV gremlins.
It probably is the live TV gremlins. So let's just fill in this orange part here for right now, and then we'll try to go back to this, because I don't want to take up any more of your time and I want you to still see stuff. So let's go ahead and lay out this orange part here and do something else for the time being, and then we'll fix that part. But I have a feeling that things got a little wonkajade when it shut off there for a second and I had to restart the program. We're going to go to patterns, and I'm going to put my little clamshell in here because a lot of people love clamshells. You can do all kinds of stuff with that, and filling in borders is a lot of fun because with this program, you can manipulate those clamshells and do all kinds of neat stuff. So right now, I've just got one little teeny tiny clam on the screen, but we can go ahead and use our repeat button and put lots of little clams on the screen and size them in here and make them nice and long. But then we can go back to our pattern and choose our clam again, but we can flip-flop him in the opposite direction and then fill him in again. And size it again. And now we've made kind of a little egg and dart pattern. So this is a lot of fun if you've got some kind of classic patterns or something a little bit more Baroque looking. You can fill in with these egg and dart patterns and it looks really beautiful on borders. So let's go ahead and stitch this out and see what it looks like. I think I said this the other day. It's a lot of fun to take these patterns that are preloaded into your machine, use the editing features that are on here to kind of make them your own, to do something a little bit different with them, to change them up a little bit. You don't just have to use what's in here as it is. And that goes the same for things that you may purchase. You can really change them out to make them your own, to design your quilts the way you want with the designs that are available for you. So while this is stitching out, Lindsay, do you have any other questions?
I'm getting cut up. 1 sec.
Okay. Now I want to remind everybody that even though you may have an automation system put onto your long arm machine, you can still free motion with it. It will be a little bit stiff. So if you want to release those belts, I can show you how to do that. So if you want to release your belt, all you have to do is touch the levers. We're gonna get a look over here. I'm at a different camera now. There we go. So we've got our little levers on our motor boxes. And this is the motor box that I was talking about with what you need to add to your machine when you purchase a Butler robotics system. There's a little lever right here. It's actually a double lever system. You push the little lever forward and then release the big lever. It's that easy to release the belt on your long arm machine so that you can free motion. I know a lot of people like to do both. So you have your automation and your free motion available to you. You don't have to give up one to have the other. You can do both things.
Okay, we're out of time.
Oh gosh, we're out of time. Well, I'm going to finish stitching this off camera, but Blaine, we're going to go back to you.
Well, thanks, Aubrey. Great demo. I know you had a couple issues there, but hey, if you've been doing quilting for very long, you're going to always have a few little things that happen. And,
yes, nothing ever goes the way you want it.
I know. All right. Well, thank you. We're going to tell them how they can get this, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, Blaine.
All righty. So, guys, this is the Butler Robotics. Now, again, we have 3 different models of the Butler Robotics that you can choose from, and each one of these are exclusive to Sewing Machines Plus. The one you see on the screen right now, that is the basic. The price is going to start at $36.99 is the normal price. But, guys, every one of these has a strike-through price. We have a call-in special on all 3 models. So you've got to get on the phone and call us if you're interested in robotics. And if you've got a quilting machine out there that has a frame, there's a 90% chance that the Butler Robotics will fit on that frame and work that machine. They cover a broad spectrum of the quilting industry. So guys, we are experts on this. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, 401-8151. And place your order for this. We're going to ship it free, and we do have some financing available. So then we also have not only that basic, but we have the deluxe. And the basic difference between them, these have the 8-inch, 10-inch screens, and they're going to be difference of what features are unlocked on each one and how many designs they're in there. And then we have the last but not least, that professional series, and it has the big 12-inch screen on it, a bigger screen, more designs loaded in, and all the features are unlocked on this, so you can do tons of things with this. So again, guys, all those price points, just imagine there's a strike-through price on there. All of them are call-in special, so give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, if you have any questions at all about it. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. And hey, we have Bernina in the house right now. We're going to talk all about the Brunette 7 series. And we have Kate Tony coming in again. She was here earlier this week. And, Kate is a embroidery educator specialist from Bernina, America. In addition to being an expert contributor on We All Sew for many years, Kate has also written several articles for Creative Embroidery Magazine and has been a frequent contributor to Airfield's Airbuzz blog. Kate loves getting to work with Bernette and traveling to many conventions with the brand and spreading the love of the Bernette machines to cosplay community. And hey, we're so happy Kate's here. So welcome, Kate, back to the show.
Hello, how are you, Blaine?
I am awesome. And you think I would be tired by now, but I'm not. I think it's all the Mountain Dew and Snickers and Oreo cookies that Aero Cabinet sent in to us.
Fuel. Yeah, that's fuel. That's fuel. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you seem really perky. You seem ready to go.
I'm ready to go. We're thinking about just continuing this all the way till midnight tonight. I would like everybody to chat. So if y'all just want to keep going, let us know.
Keep going.
May not get any of the educators to go along with us, but
I was going to say.
So we're going to let you get going. I know you got a lot to talk about in that 7 series, and then we'll come back and tell them all about the 7 series, how they can get them, and we'll go from there. So thanks, Kate.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Hello. I'm so happy to be back. So I have to head on over and share my screen like we did the other day. Now, today we are specifically talking about, let me get the right thing on here. Of course, the transition is not so smooth, but here we go. We are going to be talking about the Yaya Han edition. I know Yaya was on SewFest yesterday, and we had an amazing cosplayer on earlier today, April Coolerpa, who also works with Brunette Machines. So I'm really excited to talk to you about this machine. So let's do it. For those who don't know, I'm Kate Toney. I'm in Orlando, Florida. So midnight would be a lot sooner here than it would be for you guys. It's dinner time, 6 o'clock. I can smell dinner cooking. I'm ready to go eat it. But first, we're going to talk about this machine. So like Blaine said, I'm the machine embroidery education specialist for Bernina of America. I'm coming up on 1 year with the company. So proud of that. It's been a wonderful time. But I've been passionate about brunettes and Berninas since 2015, which is shocking. That's like quickly approaching 10 years now. And I've been teaching machine embroidery for 5 years. So I started off in a dealership, and then I got to travel with the Bernina event team. Now I'm an official team member here at Bernina, and I love that I'm getting to work more and more with these brunettes because they are fantastic. So earlier this week, I talked about the B70 series as a whole. There's 3 machines in the Brunette B70 series. We have the B70 Deco. That's our embroidery only machine, only embroiders, no sewing. Then we have the B77, the opposite, right? It's sewing only, no embroidery. Oh, sorry to hit that microphone, y'all. Hope that wasn't too loud for you. So we have these 2 incredible machines that each have their specialty. And then I told you about the B79. This is our combination sewing and embroidery machine. She is a stunner. Go back and watch. It was Monday that I was on. So go back and watch that if you'd like to know more about these machines and what makes each one unique. Just today, I'm talking B79, but not just any B79. I'm talking the Yaya Han edition B79. I love this machine so much. She is a stunner, but hold on. I like these shots with a little more personality first. There we go. There we go. There is the gorgeous Yaya Han showing off this machine she worked so hard on and the wonderful gifts with purchase. I also love to see her sewing room. I have another shot in a little bit that shows her sewing space. This machine is beautiful. We even have that Yaya signature right on the front in that purple to blue fade. So pretty. And here's Yaya actually sewing on the machines because Yaya sews. And she sews way better than I do. And that's not a put down for me. Look at this. It's just a fact. How stunning is this? So for those of you who didn't get to meet Yaya Han yesterday, let me introduce you to her a little bit. Yaya is out of Atlanta, Georgia. She is a costume designer, a cosplayer, and an author. And for those who don't know what cosplaying is, like I said, April, another Bernette influencer, was here earlier today. These are people who either create their own gorgeous costumes. They take a concept like the Queen of Hearts and take it to the nth degree, or they do something where they take their favorite character and they bring that costume to life. This is from an anime called Belle. It happens to be one of the few animes I know, and I swear it looks even better than the animation. Yaya did a stunning job. So you can really see that costume design background come into play. Oh, it's stunning. So Yaya has been a guest, a panelist, a judge, a performer, a host at over 200 conventions and events worldwide, one of which was Bernina University this past summer. This is a big convention for Bernina. And this is where she launched the Yaya Han edition machine. It was really well received. It has been a hit ever since it hit the market. And I'm so proud of it because come on, look at it. It's so good. So this is the B79 and Yaya just throwing her hands up at all the incredible, amazing things that come with this machine. So that's what we're looking at here. We are looking at, I just love that this box is peeking out here because the box is so cute on top of everything else. The 79, we of course have the embroidery module since it's combination. The machine as it is in front of Yaya is set up for sewing, but we add this embroidery module and we can embroider. Over here, you can also see there's an additional sewing table. It slides right on to give you lots of extra space. We have that Bernina foot control. Brunette foot control. It works like a Bernina foot control. The freehand system, these 3 hoops, 10 feet come with the 79. But then Yaya took it to the next level. Let me show you these 2 gifts with purchase that are over here. When you buy the Brunette B79 Yaya Han edition, you get these 2 gifts with purchase. We get 8 additional feet, which I will show you in a future slide. And we get the Bernina Creator software. This is embroidery software. If you can dream it, you can make it on this software. It is so cool. And I'm really proud of this machine and the incredible stuff that comes with it. Yaya and the Bernette team did a gorgeous job. Speaking of gorgeous, I mean, the machine, where are my purple people in the comments? I know you are all just breathless on this beautiful machine. The people who walk by and just get grabbed by how stunning it is. When we were just at Dragon Con, a big convention in Atlanta, Georgia, the purple people came out for it in droves. So you can see this wonderful hexagon design as well. It's really cute. It does have this like cosplay feel, right? There's a lot of, in case you don't know, there's a lot of hexagons in like nerdy universes of time travel and this and that, but also hexagons for quilters. We use them all the time as quilters, right? It's a very standard shape. I have a friend who's a beekeeper. She bought this machine the second she saw it because her favorite color is purple and she does beekeeping. Look at the hexagons. It looks like the beehives. So here's our beautiful, just so you can see it both ways, the sewing side, the embroidery side, you get it all with this beautiful machine. And she really is a stunner. So B79, this machine has B79 core features, right? Plus more. So I'm going to highlight just a few of these right here. Auto hoop detection. You put on your hoops, you see, and your machine automatically knows. Integrated dual feed. I have a slide on dual feed that will show it off really well. The embroidery tutorial, I talked about that on Monday. Go back and look. I also showed you the creative consultant. I have slides today, but I will show you, but on Monday, I showed you how it worked. In the B79, there are 208 designs. Embroidery designs already built in. But then we take the Yaya Han edition and we added 68 hand-selected designs by Yaya Han. I'll show you those too. We, of course, have 500 stitches and the stitch designer. Yeah, there's a slide on that. Yes, I showed you it on Monday, how we used it. Really fun to play with. And she's a strong, fast machine. 1,000 stitches per minute in sewing, up to 850 stitches in embroidery, 7 millimeters stitch width, 15 needle positions. And for my Bernina people, I saw you. I didn't get to see you during the presentation because I have to talk so fast, but I went through the comments. I appreciate every last one of you for engaging with this. Those of you who are engaging right now as well. I heard from my Bernina people a lot. And she looks like a Bernina, right? Some of these things, it's easy to jump into your brunette machine because she's got the multi-function knobs, this centrally located screen that has the Bernina user interface, these buttons on the front. Stunning. I had a question the other day about what is the freehand system. So there is this hole right in the front of your machine, and you can see some of these standard accessories down here at the bottom. The freehand system is a metal rod you plug into the machine, and when you move your knee to the side, it raises and lowers the presser foot. It's incredible. It's one of the things that I could never do without on a machine now. I'm obsessed. It allows you to keep your hands on your project while you sew, keep everything all together. You use your knee lift up and down so you can pivot or readjust, whatever you have to do. There's that slide-on sewing table I was talking about. The brunette foot with the back kick function. So this is the foot pedal to sew with the machine, right? You press your toes down and it sews like we all expect a foot pedal to do. But if you kick your foot back, so just put your heel back, you can actually program that to cut, to raise your presser foot, all sorts of wonderful things, or to get rid of it. If you're like, I don't want to do that, that's fine. I love, this is kind of a rave review thing from Bernina, and I'm so happy to see it in my brunettes now. And then of course, our 3 embroidery hoops. So creative consultant, this is a lot of fun. Over on the sewing side of the machine, you can choose the dress form icon. When you choose the dress form icon, you will see all of these fabric selection options. So we have wovens, we have knits. They have selected denim, right? Looks like the pocket of jeans. And then when you come over here, you can choose what you want to do with that denim. So let's say we're going to put a zipper in denim. That's what they've selected here. It tells you the stitch to use, the needle to use, the thread to use, and the foot to use. It is so cool. And then if you hit that check mark, it will set up your machine for you. All you got to do is put on the right foot, make sure all the external things are done correctly, and the machine set it for you. So one I like to do is like a medium weight knit, and you talk about a buttonhole in it, and it will tell you you have to use stabilizer behind it, and it'll show you the buttonhole that you should use. It is so useful, so useful. And that dual feed, now this is a must for me. I could never be on a machine that doesn't have dual feed. You can see it right here. What the dual feed does is with one hand, with one finger, you can click it into the back of your foot. It integrates with the foot to act as an additional upper feed dog. It helps you move through thick, slippery, difficult fabric. I say that, but I use it with quilting cotton. I'm not a very good quilt piecer. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm trying to learn to do better. But this helps evenly feed your fabric through the machine, carefully feed your fabric through the machine. And it's great because even if you have a walking foot, sometimes the big profile of the walking foot is too much for the project you're doing. So this allows you to use any of the dual feed feet, snap it right in, and be ready to go. And then I talked about Stitch Designer as well. I love this. I love that they did this little cocktail with like a fruit rind, I'm guessing. I don't really drink a whole lot of cocktails, so I'm going to say it's like a shrimp cocktail with the shrimp sticking out. It's more my pace. But you can actually design any stitch you'd like. And something else is you can edit stitches. Once again, I showed how I edited a stitch back on Monday. I would love for you to go back and see that presentation if you weren't here. If you were here, hello. Thank you for coming back and listening to me. This is a hit with, particularly if you have any littles in your life, any little ones around, they love to draw and then stitch it out. It can add some really personal touches to things that you're creating. And then you can save the stitches. You love that little shrimp cocktail you made? Go for it. Save it, keep it, put it on everything. Oh, I forgot that one has that animation. So of course, as a special edition, the B79 offers much more than just a great sewing and embroidery machine. We have the unique design of the outside, right? Beautiful, gonna look so good in your sewing room. We have those Yaya Han presser feet, specially selected by Yaya. You cannot buy this collection outside of this machine. You can't go to your store and grab it right now. It only comes with this machine. We have 60 additional and exclusive 68 embroidery designs selected by Yaya. And of course, that's creator software, which by the way, was also selected by Yaya. Like, thank you so much, Yaya, for being like, no, this is really important. My cosplayers, my people getting started, they need this. So let's look at, I keep talking about them, right? But let's actually look at these presser feet. These are the 8 feet that come within this exclusive set. So some of them are very utilitarian, right? Things we need, an invisible zipper foot, a non-stick sole. Those are important. some things are fun. Like this ribbon couching foot, that allows ribbon to go through the foot so that you can easily attach ribbon to any of your garments or home deck or quilts, whatever you're putting it to. And of course, these 8 feet come in addition to the 10 feet that come with your B79. You buy this one machine, you get 18 feet. You are covered for quite a while. It's awesome. Our combo sewing and embroidery machine, I've talked about it 8 million times. You have so many designs in this machine. So you have, if you have a B79, you just buy the B79, no special edition. You're going to have these 3 folders right up here. But for our special edition folks, they get these 4 extra folders. And these 4 extra folders are going to have all of these designs selected by Yaya Han. Sashiko designs, so stunning. I love to use them in home dec or on bags. Obsessed. I love cherry blossoms. I'm always a sucker for a cherry blossom. And then some of my favorites are these spider lily designs, which were actually Yaya Han exclusive designs. She designed them. You also get the Yaya logo. So if you're just like me and you are now so in love with her, listen, if you saw her yesterday and you thought, is she really that nice all the time? She really is. She's the sweetest. Even when the line is 2.5 hours longer than she intended, so she keeps signing, even when her contacts are drying out, she's wonderful. So I'm thinking I need a Yaya Han patch on my backpack now. So I can make it with these specialty designs. I love these spider lilies she made as well. And being an embroidery person myself, you know I love that it comes with the embroidery software. So this is the creator version. This allows you to digitize your favorite images as embroidery designs. You can create unique embroidery designs. You're going to do a fantastic job because there are helpful tutorials. There is a workbook included that you can work through to make sure you know how to use this in and out. I love it. I think it is the coolest thing to be able to dream it up and make it happen. It is so how I roll. And I wanted to show you this. I just left this in here because I love it. Kind of the creative process that Yaya goes through. So this is a character from Resident Evil that Yaya decided to do a cosplay of. Checking out the machine, embroidering it. And I got to see this cosplay in person. It is stunning. That embroidery is perfect. She did an incredible job. And it is so much fun to see from conception all the way to the physical dress standing in front of you. It was gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. And because it's my favorite image, we're going to wrap it up right here. We're going to talk about this is all that comes with your Yaya Han edition. It is so much stuff. You're going to be set for quite a while with all these incredible accessories. And I know I've talked about it a lot. I've also talked very fast. A half hour goes so fast. So I apologize for my friends who like to see things very visually. Let's do this. Let's wrap it up here. The sewing features of the B79 Yaya Han edition, the Yaya Han edition kind of updates are in red. Okay. Sewing features, that dual feed, so that we can guide our fabric through so easily. Fast machine with a DC motor, okay? DC motor that has tons of piercing power. You start sewing, it goes, okay? And that gives us 1,000 stitches per minute, 500 built-in stitch patterns, 7mm wide stitch width, Bernina Creative Consultant. That's where the little dress form, you hit it, you choose what fabric and what you're going to do with it, and it tells you exactly how to get it done right. And Stitch Designer. So not only do we have these 500 built-in stitches, we can edit every one of those stitches and create our own stitches. And of course, 18 feet are included because we get that exclusive presser foot set. And then we have the embroidery features, my favorite. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Love the embroidery. So this does up to 850 stitches per minute. There are 276 built-in embroidery designs. A standard B79 has 208. That's still a lot, but you get these 64 motifs, new motifs that were handpicked by Yaya, and 4 that are designed by Yaya. 7 built-in embroidery alphabets. It includes an Arabic alphabet, a Cyrillic alphabet, and let me see, I have it right here, Hebrew alphabet as well. It reads 8 different embroidery formats. I know that that was a stunning revelation on Monday. I saw the comments of people being like, wow, it reads a lot of formats, and it really does. So we recommend you go and use EXP, but if you have like DST, I know is one of the formats, it reads that as well. It comes with 3 embroidery hoops. Our largest is going to be 260 millimeters by 160 millimeters. For those of you who are like me, and that means just about nothing to you, that is bigger than 10 by 6, just a little bigger, but bigger than 10 by 6. And it comes with the Bernina Creator software as a gift with purchase. So you can start doing all sorts of wonderful creative projects and making embroidery of your own. Let's do it. It is an incredible gift with purchase package, hand chosen by Yaya. It is a stunning machine. I know you guys had such wonderful things to say about the brunettes the other day. I was so excited to see all of your wonderful comments. I'm excited to read them now. And before we do that, we're going to head back over to Blaine and hear about how you can make this wonderful machine yours.
Well, hey, Tony, thank you so much. Or Kate, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What a great machine. And, you know, you're right. Yaya is so nice. Just, he is so polite and nice. It's unbelievable. And, you know, people in the sewing industry, you know, some of them know of her, but, you know, what they don't really know is she's like a rock star in the cosplay world. I mean, people line up for 3 hours just to get her autograph or talk to her or get a picture made. So she's a big deal and been on numerous TV shows and things. So she's a big star in the cosplay world. And I think she's going to be a sewing star too, the way she's going right now.
Absolutely. It was so much fun to be in the booth at Dragon Con. Like I said, it's a huge convention in Atlanta, and people were crying to get to meet her because they love her so much, and she is so nice.
Yeah, she really is. That's what's
whatever
amazing.
You see online, that's who she is.
All righty. Well, Kate, thank you so much. We're going to tell them how they can get this, and so we'll see you a little later, okay?
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
All righty. So, guys, this is the B79 from Bernette. It's the Yaya Han edition. You saw Yaya show this on Tuesday. Again, guys, this is $24.99 strike through price. We do have a call-in special on this. Give us a call right now, and I tell you what, we're going to make you extremely happy if you're wanting this machine. And again, guys, this is a great value. Compare this to the regular B79. What you're getting a couple of extra feet. You're getting a new designs and some exclusive designs just in this machine that Yaya herself designed. And you're getting that digitizing software, which makes this thing a huge value. The software alone is well over $1,000. You're getting now all this in that package. Plus, we had that SewFest call-in special. So, guys, get on the phone right now and call us 800-401-8151. We have these in stock, ready to ship. And I know Yaya even talked about these were getting, a lot of dealers were running out, and Bernina was on back order on these. Hey, we got ahead of the game and ordered a bunch in. So we do have them in stock, ready to ship. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. We have one more demonstration left today, but we're going to bring my co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Hello, Mr. Blaine. How are you?
Hey, I am doing great. I told everybody I'm threatening to keep the show going until midnight.
I heard you say that.
I'm just kidding, because I know you've been up since 3 a.m. I know
4 a.m.
Oh,
Chicago
4 a.m.
time.
I know that the
Every
team
day.
here has been here since 6 a.m. Pacific time, so they're all wore out. So, and we had some customers chimed in and says we can't make it for 4 more hours. So we're not gonna do that to everybody, and we're gonna shut it down here in just a second.
I mean, you can stay if you want to. I think it'd be great. I want to know what everybody thinks. If Blaine just stays on he just talks and just kind of recaps the day for the next, 7 hours. We could just restart a whole new stream.
Yeah, we're just going to do 24 hours. And if they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, they can just tune in to see what I'm doing.
You're just like there, you're eating Oreos, drinking Mountain Dew. You're like, have you seen the print moda? Let me tell you about that. And then you just play clips, like, you go backwards and play some clips.
They'll tune in, Jane, and I'll have like 20 empty Mountain Dew bottles laying everywhere.
I'm telling you what, it's been my dream to do a 24-hour broadcast. We do it a lot of times in radio for different fundraising events and things like that. So I've always like, yeah, I'll do it. One time, who cares? I'll do it.
Uh-oh, you're getting my wheels turning.
Oh no, you can't. I mean,
I
can.
think we might be able to pull something off. You never know.
Listen, if you do a 24-hour sew-a-thon, sell-a-thon, I will come there, because I can't do, because I'll be sleeping on the ground because I'm just by myself in this studio. I'll come there, but you have to promise that like a percentage of it, we got to be doing it for a cause, right?
That's true.
So you do.
Hey, and you know what we could do is, we could pick a charity, donate so much money that we raise from the sales to charity. We might be on something here, Jane. And then after 8 p.m., everybody has to put pajamas on. Have a little, sew-a-thon sleepover.
So the other thing you could do, you could get like celebrity sewers. You could get, like you were just talking about, sewing celebrities. So we could get like interviews and like different, pre-packaged programming, and then people in demonstrating. I mean, it could be really fun. Make it a thing.
You never know what we're going to come up with, Jane. So we're always working on new things. So who knows? Putting some stuff in my head.
I'm tired thinking about it. Everyone's like, oh, well, that's a good idea.
All right. Well, Jane, we've got one more demonstration left.
We sure do. You want to introduce him, or you want me to introduce him?
I want you to introduce him.
Okay. I'll do it.
All right. He's ready to go.
Okay. We're talking about the King Quilter long arm machine, and our friend Corey Sheehan. He is he's at the SMP store in San Marcos. Oh my goodness. I'll get it out of my mouth. Don't worry. He has years and years and years of long arm experience. And I know everybody this is the favorite part of the whole introduction. He and his wife have a baby on the way. Everyone say hi to Corey Sheehan. Hi,
Corey. Hey, Jane. Hey, everybody.
How are you?
I am good.
You ready to pull an all-nighter?
I am ready to pull an all-nighter at home with my baby once it comes. I don't know about a sew-a-thon.
This is practice for you. If we keep you up now, it'll be like practice for when the baby comes. You'll be up all night.
I'm getting practice right now because my wife does not go to bed until about 2 a.m. She's a little uncomfortable. She's in her last month, so
poor thing.
I'm already getting broken into the whole not sleeping thing. I'm a little tired today.
Okay, well, that's good. You deserve to be tired. Get used to it, friend. You're going to be... I'm just kidding. You'll be fine, Corey. But more importantly, we're going to be fine when you talk to us and tell us all about the King Quilter long arm.
Oh, yeah. Blaine always saves the best for last.
Yes, he does. That's our Blaine.
I don't know if I was supposed to be last today. So, but today, best for last.
Always the best for last.
If you guys didn't see the show on Monday, I introduced our most popular. Am I starting? Yeah. Are we good? All right. Thank you for the great introduction, Jane. I got to introduce our King Quilter 2 long arm, which is the long arm that we sell in-house. We're the only dealer who sells this machine. And it's actually, I think it's our most popular long arm machine because of the quality, the size of it, and honestly, the price point. And we had a crazy deal introduced on Monday, and it's carrying on today. Blaine's going to talk about that after my demo. But this machine is amazing. You get everything you could possibly need just by ordering this machine to do your own at-home long arm quilting. It comes with everything. The frame, there's multiple options. It comes with your front and your rear handlebars. The rear handlebars are for doing pantograph work from the back. So if you don't want to do designs from muscle memory, you can actually trace designs that are laid out on a piece of paper from the back of the machine. And if you can trace something with a pencil, you can do pantograph work and you'll get a professional finish on a quilt from day one, basically. So, you know, I really think that everyone should get in the long arm quilting. It's fun, it's easy. I ran away with it maybe 9 years ago now, and I don't get to use them as much as I used to, and I miss them every day. And doing the demos on Monday got me really excited, and I've been doing some practicing. So if Roger wants to zoom in, actually, you can tell I get excited about this. I haven't been excited in a while, but I was doing some stippling, and then I was practicing some feathers. And I also wrote my name in cursive, which I always tell people is a fun and easy way to see how similar it is moving a machine on a frame as it is really just drawing with a pencil. So if you have a long arm machine on a frame, there's a lot of muscle memory you already have that's going to translate right over to it. So anyways, enough about that. I'm getting sidetracked. This machine is phenomenal. It's got an 18-inch throat space. So if you can see it right here, it is huge. This is not a small machine, but right now it's priced at what a small machine would cost. This guy is 2,200 stitches per minute, which means it can keep up with me, who always has a problem going way too fast. But it does have a beeper built into it. So if you get out of the rhythm that the machine can handle, it will beep at you if you want it to, and it'll tell you to slow down. Now, if you don't care that the stitch length changes a little bit, you can turn that feature off, but it's gonna keep up with pretty much everybody and everything that you want to do with it. Not only does it have the front and rear handlebars, but the deal Blaine's offering right now, which again I think is insane, it's the upgraded Elite handlebars that are coming with this system. These are normally $2,000 handlebars to add on to this system, which is really worth it though. And I sell a lot of them because the front handlebars are adjustable. So if your friend's using your machine and they need to bring up the handlebars a little bit because they're taller than you, they can. If you're doing a design that requires more control, you can bring them down. And I call this your like micro stippling position. So you don't really need to buy extra handlebars as you advance with this machine because you can put them into a micro stipple position. So very cool stuff going on with these handlebars. They have incredible lighting. There is lighting on the machine at the needle, but these handlebars have two huge sets of LED lights. Actually, I'll turn them off right now on the handlebars, and you'll see how big of a difference that is. This is what the lighting looks like on the standard model that normally, again, with Blaine's deal, are even more expensive than what Blaine's offering for just the standard set. And this is the Elite. So the Elite, we've got ridiculously good lighting. And this machine does come with a free LED light. If you look on our website or you call in when you're buying this, you can ask about it. But there is a light strip that comes with this for free that adheres underneath the throat. It goes all the way across your whole quilting area, front to back, and gives you a lot more lighting. I didn't put it on there. I probably should have, but you get a lot more lighting even than what you're seeing now. And again, that's one of the lights you don't have to keep it on. You can set it up, and when you need it, turn it on, and when you don't, turn it off. Just like anything with this machine. If you don't need it, don't use it until you're there. So speaking of that, we'll go over the features. I was talking on Monday how there's so many options for stitches, but the biggest thing is that the machine is fully stitch regulated, and you can basically from start to finish, 5 years from now, once you get this machine, still be using this one stitch mode. Stitch regulated mode or precision mode is what it's called on your screen. that is the mode that's going to give you a perfect stitch every single time. You can tell the machine what stitch length to set it at. Anywhere from 4 stitches to 22 stitches an inch. Most people are going to keep it at 10, 11, or 12 stitches per inch. But when you're doing smaller designs, you can increase the stitch number, and it's going to give you a more dense stitch, which will give you more detail in a small design. So again, that precision mode, actually here, I'll do a sample of it. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm still new at this, so, you know, how am I doing out there, guys? All right. But I'll give you a little sample of, I don't think I've ever seen a quilt with this, but it's possible that you can have an extremely long stitch length. And I've seen people use this stitch length for a basting stitch. So you don't have to use the longer stitch for basting if you don't want. There is more pull. I find it is actually a little easier to do a basting stitch with, you know, a 1/4 inch stitch base, which is about 4 stitches per inch, right? So it is exactly. So anyways, that's your longer stitch, and we can start shortening it up to 10 stitches per inch. And if you can see that stitch length substantially smaller, but if you look, it's perfectly accurate as far as when I move it, the machine stitches. When I slow down, it slows down. And when I stop, it stops. So that's what makes these machines so fun and easy nowadays, is they all have an amazing stitch regulator. The King Quilter has probably one of the best I've seen. And again, at the 2200 stitches per minute, it's going to keep up with you when you go fast. So very cool that it's got precision stitch. And there isn't an option to not have the stitch regulator. With Blaine's price today, and you know, we only have a couple more days of this sale, the machine is fully stitch regulated. It's going to come with a professional frame of your choice, and you just can't beat it. So the other mode in this machine is a non-stitch regulated. Can you see down here, Roger? Yes. So I really like doing this mode, but it does take some practice. If you set it at a certain percentage, you turn the machine on, it's going to go at its speed, and you're the stitch regulator. So if I go very fast, my stitch, and I broke it because I'm going way too fast. If you ask Blaine, my biggest problem is wanting to go fast, and I know a lot of you ladies out there do too. But with that comes some thread breaks here and there, so no big deal. But yes, it's got a manual mode, it's got an idle mode, and then it also has a based mode if you want to use it. Also in here, it doesn't have a thread break sensor, but it does have an empty bobbin sensor. It also has a needle stitch count timer for your quilts if you want to time and count how many stitches you've done in a quilt, especially if you're running a business. We have a lot of customers that own this model that not only are doing it for fun, but they're actually running a small business with it. And we even have customers that are doing, you know, up to 5 quilts a day with this machine almost every single day. So this is not just an entry-level machine that you're going to need to upgrade from. This is a top-of-the-line machine in the 18-inch size that you're going to be able to run for the next 10 to 15 years if you want, without needing to upgrade it. So again, lots of things of why this is probably our #1 selling machine. And with all of our employees, you call in and ask, they'll tell you it's the most popular with them. So really good things going on with it. I think we did some demos today on the robotic systems. The Butler was the last one, which I really love the Butler on this machine. The Butler works so well on here because the stitch regulator is so good. That's what all the computer systems rely on, the robotic systems. When they're moving these machines around, they need the stitch regulation to work all the time. And the Butler works phenomenally with this. I know right now, if you bundle the Butler with the deal, before tax, you're under $10,000 with a professional frame, a robotics system, and a long arm quilting machine with all the accessories you need. So to get into this stuff, nowadays, the prices, you can't beat them. So very good. All right, should I try manual mode at a smaller or lower speed?
I think you should give it the beans.
Here, I'm gonna do a couple designs I was practicing on Monday after we did the demo, and you guys can tell me if my feathers got a little better with this machine. Here, I'm gonna put it back in precision mode because that is my safe mode. I'm not using these machines enough to know if I'm making a little mistake here and there. And I'm going to set this to 12 stitches per inch this time. And I am going to try to do a different type of feather that I was practicing. Now this is new, so don't judge me, okay? And again, these machines are so easy to start. All you do is hold on to your top thread, use the needle down up button on the handlebars to bring your bobbin thread up, and you hit the on button. And the machine's not going to start stitching until I actually move the machine myself. So see that? And then it stops. So nothing scary about these long arms. And if you decide to get another long arm, brand that we sell, they all work very similarly to this. So if there's something bigger you want to get, over this to get started, because some people say go big or go home. That's my motto too. They are all going to be just as easy to use. Just going to get in a different price point than the crazy deal that Blaine's got going for this machine. So, all right, let's see if I can get the stem going. All right. All right. That was a little rough. I was a little tight on that. But look, I'm already getting better after just one day. I didn't break a thread this time, except for when I ran it in the manual mode very fast, which I just learned I'm not going to do that. Not in front of you guys, at least. When you guys leave here, I'll probably turn this thing at 100% speed and see how long I can go without breaking a thread. So are we almost there with time, or am I doing good? I'm good? Okay, here. I'm going to do the other side of the feather now, and let's see if I can loosen up a little bit. I'm a little tight, and I'm a little tired from not sleeping. But I will tell you right now, I am surprised how much my child is moving right now. And it worries me when he comes out because he is a wiggling fool. So another reason why I'm nervous. It's not the camera. All right. All right, so let's see if I can do this other side a little smoother. You see that, guys? That's just after 2 times. I relaxed and my lines are connecting so much better. And again, that's just because all of this stuff, when you're doing free motion quilting.
Bring that right handlebar up so they can see the whole thing.
This one?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. But anyways, my point is, the more you do this, the more you tinker and play, muscle memory and confidence kicks in. You'll be relaxed. And every time you make a pass, it's just going to get better and better. So, and it doesn't matter what design you're working on, whether it's a little stipple or you know, a very complex design that you're trying to copy off of YouTube, which is what I was looking at last night before I started practicing this feather. So anyways, very, very good. Here, let me show you guys also some of my stippling I was practicing earlier. I want to see ratings on the chat. So this was like a dog bone type stipple that I was trying to get so that it looks almost perfectly even all the way across. And then I have a swirl stipple. Can I move this handlebar down? So this I was practicing to see how good I could do circles and swirls, but still like a kind of like a stipple design. I guess I'm crossing over the lines, but this really helped me actually get some perfect circles going, or at least what I thought were perfect circles. And I popped it. Guys, look at these circles though. This was just from last night's YouTube videos I was watching and doing a couple practice runs. I started getting very confident with coming into these corners and doing these circles. And so I want to see you guys in the chat rating these circles because I think they're perfect. Anyways, Blaine, you want to tell them how good of a deal they're going to get on this?
Well, I would love to tell them that, Corey. I tell you, you know, if we could keep Corey from breaking threads, there's no telling what he could do. He gets in a hurry. But great job, Corey. I tell you what, it didn't take long for you to get your back in your groove, because I've seen Corey do that a lot, and I tell you, he's always impressed me how good he can actually freehand or free motion quilt. And I tell you, he amazes me how good he is with that. And to see a quilt that he's done like full edge to edge like that is, man, they look good. And then he uses that variegated thread, with all the different colors and on that dark stuff, man, it just pops off a quilt. So y'all can imagine what one of his quilts would look like. So big shout out to Corey. Thank you for doing that. So guys, this is our King Quilter 2 Elite. And guys, this is an unbelievable price when I tell you this. We've had this machine out for 5 years. This is made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. Nobody else has this machine. And when I tell you, this is the lowest price we've ever had in the 5 years. We are actually cheaper right now than Houston Quilt Festival prices that we've had, Road to California prices we had. Every show we've ever done, this is the cheapest price we've ever done. And we're super pumped about this. So, and if you are limited on space, no excuses for the large frames here. We're going to give you a 5-foot frame. We're going to package this with a little foot frame for under $5,000. That's right, $49.99 with the 5-foot little foot frame. And if you have room, we're going to say, hey, we're going to bump you up to a 10 or 12-foot frame, your choice, for only $500 more. So basically for $54.99, you can have a 10 or 12-foot frame. For $49.99, you're going to have the little foot 5-foot frame. And if you want to put robotics on this, we have the robotics package right now that you could put on this for under $4,000. So guys, this is incredible. Under $10,000, full frame, full robotics, best price we've ever had. And guys, so we're going to give you that Studio 2 frame, by the way, which is a really nice frame for this, 10 or 12 foot. So guys, this is the best deal we've ever had. We also are offering some special financing on this. We're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. I'm telling you, if you've ever thought about getting into quilting, this would be the time to do it, because you're never going to get a better price than this. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. We're celebrating National Sewing Month. It's Quilt Fest time, and we have some excess inventory right now. So we're just going to say, let's move it out of the warehouse to make some room. And so guys, it is a time to do it, because you're going to really, really come out good on this if you get one of these. And so now get on that phone right now. Call them 800-401-8151. They're going to be manning the phones till 6 p.m. Pacific time. So you still have time to call and get that. And again, if you can't get through on that telephone, Kyle's going to put that Google links in the chat right now. So you can click on that, and you can actually just put your name, your phone number, and put in there you're calling about the King Quilter, and they will call you back. And if they don't get you tonight, they will get you first thing in the morning. So again, guys, make sure you do that. So we want you to get this special, because this deal ends Friday, end of show. So you have to get on this week if you want to get this. All right, guys, let's bring Jane Klaus back in. And so Jane, I know you probably excited about quilting right now.
I'm still making stuff over here. I know I'm not quilting, but I would like it.
I tell you, Corey makes it look easy, but I'm telling you, what he was doing there is not easy. It takes a lot of practice. And
Corey, I love it.
I could do that.
I love it. He's like a coach. He's like, your muscle memory. This is what I say when people are like, oh, I was an athlete in high school. I'm like, well, your muscle memory will kick back in. And then he said this need for speed. He's like, I'm just doing everything nice and slow for you now. He's like, but when we leave, I'm going to just like floor it and see what happens. I love it.
Oh, yeah. He probably will. Anytime we want to test anything, we just give it to Corey, because if it'll withstand him, that means it's a great product.
I think it's great. That's great. That is a good bar to hold it on. That's good.
Well, Jane, guess what?
What, Blaine?
It is day 3, the end.
Middle. We're right in the middle.
Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it's day 3 already.
Flown by
I know
again,
it.
as we always say. And we hope that everybody enjoyed today, but we've got some giveaways to give away. And we're going to draw a name for our 3rd finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway.
I love it. I can't wait. Everybody cross your fingers. I'm hoping it's you. I hope it's you.
All right. So we got to remind
Listeners.
everybody how you can win is you have to make comments, ask questions, like, share, all those things, and that'll get you in the drawing. But guys, we're going to give some stuff away. We're going to start out. We're going to give away some of our event bags. We're going to give one lucky customer the event bags we have. They come in 8 different colors, unique sayings on each side, or one side of the bag, our Sewing Machines Plus logo and things on the other side. 8 of them are $49.99 on our website, $9.99 if you buy them individually. We're giving the whole set away. Going to ship it free to your door. So Kennedy, spin that
wheel. Oh, we tried. It wasn't our best one at all. Who's it gonna be? Oh, Tequila Scott! Congratulations.
Tequila Scott is our winner. Tequila is watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Tequila. How you're going to claim those bags is you're going to go to SMPlive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and we'll ship those out as soon as we get the information. And you have 30 days to claim your prize or it will be void. All right.
Go right back in the prize bin.
It will. So let's give another set of bags away. So Kennedy, spin
that wheel. We need a little more gusto. Be a bigger spin, I think.
You got to spin the wheel harder.
Yeah. Gusto. Oh,
Donna
Donna Armstrong. Nice work, Donna. Watching us today on YouTube. Love having you here.
So tell her how to claim that prize, Jane.
Oh, Donna, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll to the bottom, fill out the form, all the information. Tell us everything about yourself. And then, is that it? Oh, yeah, claim it. Do it now, because if you don't do it now, it goes away in 30 days.
Hit submit.
Oh, and hit submit.
There you go.
Hit
All right,
submit.
so next up, we're going to give away some of our world famous sewing mats. And
Oh, we
what
love
do
the
I
sewing
always
mats.
say, Jane?
You say you're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have a mat.
You are correct on that. So think
do I
about
win
that,
anything?
everybody. And I want to bring something to everybody's attention, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if they noticed out there today, like some of the people that were doing demos had sew mats under their machines.
I
Sewing
totally
machines plus
noticed.
sew mats. Even Yaya, I don't know if they noticed that when she did hers, but she had a purple sew mat under her B79.
Oh, because she
So
loves purple.
we sell a lot of these guys. A ton of them are out there on the market, and you'd be surprised. I mean, I was surprised. I looked and I went, wow, Yaya had a mat under her machine. So again, everybody, they see the value in these. So guys, if y'all don't have one, purchase one of these, and especially if you don't win one. So we're going to give 2 customers one of these away, Jane. They come in 14, 14 different colors, and they come in 4 different sizes, all but the leopard print. It only comes in 2 sizes, medium and large, and then the blueberry only comes in extra large right now. So guys, this is it. Kennedy.
Come on, Blaine. A little bit of enthusiasm. Ready?
All right. All right, Jane, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Kennedy, spin that wheel. That's
the best
better.
one yet.
Yeah, that's better. Is she spinning it? Wait, what is she talking about me? I hear her. Misty down! Yay, Misty!
So Misty is watching today from YouTube. So Misty, go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. You have 30 days. Fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and most importantly, down in the notes section where you fill that out, just put what size of mat that you want and what color.
It's so important.
All right, we're going to spin that wheel again, Jane. We're going to let you call it this time. We're going to spin it for one more winner of the mat. So Jane, take it away.
Okay, Kennedy girl, we need you now. We need you, Kennedy. Here we go, everybody. Fingers crossed. Ready? Kennedy, spin that wheel. Dude, I used to be the in-arena host for the NBA Atlanta Hawks. That's why. Jennifer Grabau. Congratulations, Jennifer, watching us today on YouTube. You are the winner. You need to go to smplive.tv, fill out the form, tell us where you're at, where we're going to send it. But more importantly, you need to go to the notes section, tell us what mat you want, what color, and what size. And just remember, the blueberry and the leopard do not come in the bigger sizes. But you do win a mat, and then hit submit.
Perfect. And just remind everybody, the mat winners, if y'all want to know the dimensions, you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com.
Right.
In the search bar, just type sew mats. It'll take you to the product page. It has all the mats, and you can see the dimensions of each size so you can get the perfect mat for your machine.
And the sew mats are so much fun.
All right, so next up, what do we got to give away? All right, so we're going to give away a Grace Cutie frame. You see it right there. Guys, this is awesome. This is going to get you into quilting with your domestic machine. So the machine you have at home right now will fit on this frame, and you can start quilting right on your table, a fold-out table, your kitchen bar, and you can get doing it immediately. So this is a great way to get into quilting. All right, Kennedy, you ready? Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I love it. So fun. Shirley Chaplin.
So Shirley is our winner. She is watching today from YouTube. So Shirley, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where you'll see claim my prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and you have 30 days to do so. And once we get that information, we'll get your frame shipped right out to you, absolutely free.
It's all very exciting. It's so exciting.
It is. All right, next up, our next giveaway is, boom, look at that.
Boom.
Janome Memory Craft 8200 QCP Special Edition. Guys, look at the price tag on that. It is $38.99. What a big machine we're giving away. So Jane, I'm going to let you do the honors.
Okay.
So take it away.
Okay, Kennedy, ready? Everybody, put your hands together. Kennedy's going to make it happen for you. Kennedy, spin that wheel. I mean, everyone in my house is excited. Ginny Drac, you're the winner. Wow, congratulations watching us on YouTube. Thanks for hanging with us today.
So congratulations, Jenny. What we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize, fill out all that information, hit submit, and once we get that in, we will get your brand new machine shipped right out to you, and you have 30 days to claim that prize or it goes back in the prize pool.
Back in the prize pool.
That's simple.
Dreaded words from you.
All right, so guess what, Jane? We are down to picking or drawing our third finalist for the Dream Studio, and that everybody gets drawn is guaranteed a prize package, but there will be only one person that gets drawn for that $25,000 Dream Studio.
Oh my
you
gosh.
see it right there on the
Look
screen.
at
Monday's
all
winner
that
was
stuff.
Lisa. Day 2 winner was Sun Country Girl Designs.
Yep.
And day 3, we're going to draw it right now. So Kennedy, everybody help me.
Okay.
Kennedy, spin that
wheel. Oh my gosh,
Here
Ginny
we
Drac
go.
is about to have a heart attack still because she won. That's so cute. Okay, fingers crossed, everybody. I hope you win. I hope you win. Catherine
Catherine Hutchison.
Hutchison.
So Catherine is our third finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway, and she is guaranteed to win a prize package, and she'll be in the drawing for Friday for the $25,000 Dream Studio. So congratulations, Catherine. What we need you to do, though,
Amazing.
Catherine, is still go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, and in the notes section, put in there, I was the day 3 finalist, and hit submit. That's simple. All right,
Just
Jane.
like that. And just like that, it is the close of day 3 of SewFest. And just like that.
Can y'all believe it's already day 3 and it's at the end?
No. It's crazy.
It's going by so fast.
I know.
Well,
and it's
I wanna
also
tell everybody,
good, Blaine.
too- What's that?
I said it's also good. I mean, all the sessions are great. Everybody's inspirational. I love hanging with everybody on the chat. It's so fun for me because I just feel like we're all together in this.
Yeah, we are. And you know, the thing about it, I wanted to tell everybody, if you're watching from Facebook, our live stream ends about 30 minutes before our actual end of the show because they put restrictions that you can only stream for 8 hours. So we're going to be putting stuff on Facebook to let you know you're going to have to come to YouTube and watch it to see who the winners are and stuff. So, you know, that might be a little bit better for you, especially come Friday, to just watch it from YouTube instead of Facebook. It might help you out there. But hey, man, we're having a great time here, guys. We so appreciate everybody joining in today and all week so far. We hope that y'all will join us tomorrow because Jane and I will be back here. We're going to start the stream at 7:45 a.m. Pacific time. I will come on the air, and the first demonstration will start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central, and we got another full day, don't we, Jane?
11 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, it is a full day. We've got really great sessions. We got amazing products. We have great presenters. We have 2 education sessions, one with Chris Talk and one with the lovely Angela Wolf. So this is going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to an entire day of more fun, more inspiration, and more sewing for SewFest 2023.
I know, I can't wait. All right, guys, thank y'all so much. We
Thanks,
hope y'all have
everybody.
a great rest of your night. We'll see everybody first thing in the morning. So long.